យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនៅអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផល by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មកងារ Symptom Checker និង Health Check អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមុខងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់
này cũng thấy
có bông ở đây bán tang online
giờ này mới cầm tu tôi là hơi mỏng tới
tôi tầm em có nhớ
nè tao Philippines virtual Mastercard nhưng còn tao bị cho lấy cá form miệng xem nên lấy code OTP cho nên chỉ ca sẽ
cho Philippines virtual Mastercard anh phở ban lấy cái nào
nhưng ai tên của này lừa online với Facebook page nên ca cũng sang lừa online ban chọn tiết rồi Philippines Virtual Mastercard, your world of possibility.
Chạy tay lại bông. Chạy bông chạy tay lại chặt tay bông. Chặt cái trên
បើកករណីថ្មីតែមិនមែនពេលមែនទេធនាគារ Philip មានសេវាកម្មបើកករណីដល់ទីកន្លែងដោយគ្រាន់តែភ្ជាប់ជាមួយនឹងអត្តសញ្ញាណប័ណ្ណឬលិខិតឆ្លងដែនមិនត្រូវការឯកសារច្រើននិងមិនត្រូវការប្រាក់តម្កល់ងាយស្រួលរហ័សទាន់ចិត្តអាចផ្ទេរប្រាក់ដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃបង្កើតកាតនិម្មិតក្នុងការទូទាត់ទំនិញអនឡាញនិងសេវាកម្មផ្សេងៗជាច្រើនទៀត
Visa pioneered the electronic payments business more than 60 years ago, envisioning a world in which paying for something could be translated into electrons and photons that move across the globe at the speed of light.
The consumer may access an infinite range of goods and services whenever he chooses, wherever he may be.
Today, there are 3.4 billion Visa credentials around the world, from the largest cities to remote communities across the globe.
គ្រោះថ្នាក់អាចកើតមានចំពោះមនុស្សគ្រប់គ្នាគ្រប់ពេលវេលានិងគ្រប់ទីកន្លែងសូម្បីតែនៅផ្ទះរបស់អ្នកក៏ដោយនៅពេលដែលមានគ្រោះថ្នាក់ណាមួយកើតឡើងវានឹងនាំឲ្យមានផលវិបាកជាច្រើនដែលរំខានដល់អ្នកនិងមនុស្សជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកសូមណែនាំកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃដែលផ្ដល់អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ដូចជាអត្ថប្រយោជន៍សម្រាប់ព្យាបាលប្រចាំថ្ងៃអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលនៅផ្នែកប្រពោធនកម្ម ICU អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលដោយសារជំងឺធ្ងន់ធ្ងរអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការពលអាហារអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការរលាកធ្ងន់ធ្ងរឬករណីមរណភាពឬពិការភាពទាំងស្រុងនឹងជាអចិន្ត្រៃយ៍បុគ្គលឆ្លាតវៃនឹងជ្រើសយកកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃការពារខ្លួនអ្នកជាមួយកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃឥឡូវនេះតាមរយៈកម្មវិធីផល
សួស្តីបងនេះកាហ្វេបង
សុំ scan QR code ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បានអត់
នេះ
scan បានដែរហ៎
បានតា
រឿងអីថា scan មិនបានជាមួយ Esilida Mobile លោកអ្នកអាច scan QR ភ្លាមទូទាត់ភ្លាមរវាងស្ថាប័នសមាជិក Bakong ទាំងអស់
ចុះឥឡូវ scan ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បាននៅ
ទាញយកនិងប្រើប្រាស់ Esilida Mobile ឥឡូវនេះ
Esilida ប្រជាធនាគារដែលលោកអ្នកជឿទុកចិត្ត លុយទៅឲ្យអ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកមិនគួរពិបាកដូចនេះទេសូមណែនាំ e-money app ផ្ ផ្ញើលុយកាន់តែងាយស្រួលនិងឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវាបន្ថែមដោយគ្រាន់តែ download e-money app ផ្ញើលុយទៅកាន់អ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់គ្រប់ពេលវេលាគ្មានថ្លៃសេវានិងគ្មានការរអាក់រអួលហើយអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាក៏អាចបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់ក្នុងទូរស័ព្ទដៃរបស់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗdownload e-money app ឥឡូវនេះរួចចាប់ផ្ដើមចែករំលែកក្តីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នក e-money ងាយស្រួលនិងសុវត្ថិភាពសម្រាប់គោលដៅសន្សំប្រាក់របស់អ្នកកាន់តែឆាប់រហ័សជាមួយនឹងគណនីសន្សំ Gold របស់ធនាគារ Curated Royal សមម៉ូតូសាច់ប្រាក់ទាបសម្រាប់បើកគណនីត្រឹមតែ$10ទទួលបានអត្រាការប្រាក់រហូតដល់ 1.50% ក្នុងមួយឆ្នាំអ្នកអាចបើកគណនីរៀលឬដុល្លារទទួលបានការប្រាក់រៀលរាល់ចុងខែឥតគិតកម្រៃសេវាប្រចាំខែនិងអត្ថប្រយោជន៍បន្ថែមជាច្រើនទៀតតោះដាក់ប្រាក់សន្សំឥឡូវនេះជាមួយទស្សនវិស័យដ៏រឹងមាំដើម្បីជួយលើកកម្ពស់បទពិសោធន៍ធនាគារនៅប្រទេសកម្ពុជាធនាគារ PPC Bank បានបើកដំណើរការនៅឆ្នាំ 2008 ជាបទសម្ព័ន្ធមួយនៃក្រុមហ៊ុនហិរញ្ញវត្ថុ JB និង Apro យើងបានអភិវឌ្ឍបច្ចេកវិទ្យាហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយជោគជ័យដើម្បីផ្តល់ផលិតផលនិងសេវាកម្មកាន់តែប្រសើរដល់ប្រជាជនកម្ពុជាយើងផ្តល់កម្ចីជាច្រើនប្រភេទដូចជាកម្ចីទិញផ្ទះកម្ចីកែលម្អគេហដ្ឋានកម្ចីទិញរថយន្តកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មកម្ចីនៃក្តីសុបិនកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មថ្មីគឺឥណទាន300ក្រៅពីផ្ដល់កម្ចីនិងហិរញ្ញប្បទានពាណិជ្ជកម្មយើងក៏ផ្ដល់សេវាកម្មប្រាក់បញ្ញើដូចជាគណនីសន្សំគណនីសន្សំមានកាលកំណត់គណនីសន្សំថេរជាមួយការរស់នៅតាមបែបបទទំនើបលោកអ្នកអាចបំពេញតម្រូវការដោយធ្វើប្រតិបត្តិការធនាគារប្រចាំថ្ងៃចាប់ពីការបង់ថ្លៃទឹកភ្លើងរហូតដល់ការកក់ណាត់ជួបរបស់លោកអ្នកនៅសាខាណាមួយតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី PPC Bank Mobile App របស់យើង PPC Bank Smart Biz ត្រូវបានបង្កើតឡើងដើម្បីជួយសម្រួលដល់ម្ចាស់ក្រុមហ៊ុនក្នុងការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយទទួលបាននូវភាពបត់បែនយ៉ាងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពខ្ពស់និងចំណេញពេលវេលាធនាគារ PPC Bank ផ្ដល់នូវប័ណ្ណឥណពន្ធនិងប័ណ្ណឥណទានដើម្បីឲ្យអតិថិជនទទួលបានបទពិសោធន៍ចាយវាយបែបថ្មីពោរពេញដោយភាពស៊ីវិល័យនិងទទួលបានអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ជាច្រើនដូចជាការបញ្ចុះតម្លៃពិសេសពីបណ្ដាដៃគូសហការរបស់យើងបានបន្ថែមបណ្ដាញសាខាចំនួន2ទៀតនៅក្នុងរាជធានីភ្នំពេញធ្វើឲ្យចំនួនសាខាសរុបទូទាំងប្រទេសកើនដល់23សាខាហើយចំនួនទូម៉ាស៊ីន ATM របស់យើងក៏បានកើនឡើងរហូតដល់65ទីតាំងយើងក៏មានគម្រោងពង្រីកបន្ថែមទៀតដើម្បីកាន់តែផ្ដល់ភាពងាយស្រួលដល់អតិថិជនរបស់យើង
ផ្លេចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យម៉ាក់ឲ្យឈឹងមានអ្នកដូចខ្ញុំអត់ណោះកុំបារម្ភអី PPC Bank Mobile App អាចជួយបានតើអូអាឡូម៉ាក់កុំផ្ញើទៅឥឡូវហើយតាមសេវាដកប្រាក់ដោយគ្មានកាតណាម៉ាក់អាចដកប្រាក់បានភ្លាមៗនៅគ្រប់ទូ ATM PPC Bank អូហូលុយមែនទេគេ free ថ្លៃសេវាទៀត easy ហើយកាលពីមុនការគ្រប់គ្រងអាជីវកម្មខ្ញុំឡើងលំបាក Smart B ជួយដល់ការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុខ្ញុំបានច្រើនមែនទែនអាចទូទាត់ប្រាក់ខែបុគ្គលិករហូតដល់ 1000 គណនីក្នុងមួយលើកវាក៏អាចកំណត់កាលវិភាគទូទាត់ការចំណាយទាំងក្នុងនិងក្រៅស្រុកជាពិសេសឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវារយៈពេល1ឆ្នាំដំបូង Smart B ធ្វើឲ្យមុខចំនួនខ្ញុំកាន់តែ easy
អត់យកកាតមកអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាឥឡូវហ្នឹងថាហៅមកដកលុយប៉ុន្តែអត់បានយកកាតមកទេតែកុំភ័យ PPC Bank គឺគាត់មានមុខងារ cardless card ដែលអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាអាចដកលុយដុល្លារបានក៏ដូចជាដកលុយខ្មែរក៏បានដែរគ្រាន់តែយកលេខកូដពីលេខទូរស័ព្ទមកទៅដកនៅទូ ATM រួចជាការស្រេចដើម្បីប្រើប្រាស់មុខងារ cardless card ដែលលោកអ្នកអាចដកប្រាក់បានដោយមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាលោកអ្នកគ្រាន់តែចុចលើពាក្យ transfer ឬយកពាក្យ cardless card បន្ទាប់មកវាលេខទូរស័ព្ទរបស់លោកអ្នករួចរើសយកប្រាក់រៀលឬដុល្លាររួចវាបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់រួចជាការស្រេច
គ្រូអាជីវកម្មមែន
ហ្នឹងហើយ
កំពុងរៀបចំទៅធនាគារផ្លូវស្ទះហ្នឹងណាក៏មិនងាយរកកន្លែងចតឡានដែរត្រូវចាប់លេខរងចាំទៀតចាំបាច់ទៅពិបាកធ្វើអីតប្រើប្រាស់ Wing App វិញអ្នកអាចផ្ទេរប្រាក់$15,000ក្នុងមួយថ្ងៃដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃ download Wing App ឥឡូវនេះបច្ចេកងាយស្រួលក៏មកឲ្យហាសម្រាប់ពេលដល់រវល់តាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និង promotion ពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ download Wing App ហើយក៏មកឥឡូវនេះបច្ចេកងាយស្រួលក៏មកឲ្យហាដែលអ្នកចូលចិត្តតាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និង promotion ពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ download Wing App ហើយក៏មកឥឡូវនេះ
ទោះបីអ្នកដើរតាមផ្លូវអ្នកជិះកង់អ្នកជិះម៉ូតូអ្នកបើកបររថយន្តព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំអាចការពារអ្នកបានគ្រប់ពេលវេលាតោះទិញព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំឥឡូវនេះ
ចេញមាននឹងទៅណាទៅយើង
តោះទៅមើលកូននេះ
អូខេ
ឲ្យគ្នាម្នាក់ 36,700 មក
ហើយបាកងផ្ញើលុយបានឆាប់រហ័សនិងមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវា
ឈប់ចាប់បធនាគារខុសគ្នា
ធនាគារណាក៏អាចផ្ញើបានដែរអត់ចាំលេខកណ្ដាលដីផងណា
ផ្ញើតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទក៏បាន scan តាម QR code ក៏បាន
ជាមួយបាកងផ្ញើលុយពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះចាស្នាប់ចិត្តស្នាប់ប្រយោជន៍ទាំងអស់គ្នាហើយនេះគឺជាលេខក្នុងធនាគាររបស់ខ្ញុំហើយនឹងលេខវេលុយណាអើវាតោះដកលុយគ្រាន់តែប្រមូលលុយក៏ពិបាកដែរមិនក៏មិនប្រើបាកងទេជាមួយបាកងអតិថិជនអាចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យអ្នកតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទបានមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាដាក់ដឹងដល់ប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
អីទិញថៃមួយមក
អូខេពៅ
កុំពិបាកពេកចៅចាយលុយតាមនេះក៏បានដែរ
Scan QR code ជាមួយបាកងដើម្បីទូទាត់ប្រាក់គ្រប់ទីកន្លែងដោយសុវត្ថិភាពដាក់ដឹងដល់ប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះតោះមកមើលលទ្ធផលបូកសរុបការងាររបស់យើងក្នុងអំឡុងពេល20ឆ្នាំចុងក្រោយនេះហេតុនេះយើងជាសត្វមូសត្រូវតែខិតខំឡើងវិញមនុស្សគេងក្នុងមុងកប់វត្ថុដែលអាចដក់ទឹកលុបបំបត្តិភក់ជ្រាំប្រើប្រាស់ថ្នាំបាញ់មូសកម្ចាត់ដង្កូវទឹកហើយឥឡូវចេះគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុទៀតអូយឈឺមិនមកវាយគេចឹងមកណាគេបន្ទាប់ខ្ញុំក៏បានដែរមកទុកចិត្តឲ្យខ្ញុំចាត់ការចុះហើយឃើញមូសខាំមិនមានវាយឲ្យទេគេប្រើប្រាស់កម្មវិធីនេះដើម្បីតាមដានសុខភាពរបស់គេជួបបែរអត់អស់លុយអានេះណាជាកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងមូសសំចាញ់នៅក្នុង Apple ផលិតផលនឹងខំនៅពេលដែលយើងកើតជំងឺគ្រុនឈាមឬគ្រុនចាញ់ជាកញ្ចប់មូសសំចាញ់នៅថ្ងៃនេះ
If you want to stay ahead of the competition, you need the most advanced solutions to transform your comms performance. From media database to social influencers, distribution to monitoring, analytics to insights, Cision's cloud-based tools can help you communicate like never before. As the largest and most trusted press release news source, precision distribution by PR Newswire is how comms pros for every size business ensure that critical news is being conveyed. Whether through traditional media, trade pubs, or online search, PR Newswire enables you to target the right media influencers and consumers. It's the most trusted tool for targeting journalists, with an exclusive media-only community of over 40,000 monthly members. And with the highest number of monthly unique visitors and referred search traffic, PR Newswire ensures higher search visibility than any other competitor. The business demands are changing for PR and comms professionals at every level. But now you have a partner to keep you ahead of the pack. Cision. Communicate like never before.
ជាមូលីសូមជូនកម្មវិធីពីនីតិព្រឹកនេះព័ត៌មានសំខាន់នៅក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះគឺរួមមានថានៅក្នុងប្រទេសមានរបស់នឹង
សប្បាយក្នុងដៃអ្នក
សួស្តីអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាបានស្គាល់ពីកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផលរបស់ Prudential នៅតោះមកមើលបន្តិចមើលថាតើផលអាចជួយលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញាបានដោយរបៀបណាខ្លះផលស្ទើរតែនាំមកនៅមុខងារថ្មីមួយគឺ Symptom Checker ដែលអាចជួយឲ្យលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់ខ្លួនកាន់តែច្បាស់ហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមជាមួយនឹងបច្ចេកវិទ្យា AI ថ្មីលោកអ្នកអាចទទួលបានព័ត៌មានអំពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់អ្នកបានយ៉ាងឆាប់រហ័សជាដំបូងអ្នកអាចបំពេញព័ត៌មានមួយចំនួនអំពីខ្លួនអ្នកផ្ទាល់បន្ទាប់មកគ្រាន់តែប្រាប់ពីរោគសញ្ញាឬអាការៈរបស់អ្នកទៅកាន់មុខងារ Symptom Checker ហើយឆ្លើយនឹងសំណួរផ្សេងៗជាមួយនឹង Chatbot របស់យើងដោយបានឆ្លងកាត់ការត្រួតពិនិត្យពីវិជ្ជបណ្ឌិតនៅកម្ពុជាមុខងារ Symptom Checker នឹងអាចប្រាប់ពីបញ្ហាសុខភាពដែលលោកអ្នកអាចនឹងមានហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមទាញយកផលឥឡូវនេះហើយសាកល្បងប្រើមុខងារ Symptom Checker ដើម្បីទទួលបានព័ត៌មានសុខភាពគ្រប់ពេលវេលា
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនូវអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទ Call by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មុខងារ Symptom Checker និង Health Check អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមុខងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់
này cũng thấy nè
កំពុងតែបានតាម online
ចុះឡើយមានកម្មទូទៅដល់ហើយហ្មងទៅ
ទូទៅតាមណាវិញហ៎
នេះតើ Philippines Virtual Mastercard យើងគ្រាន់តែបញ្ចូលលេខការព័ត៌មានផ្សេងៗនិងលេខកូដ OTP ប៉ុណ្ណឹងជាការស្រេច
ចុះ Philippines Virtual Mastercard ហ្នឹងអាចប្រើបានលើខ្លះហើយ
អូយើងអាចទិញតំណែងលើ online với Facebook page និងការកំសាន្តលើ online បានច្រើនទៀតហ៎Philippines Virtual Mastercard Your World of Possibility
ចាតើហើយបងចាំមកចែកចេញតើហើយចាំតិចទេបងចាំកែចេញខ្ញុំផ្ញើលុយទៅឲ្យម៉ែ
ចង់បើកករណីថ្មីតែមិនមែនពេលមែនទេធនាគារ Philip មានសេវាកម្មបើកករណីដល់ទីកន្លែងដោយគ្រាន់តែភ្ជាប់ជាមួយនឹងអត្តសញ្ញាណប័ណ្ណឬលិខិតឆ្លងដែនមិនត្រូវការឯកសារច្រើននិងមិនត្រូវការប្រាក់តម្កល់ងាយស្រួលរហ័សទាន់ចិត្តអាចផ្ទេរប្រាក់ដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃបង្កើតកាតនិម្មិតក្នុងការទូទាត់ទំនិញអនឡាញនិងសេវាកម្មផ្សេងៗជាច្រើនទៀត
This is CamTech Summit 2021, powered by Prudential and the World FinTech Festival Cambodia, in partnership with SFF, live in Phnom Penh, Kingdom Cambodia.
A very good morning to our Excellency, distinguished guest speakers, policymakers, ladies and gentlemen. Today marks a very historical event in the world of fintechs. In partnership with Singapore FinTech Festival, the World FinTech Festival takes us global through this vast network of satellite events in key fintech hubs around the world. Singapore FinTech Festival is the world's largest fintech event with a global platform for fintech community comprising of fintech players, technopreneurs, policymakers, financial industry leaders, investors, including private equity players and venture capitalists and academics. In 2020, SFF and Switch saw 60,000 participants from over 160 countries with more than 2,000 speakers, over 1,300 exhibitors, 27 international pavilions, and 45 satellite events hosted by partner cities across the world during a 5-day round-the-clock event. Phnom Penh is one of the partner cities for the last day to host this event with its trusted partners. CamTech Summit powered by Prudential, we have all experienced a truly one-of-a-kind and pioneering hybrid event that showcased Cambodia's vast and innovative fintechs and tech landscape for the last 4 days, and it will be brought to another level for today. This has been made possible with all the help and support by the following partners and sponsors. This event is organized by the National Bank of Cambodia, Cambodian Association of Finance and Technology, the Association of Banks in Cambodia, and Cambodia Microfinance Association. Microfinance serve people always. Thanks to our civil sponsor, Khmer Enterprise, Inspire, Connect, Transform. AMK Finance at your doorstep. Philip Bank, a member of Philip Capital Group Singapore. Prince Bank, we try harder for you. And Visa, everywhere you want to be. Thank you very much also to our bronze sponsor for this event, Asilida Bank, the bank you can trust, the bank for the people. Credit Bureau Cambodia CBC, e-money, easy and safe. Chetras Royal Bank, simply better service. PPC Bank, easy banking. True Money, a leading fintech company in Southeast Asia. And Wing, the bank for every Cambodia. Our media partners for this event, Cambodia Investment Review, Fresh News, Khmer Time, your opinion matters, PR New Wire, we tell your story to the world, and Sabai, happiness lives here. And finally, our content partner, Bakong, the next generation mobile payment and banking. DQD, we deliver, we distinguish, we drive ahead, we are the diversitas. And I pay 88, last but not least, W Source. Now, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, today is the last day of this year's World FinTech Festival in Cambodia. This is made possible with partnership of the Singapore FinTech Festival. To know more about that and as the start of this morning session, please watch the following videos.
Dưỡng chơi chùm nón tầm để nét băng cạn. Dưỡng trong bộ đánh ai bị phục lỗ cạn tầm bị chươn lươn. យើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនៅអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, let's start our first topic for this morning, which is the last day of the CamTech Summit 2021 powered by Prudential. Our first speaker will talk about affordable healthcare, which is very important. He leads a team of product designers and developers who can deliver innovative and affordable digital protection solutions to help Cambodians get the most out of their life. He is also committed to growth talent in Cambodia and in the actuarial profession as the founding chairperson of Cambodian Actuarials Working Group. Freddie is a fellow of the Society of Actuary, or in short SFF, Charter Enterprise Risk Analyst and Fellow, Life Management Institute. To tell us more about unlocking access to affordable protection in Cambodia, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor to welcome the Chief Actuary of Prudential Cambodia, Mr. Freddie Wong.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Freddie Wong. I am the Chief Actuary of Prudential Cambodia. Thank you for the organizer of CamTech 2021, including Cambodia Association of Finance and Technology, National Bank of Cambodia, the Association of Banks in Cambodia, the Cambodia Microfinance Association, putting together this wonderful event for us to showcase the latest fintech. I'm from Hong Kong and I have been working in our Cambodia business since 2019. I'm honored to have the chance to speak at this event this year. So actuaries are the business professionals who analyze and measure risk and uncertainty and use that for various calculations in the insurance business. We are usually regarded as the persons who do the maths, but in fact, we also need to constantly update ourselves on the latest technology development, such that we can apply them in our insurance product design and pricing. Today, I would like to share about our journey in unlocking access to affordable protection in Cambodia. When I first started my job in Cambodia, my observation in the market is that insurance is for the relatively wealthy people. Life insurance solutions here mostly cost about $400 for a year and would require a long-term commitment for like 15 years. While there are fantastic solutions for both protection and saving, these solutions may not be the best fit for the larger population in Cambodia. If a family only earns an average income of $200, we cannot expect them to spend 2 months of income on life insurance. It is very sad though, because these Cambodian families do require protection. If any unfortunate event happens to the breadwinner, their whole family and even the next generation will suffer. When we look further at the statistics, we notice there is a huge protection gap and out-of-pocket health expenditure. And the insurance penetration is still at a very low level. This indicates the need to unlock access to affordable protection here in Cambodia. At the same time, there is in fact quite a large population of internet users of about 10 million. We therefore see the opportunity to offer the protection to the population through digital means. This also guided us to set our purpose for the company, which is to make protection accessible to all Cambodians. We have the vision to have protection so affordable that every Cambodian will be able to have. In order to deliver these truly affordable solutions, with the best customer values. We developed the product on our digital platform, Pulse. Pulse is an AI-powered app developed by Prudential, which understands individual and responds to health needs. This is the center of our digital strategy, and all our digital solutions are also distributed on the Pulse app. We started with a very simple dengue product called Musonsan. In the rural areas of Cambodia, every year in the rainy season, mosquitoes pose a huge risk to them. They spread the disease such as dengue fever. Even in a relatively minor case, the patient will have high fever, suffer from headache, muscle pain, and had to spend their income on the treatment. In some of the more severe cases, it would require hospitalization and could even cause death. We have introduced our dengue product last year. With a starting premium at only $4, we provide an essential protection against dengue. The diagnosis benefit would help the customer deal with the treatment cost, and if unfortunately the customer passes away due to dengue, there is also a life protection benefit to help the family through the hard time. This is our first fully digital product, also the market first in Cambodia, with the full support of our insurance regulator. Customers can buy on our app themselves without any intermediaries. The product will be instant issued without any underwriting requirement. With only a few clicks on the app, you immediately get the protection against dengue. We also offer customer servicing function on our app. That means the customer can file their claim on the app as well. So the whole purchase and claim process is paperless and instant. We are able to pay a dengue claim to our customer within the same day. That would really help our customers' family, as they can immediately have the financial support on the medical bills without impacting their other parts of lives. Technology plays a key role here in delivering these affordable solutions. By simplifying the process and any human intervention, it is possible to minimize the cost of issuing and managing these insurance policies. So this dengue product has set our foundation in unlocking access to affordable protection. And we wanted to do much more. So we started by looking at other kinds of concerns for Cambodia. Therefore, we have continued the journey this year. We conducted market research and noticed traffic accident is the top of mind concern in Cambodia. In fact, traffic accident is also the leading cause of deaths and injury in Cambodia. Only in 2021, first 10 months, it has already taken over 1,000 lives in Cambodia. Accident is something we cannot predict, and within a split second, an incident happens, and what it takes away is not only one life, but sometimes also the whole family future. Prudential Cambodia looks into the problem again and find the most affordable way to offer the protection against road accidents. This is our second digital product, Mouy Safety. We have offered this product in a few different packages for the customer to choose from, and all of them would offer meaningful protection against road accident. It includes both living benefits such as hospital cash, meaning if you stay in the hospital for a certain day, there will be a benefit paid to the customer, or bone fracture, as well as also including death benefit. In order to ensure the cost is as low as possible, we have created the protection with a motor version, which means that the product will provide protection tailor-made on motor-related accident only, which include motorbike or tuk-tuk. The implication is that if you only ride motorbike in the country, you would not be paying extra cost of insurance on a car accident. This can help our customer save a few extra dollars. This shows how much we push our limit to help our customer to the most affordable solutions to their needs. Therefore, the protection packages price again can start with less than $10, and it provides protection for 1 full year. This is at a truly affordable level and provide the best customer values. Technology will definitely change the insurance industry in Cambodia, and it will continue to play a very key role in our journey. This is only the start of our journey that I have shared. We are developing many more digital solutions to further reach our goal to provide protection to every Cambodian. While we deliver more this solution in a more affordable manner, this actually also helps us to gather a large amount of data rapidly. And data is the fundamental for actuary's job. With good quality and quantity of data, this will allow us to push further in finding areas to return even better values for Cambodia. For example, after we collect sufficient experience with our dengue insurance, based on our statistical model, if we have evidence showing the incidence rate has been on a decline due to medical advancement, for example, we will be able to quickly update our pricing, say, for example, further reduce the price from $4 to $3. So when you think further about it, it's really powerful in helping our purpose. When we get insurance accessible to more people through affordable solution, it will then be actually possible to make insurance even more affordable by the data available. This is therefore a self-reinforcing process, and Prudential Cambodia is committed in this journey. And I am personally very excited to take the lead in this part of the journey. I really look forward to the day that we can proudly say that almost all Cambodians would have their life protection. Please do check out our Pulse app and find out more on our affordable solution offer. That's what I would like to share today. Thank you for your participation.
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនៅអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិតយើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនៅអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់ យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផល by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មកងារ Symptom Checker និង Health Check អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមុខងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់
Welcome back everyone, and this is the section which is on the panel discussion. I'm usually getting very excited for panel discussion because we can really deep down to the subject itself with our moderators and speaker. Joining me here in the studio, three gentlemen are actually visibly here. We'll see them soon. It's the moderator and speaker for this morning. Alright, without further ado, I would like to introduce Jim, who is here in the studio. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning.
How are you doing today?
I'm really good, thank you. How are you?
Oh, I'm excited. Thank you very much. Our moderator is the founder and managing partner of DQD Consulting Co. Ltd. Jim was the general manager of PayGo C Cambodia Co. Ltd. for 5 years, positioning PayGo as Cambodia's leader in payment collection and aggregation. Additionally, as one of the pioneers of fintech space, Jim was paving the way of wider acceptance of cashless ecosystem here in the country. He also led M&A of SpeedPay PLC by GHL System Berhad, making it first notable fintech application in the country, especially by international listed company here in the country. Joining him are two other guest speakers, Mr. Lim Chai Po, the VP Project Delivery of IT Innovation. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Thank you very much for joining us this morning. And then we have Mr. Rami Pal, CAF Chairman and IP88 Managing Director. Morning. Alright, a little bit about the subject for this morning. At this session, because we are talking about APIX Journey. APIX is the global cloud-based platform that enables FIS and fintechs to discover one another on a curated global marketplace, design, experiment collectively in the sandbox, and deploy innovation solution rapidly at a lower cost. I mean, I can be honest, I can only read the script, I didn't understand a word, but we will get to know that with the panel discussion, which is appearing shortly. Now, to kick off the initiative, Prudential Cambodia Life Assurance is generously sponsoring the initial funding of marketing and operational initiative and complimentary membership for first 30 CAF members sign up. Now, in order to understand more, like I said, I didn't understand anything at all, so let's get ourselves understood with the panel discussion. Jim, take us away.
Yeah, thank you very much for a very kind introduction. Welcome, gentlemen. It's really good to see you guys. Thank you for making time. So before we start, I would like to give the chance for you guys to have a little bit of introduction of what your company is and what you guys do. So we will start with Remy, please.
Thank you, Jim. IP88 is a regionally based company headquartered in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and we focus on payment aggregation. The team in Malaysia, we consist of over 200 team members, 150 financial institutions, and over 20,000 merchants. But in the context of Cambodia, we are a licensed payment gateway here, focusing on, again, payment aggregations. And our partners are Wing, PaiPay, Visa, Master, online banking of the various banks. And basically, we're the one-stop solution for all payment aggregations.
Thank you very much. Chatbor, could you please introduce a little bit of your company?
Okay, IG Innovation is one of entity under IG Tech Group that we are focusing on research and development to build the platform to have the informal economy, because we can see that the informal economy in Cambodia is very huge, because the more population in Cambodia are working on the informal economy. So in order to have, our Cambodia economy, we need to increase their income and their population to make them earn more and increase the job for them. That's why we come up with this quick platform that starting from the ride-hailing, and we are moving to the delivery marketplace as well as the service on demand. So this is our quick introduction.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, once again, thank you very much for making the time. Now, if you allow me, I would like to have a little bit of introduction of what an APIX is. Yeah. So we're going to be going through a brief introduction of what APIX is. So APIX stands for an API exchange. It's a unique platform by ASEAN Financial Innovation Network, a non-profit organization founded in 2018 by the ASEAN Bankers Association, International Finance Corporation, a member of the World Bank Group, and the Monetary Authority of Singapore. AMTT Foundation and MasterCard are AFIN's corporate founding members. On a mission to facilitate innovation and cooperation between financial institutions and fintechs, APIX was founded as the world's first cross-border open architecture API marketplace and sandbox for collaboration between fintechs and financial institutions, in which participants can integrate and test solutions with each other via cloud-based architecture. To date, APIX hosts hundreds of fintechs, financial institutions on their platforms who are actively using APIX to run proof of concept in a fail-safe environment. Besides hosting their community and their respective APIs, they also from time to time bring other value-added services to them, including grants and investment opportunities. Their partners provide cloud credits for participating fintechs as complementary service to those who are eligible. APIX also runs best-in-class hackathons in a fully virtual environment with some of the leading global multilateral agencies, banks, insurers, and more. We'll go through a very brief introduction of how APIX works. So basically, it's a very see-through procedure. You sign up, you become an APIX member and join our ecosystem of fintech and financial institutions. You post your problem, where a lot of people would be asking how to do it. Then it's pretty straightforward and very easy. They have a board where you can post your problems and people will actually react to it. And then there's an ability for you to make your own prototype and create prototype to validate the solution will work for your business. how APIX can actually help you as fintech. So it helps you to build market credibility. It helps you to connect with qualified clients. It minimizes the time and cost of development prototypes and POCs in the secure platform, and it raises your visibility with the investors. Since we have our respected speakers here, I would like to ask Remy Powell on how IP88 actually came about, APIX, and what was your journey on signing up and actually finding all about it. Could you please share?
Thanks, Jim. From the perspective of IP88, we first found out of APIX through the Association Cambodia Finance and Technology, where Prudential had sponsored the initial marketing for 30 startup members. And so we realized that this platform was an innovative platform that allowed.
Thank you. So going back, from this perspective of IP88, we found out about APIX through the Cambodian Association of Finance and Technology, where Prudential had generously sponsored 30 startups to be on this platform. But from the perspective of IP88, as a payment service provider slash financial institution, we felt that this gave us an opportunity to reach out to fintechs, because basically we felt that this platform was built for fintechs to collaborate with entities such as us, as well as retail banks, insurers, central banks, and other system integrators and investors. So we felt that from IP88, it gave us an opportunity to upload our API, and whereby we would expose our company and our functionalities to the region and possibly globally, to see if anybody was interested or any fintechs wanted to provide a proof of concept, prototyping in terms of Cambodian payments. Being that we're a payment aggregator and have basically all the payment options here in Cambodia, we felt that that was a very good opportunity. Because APIX, it speeds up collaboration with the fintechs and the financial institutions, whereby the initial contact is through the platform, okay? And so, yes, there is a networking and discussion offline, but basically because APIX is a fully integrated, what we call a development infrastructure on demand, because it has full infrastructure, fintechs can go on there and essentially play around with all the APIs that are available to them. And we felt that there was a big marketing opportunity for us as a financial institution to reach out to fintechs, and we don't have to knock on every door out there. If a fintech has technology that they need to involve payments in, they can simply go to APIX and find us there. And I think this was the use case scenario that we were able to accomplish during these times. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Now back to you, Chaipor. Could you please tell us, how did you guys find the IP88 and what happened?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, actually, like I mentioned earlier, since we are the platform provider, so we help our partner to sell their services, to help our customer to get served. But at the end of the day, how they make the payment, that is very important. So we have gone through the internet to search for the payment gateway in Cambodia, because we can see that it's not only helping the user to make the payment without using cash, but during the COVID situation, it's also very good to avoid, using cash, that we call cashless transaction. That's why we go to search on the internet. We can see that, okay, IP88 is the platform. So we try and see. After we click the link, and then we can see that, oh, we can subscribe it. and then we can play around with the API to see how does it work to make us feel confident before we come to the commercial agreement. After that, our team have been tested, and then we feel comfortable. And then we contact Remy, and then we discuss on the commercial part. After that, we come to the agreement. So right now we have, fully integrated, the payment gateway from IP88 into our quick platform, and then we are in the pilot live stage currently. Yeah. So it going to be live soon on the store. Okay, so that how we know IP88 recently.
Okay. There's one more question though. Would you describe the APIX as the platform that actually allowed you to get connected easier and faster? Do you think it's the way how companies, technology companies, and payment providers in Cambodia should connect?
To me, I feel yes, because so far if we are talking about the integration, most likely we need to contact directly to the people or to the provider. And then we have to have another discussion on the commercial part.
Right.
Without knowing about the technical at the beginning. So sometime after we confirm on the commercial part, they need to provide a document to each other. So maybe some constraint during that. So it make the integration take longer time.
Right.
But when we have the platform on board, on the internet, so it very easy. It means that the partner, they can easily go to try to see how comfortable it is before they come to the commercial part.
Yeah.
So to me, it is very easy and convenient.
Sure.
Jim, I'd like to add to that. I think the platform allows to enrich the commercial negotiation, because in the past, the usual, format of a negotiation is you discuss the commercials, get the pricing right, and then you talk about technology. So sometimes technology, you can always configure it, but this way, APIX has kind of flipped that process around and saying, okay, feel comfortable with the technology first. And then when you go to commercials, you really know what you're actually negotiating for in terms of the commercial value that it brings. So I think it really revolutionizes the negotiating of onboarding a company, working together, partnerships, and things like that. So that's what I would add to that. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. So hopefully you guys are going to be launching soon. That would probably be it for today, because I think we have an understanding right now that APIX is the platform that connects payment gateway providers with technology partners, and it makes it a lot easier and less hurdle-free. So thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, I forgot to turn my mic on. That was very obvious. Thank you, gentlemen, for your quick sharing. It doesn't feel like 20 minutes. It was short. Thank you. So actually, I should pronounce it APIX. It's an API exchange, correct?
APIX. Or APIX.
Yeah, but the X is stand for exchange.
Yes.
Now I got it. Thank you. That was enlightening. All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Now let's move to our next speaker. I maybe have so many things lined up for today. They were short, but now let's move to our next section. Our next guest speaker is the Chief Information Officer of Shi.ca World Cambodia Co. Ltd. Shi.ca is a social giving platform that matches person and corporate that wish to give to another person or corporate that wish to receive. Shi.ca helps to monetize activity for both social and commercial benefits to promote sharing is caring. Sharing is the wealth of money, food and others in the category of house, medical, schools, lucky bag, cultures, family, animal and nature. This social giving online platform is to link people or organizations to give and receive together, plus help my neighborhood with nearby specific radius or parameter. Now let us all welcome Mr. Win Skek, who is joining us online. He's the Chief Information Officer of Shi.ca World Cambodia Co. Ltd.
Hello, everyone. Okay, good morning. My name is Vince. Okay, today I would like to introduce a social media giving platform, the matching, the shaker, and the shaky. So the name is called Shika. The Shika actually come from the name of sharing, is caring. From every day, we can see from the internet, newspaper, social medias, and etc. There is a lot of cases. Okay, as an example, like a child dead from hunger every 10 minutes, 10 seconds. Okay, a man freezes to death in 9 Celsius weather because I don't have the blankets. Okay, the Chinese student who did because of now nutrition do have received box of donation, especially now the COVID time, the country lockdown, a lot of people no money, no water, no food, no income. Okay, not only happen in Paris but happen in many countries and even Cambodia. The world need help, and there other people can help. Shika is a social given platform that match person, corporate that wish to give and another person or corporate wish to receive. To make the world a better place, help locally first. So we developed this mobile application platform for the Android and iOS. Especially we will launch in Cambodia first. Estimation will be around January 2020. Okay, can use in the Cambodia to help the locally first. She, the name of she, is a person or corporate, like story, and wish to give or help. Ka is a name, okay, about a person, corporate, to tell a story and wish to receive. So example, who is the ka? Can be a family, can be individual, can be a charity society as well. The she can be a corporate, can be the personal, and whoever need to and wish to donate it. The mobile applications Shika come with the storytelling. You can upload the videos, okay, photo to tell the story. Okay, the CSR, we focus on the local first. Social medias, you can comment, can sponsor for the space for the CSR, and all these come with a small amount volumes based donations. Okay, the amount transactions will go into the transparency and reporting to show all the transaction in clear. Of course, don't forget about data analytics, AI capability, about all the given statistics. Okay, the gift business, okay, not only the kind of the kindness to do the charity, they also bring the profit, awareness, branding, CSR to the business. Each of the donation and who receive it will give back to tell the business, okay, tell the giver, this is the people that you are helping. Thanks for your kindness. Even today, 5G and also high IT technology, but charity donation gift ecosystem has not largely changed. We aim to overcome challenges on the speed, transparency, and tracking capability. Here are some screenshot as below. You can see from the main screen there is awareness banner that corporate or giver they can put their brand, their promotion, their information on top of the banner. And the donation we categorize by 10 category as for now and can be more later, like money, food, house, medical, school, lucky bag, culture, family, animals, and nature. You can post your story easily through the app. Just a click, fill in the detail, and the things will be verified by the Shi.ca administrator. Once verified, they will appear in the app, and there is the easy donation by $3, $5, $10, $20, $50, and even more. You can have a social interactive like comments, add to chat, even share to your friend. Besides that, you can choose a story to donate, or you can do a random. Let's say I want to donate $3 each for 10 family. I will choose it, and system will randomly to choose the suitable family, whoever need help immediately to do the donation on behalf of you. Shi.ca is not only charity, he brings the brand name, awareness, download, and usage through the comprehensive marketing initiative, including building a sales force. For corporate partner, Shi.ca acquire new customers, develop customers loyalty, and strengthen and build your future customer base. Because we not only to give benefit to the whoever need to receive, we also give benefit to whoever need to give the donate, and they can promote their information, their CSR, and their branding. Some of the unique app features, example like we help locally, we help your neighborhood, the nearby, let's say 3 kilometer, 10 kilometer, 30 kilometer, and etc. And all the donation come with a very small amount, okay, and easy, just a click, by $3, $5, $10, and etc. Okay, organizer or even some people, they want to do their own kindness donation, example like 100 box of masks, some food, some bread, and some cake and other things they want to donate. They can do the event through the mobile application easily, and people can come to redeem it. Okay, there is a chat like features for easy communication between each other. There is a photo, video that you can see the information clearly, and that the proof that is the need. Okay. Appreciation, a certificate will be generated digitally to the people who give it, and we categorize by simple 2-level, silver, and gold award classes. We also recruit a lot of consultants. Okay, the consultant is just like the agents or the salesman to identify, to search, and enroll the Shi into the Shi.ca platform, to promote this platform to benefit to all the people, especially local people. Ambassador, we recruit the ambassador such as like KOL, government officer, celebrity, and more to represent this Shi.ca, to market it, and to encourage people to join it. Of course, but not least is the business partner. Business partner, they not only can put their branding in the CSR, they also know who is the one they donate it. They indirectly is helping them to build up the brand, the awareness, to promote their information, and also the kindness to the community and society. So Shi.ca is a very good platform to link each other together, to help each other together. So do you have a story? Maybe we can help. Thank you so much. Back to you, organizer.
Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. I was amazed that, it's not just all the way about business in technology. Sharing is truly indeed a caring. So thank you very much for your presentation so that we all learn from your innovation, which was very helpful for the world and for Cambodia. Now, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, let's move to our next presentation, which already excites me just by the name itself. Invoice Mouy. That is super interesting. Invoice Mouy is a simple, easy to use invoice system for SMEs in Cambodia. It's aimed to help SMEs get paid faster with digital payments through their banking partners. With us this morning in the studio is the founder of Glean, and he has spent over 10 years developing websites and applications for their NGO partners. In this role, he also managed technology consulting projects for international clients, including the World Bank and UNICEF, to deliver efficiency, technology, strategies, and design. Ladies and gentlemen, let me present to you Mr. Jesse Ordorf to tell us more about Invoice Mouy.
Thank you so much. Good morning. I want to thank the organizers of this event and Prudential Cambodia for inviting me out to share about our technology solution called Invoice Mouy. Perfect. So as I said, my company is Glean Asia, and we have a product called Invoice Mouy, which is focused on helping small businesses in Cambodia get paid quicker through digital payments and invoicing systems that are tax compliant and meet the needs of your business as well as your tax obligations. Next slide. Oh, there it goes. Can you go back? Sorry, there we go. So we are Glean, and our focus is on building technology for social good purposes. So we do a lot of work with international donors and businesses and corporations that are interested in having a positive impact on society. And Invoice Mouy is a product that represents our work in 10 years in Cambodia. So our focus really with this product is to help small businesses be able to engage with the tax department. Okay, thanks. Next. So what's the problem and how did this come about? For us, we had a real challenge managing invoices and client invoices both locally in Cambodia as well as for our international customers. And thank you. And it's resource intensive for small businesses in Cambodia to follow up constantly with payments and invoices and receipts. So it really was born out of our own desire and need to help our own business get paid quicker and be in compliance tax-wise in Cambodia. So what is Invoice Mouy? Invoice Mouy focuses on 4 key areas: a simple and intuitive billing system for your small business, a complete customer portal for your customers so that they can access all of their invoices, payment histories, and receipts all in one central place so you don't have to manage the back and forth on the customer service side. It includes innovative digital payments through our banking partners and payment gateway partners. And it also includes custom reporting so that you can keep a better track on what's happening in your business and forecast for the future. So what does it look like? One of the main features we built was a central dashboard that provides you a general overview of how your business is performing. So you can see income and expenses on a high level. You can track any current outstanding invoices you may have or receipts that are due. And also you can see how your top customers are performing in terms of payments for you. And you can also manage and see how your expenses are stacking up for the month against the vendors that you pay on a regular basis. We include a customer management system inside of Invoice Mouy, where you can track all of your invoice statuses. You can manage your estimates and quotes for them. You can view their payment statuses if it's pending, The system will automatically send reminders to your customers every time that you want to follow up with them to remind them to pay or to approve a particular estimate or quote. And you can have it all in one central view. And one of the big things for us in developing this was making sure that your customers have a central place where all of their payment history and information lives. So we created a customer portal that allows your customers to log in and get their access to their own payment history, their receipts for their records. They can process their own payments through the system that way. And then they can update their billing and delivery addresses and any of the information you may want to keep up to date with your customer. You can do simple product and service management. You can keep track of various SKU numbers and photos and unit prices and all of that. So if you're a service-based business and you charge by the hour or the day, you can track and manage those products. Or if you are a manufacturer and you sell products by weight, you can also adjust accordingly and manage exactly how your service or your products are tracked. And we also allow for taxes to be tracked on a product level. So if you have special tax requirements in order to charge a special rate for a product you're selling, you can do that at the product level as well. Expenses. We've included a very simple expense system inside of Invoice Mouy, where you can upload and track your receipts, your vendors. You can categorize all of them, add notes specifically to particular payments. And our aim here is to provide a very simple receipt management tool, and we're not looking to, replace your accounting software. We still recommend that companies and organizations work with either their accountants or bookkeepers to use QuickBooks or any of Xero or any of the other accounting tools that you would. But from a simple expense management perspective, this gives you the option to better manage your expenses. And the key feature for us on Invoice Mouy is the invoices. We've developed custom invoices where you can upload your logo, you can adjust the colors, you can add custom designs, you can put your bank's QR code on there, you can have your customers pay via bank transfer, credit card, or mobile wallet. And they're all designed to meet the GDT's tax requirements, so we will help make sure that your tax and invoices meet the requirements for, depending on how your business is registered and set up, we provide templates for all of those particular tax types. And then payments. So we've worked really hard to make sure that Invoice Mouy is compatible with the majority of the payment players inside of Cambodia. For direct payments through banks, we have payment integration with ABA Bank and Phillip Bank. And then we've also just partnered with iPay88 to help provide payment gateway processing. So if you're at any bank, you can process directly through our work with iPay88. And coming up soon, we will also have an innovative way to have you set up your payment processing through iPay88, where it won't require a complex process, where you can just set up right through our portal, and everything will be set up to go very quickly. So we're very excited about the partnership we have with iPay88. And how is this priced? So we want to make this accessible for every small business in Cambodia. So there is a free plan where if you are only sending a few invoices each month, you can sign up for that free plan. If you're interested in the digital payments, then you can start with our $10 a month plan. And the idea is that this will scale depending on the size of your business. So, as you grow, Invoice Mouy can grow and support your business at whatever stage you are at. So if you are just getting started and registered, a free account might work for you, or if you're processing a few transactions a month, a paid plan, our starter plan could also work for you. And very quickly, where are we headed with our product? So, We launched this in the third quarter of 2021, and this quarter we're finalizing our Telegram and WhatsApp integrations so that you can send your invoices via Telegram or WhatsApp on your messaging devices so people can pay directly there. First quarter we'll finish our mobile app so you have access and your customers have access via native mobile app. We're going to be working on bank account reconciliation automatically with the bank so that your transaction history can just be matched directly to Invoice Mouy. We're building a better support system inside of Invoice Mouy, so if your customers have billing questions or things like that, your billing team can manage that directly with Invoice Mouy. And then the long-term vision is to make sure that we can provide invoicing and inventory financing through our banking partners. If you work with us for a period of time and we have a transaction history for you, the idea is that we'll be able to work with our banking partners to help lend credit to you and your customers. So that's the long-term vision of where we're headed with Invoice Mouy. So I want to, thank you all for your time and opportunity to come speak this morning. If you want to see the product and sign up for it, it is live at invoicemouy.com, or you can find us on Facebook at Invoice Mouy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jesse. I was coming close here on stage, not because your time was up, but because I was like, okay, how much is that? Because sometimes technology and invention say it's to help startup, but it costs so much. And this is very, very helpful. It saves a lot of headache. So thank you very much for introducing us to Invoice Mouy. And the name is amazing, I say it again. Now, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, let's move to our next presenter for this morning. Our next guest speaker is ICT 4D Advisor and Development Innovations. An advocate for free cultures and open knowledge in Cambodia, he has strong interest in technology and is passionate about utilizing appropriate technology to solve local problems. With his background in marketing and research, he can help provide you the resources you need for your technology project. To share more about Startup in Cambodia, the digital platform that showcases Cambodia's vibrant startup ecosystem, both local and overseas. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Mr. Watarat, the Startup Development Specialist of the Joe Startup Center.
Thank you, DJ Nana, for the introduction. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I have an honor to be part of this CamTech Summit 2021, and I will be speaking about Startup Cambodia digital platform and share what it's about to everyone. Again, my name is Watarat. I am the Startup Development Specialist at the Joe Startup Center. Can we show the slide, please? Thank you. Next slide, please. So briefly, to introduce about my organization, the Joe Startup Center is an innovation arm under the Ministry of Economic and Finance. And one of our terms of reference is to build innovative digital platform as a lever for digital economic development and also to support and accelerate startup in Cambodia. Next, please. So in terms of what we are doing, we have 4 components, as you can see from this graphic. Next, please. The first component is startup nurturing. So we run a well-designed support program to help growth startup in Cambodia. And last year, we ran the first acceleration program called Reverse Innovation. And this year, we are running the digital SME acceleration, and for next year we will have 2 more acceleration program. One would be focusing on agricultural value chain, and the another one would be on the green economy. And on the second component, we are focusing on community building. So we run a monthly meetup called Spark Innovation. And we also run other like hackathon activity to grow the community. On the third component is on the research. As we are an innovation arm of the Ministry of Economic and Finance, we also work on policy research to give policy recommendation to the government. So far, we have conduct 3 research on fintech landscaping report. Secondly, on the crowdfunding feasibility study in Cambodia, and also on the SME Go Digital concept note. And all this report can be found and available for download on our website. Besides policy research, we also work on applied research on Khmer language, national language processing. And we are right now working on 2 areas. One is on the Khmer Semitic search, since it would be a good and useful tool for e-commerce startup to actually be able to use our API to do search online in Khmer language. And the other one is on the Khmer OCR, which would be a useful tool to have capture image or Khmer text and convert it into digital character. And on the fourth component, we also working to build a digital platform to support the government and other initiative. And one click, please. And can you click one more? Yeah. And excuse me, can you go back? Sorry. Go back to previous slide, please. Yeah. We are having like 3 digital platform. One is CamDX that one of our colleagues already presented yesterday, and also we are supporting on the work on online business registration. And for today, I will take you on the Startup Cambodia platform. Next, please. So when we ask ourselves or the community, like how is Cambodian startup ecosystem? Next, please. Yep. So like most of the people would respond that the ecosystem is very vibrant, but this still is subjective. And if we ask deeper, like how vibrant it is, what is the level of vibrancy? And if we go deeper, asking this follow-up question, such as how many startups have been scaled up, what is their survival rate, what is their contribution to the GDP, and what is their contribution to employment or job creation, and what are those innovations that are created by startup. So it's the answer. It would be difficult to answer and still inclusive. So that's why we like right now I would like to get your attention to explore what are the challenges in answering this question. Next. So when talking about ecosystem, we can compare it to cooking. To the cooking. So there are many ingredients, as well as the recipe need to be well mixed at the right time, at the right amount. If there are too many volume of one ingredient and too less of another one, still the food or the cooking would not be a good like a good food that we can eat. So when it is not well balanced, there might be a problem, and we might missing something. So again, same to the ecosystem, we need to be able to like create a well balanced where everyone can involve, and also information are well share and spread. Next, please. So I think we are all aware about it, and I would like to reiterate because from many research and report from different bodies, including private sector and government, including the Ministry of Post and Telecommunication, we see like the findings are quite similar. And according to this recent research conducted by Dr. Sarwat from ITC, Dr. Nguyen Lee from TSC, as well as Dr. Fidero from NIST, we can see these are the 6 challenges facing in our local ecosystem. And as you can see, like these 6 barriers on the top of the graph are the cost. And we see that B6 and B5, which are more of lack of specific policy, as well as incomplete institutional arrangement, that is the cause to give effect to other barrier. And as you can see here in the B2, like access to prototyping lab. So this is something that academy, like university or educational institution, can help provide or fill in this gap. And for the access to funding, this is something that big corporation or investor can also fill in this gap. And for access to expert and mentor, this is something that like experienced entrepreneur or the community can help to give back. Next, please. And to quantify these challenges, I would like to give an example of a startup team. Imagine they are creating an e-commerce business, and when they want to create a bank account, it's not possible since they are at early stage and they are not yet commercially registered. So it is impossible for them to create a corporate account. And this is already like a limitation to innovation. And if they are decided to register commercially, then right now it's easy with the online business registration. They can register online, their business online. And given the fact that survival rate of startup are still low, so this is something that we need to think also on how can we help them to close their business easier also. And there are also other actor like mentor startup program, as well as networking or supporting event, as well as the capital. That are multiple challenges that a startup could be facing. Next, please. So at Digital Startup, we think that we as an individual organization cannot solve this challenge alone in our ecosystem. And as an element of this ecosystem, we need to join hands in order to leverage one another's strength in order to create a vibrant and inclusive ecosystem. So again, this would be a complementary effort from everyone, from every angle. And with Startup Cambodia platform, this is our starting point, that we would like to invite everyone to come on board and build the ecosystem together. Next, please. So Startup Cambodia Digital Platform, it is an initiative under Ministry of Economic and Finance and co-managed and co-implemented by Digital Startup Center and Khmer Enterprise. And this platform would serve as a one-stop digital platform with a mission to support local startups in order to build a vibrant entrepreneurship ecosystem in Cambodia. And this is our URL, and we plan to launch this platform to the public in early December next month. Next. So with our platform, we want to bring this value to the ecosystem. One would be a gateway to Cambodia startup. So other people of, elsewhere in the region can learn more about Cambodian startup scene, and also our local startup can also get to know one another, who is who which actor doing what, and what are the resources available for them. So we also serve as the connectivity to encourage collaboration and partnership. We also serve as the exposure to bring visibility of our local startup to the global community, and we also want to serve as a library of resource to inform or to compile relevant resource. Either can be a research, a finding, a toolkit where can be beneficial to the startup. Next, please. So for phase one, our platform would position ourselves as one-stop information hub, and we are focusing on these four elements of content. The first one is the like we will provide a directory of program that support for startup. So this can be like an incubation program, acceleration program that are provided by all actors in our ecosystem. So we invite everyone in the ecosystem to share their information so that we can feature your program in our platform. Second part is we will also have a directory of startup and other ecosystem actors, including mentor, investor, co-working space, service provider, government agency that are working in startup or entrepreneurship, and also private sector that are involved and have a role to play in this ecosystem. The third component is on the event calendar. So again, this would be a community calendar that we feature all events related to startup and entrepreneurship, so that the public can easily access to all this information at one place. And lastly, it would be the resource library, where we plan to feature, for example, like a template document where startup can use, for example, like founder agreement, shareholder agreement, article of incorporation, as well as finding, research, and other government policy that relevant to them. Next, please. So just to give you a quick snapshot in the our ecosystem directory right now, with the launch event that we planned in early December, we already listed this actor, including 74 startup, 37 mentor, 12 entity of investor and other actor, including government, academic institution, and even including development partner. So what we want to say here is that we believe all these actors have a vital role to play in the growing the ecosystem, and we inviting them to actually list it in our platform, and also share more information about what they do, their program, and other resources that they can share to the startup and community as a whole. Next, please. So in the coming month after our first phase one launch, we also envision this platform to have integration, API integration with other stakeholders, and also we will have like an engine for smart matching. For example, we would like to do a smart matching between startup and investor, and also startup to mentors. So this is something that we are working on after the launch of the phase one, and we also would like to engage with other actors in the ecosystem to identify the most needed demand or feature so that we can improve the platform also. Next, please. So far we have this partner already on board on our platform. We have UNDP and Impact Hub Phnom Penh helping us to vet to grow the mentor network, and they also will be running mentor certification training so that we can formally train or build capacity of the mentor so that they can offer quality mentoring to the startup also. We also engage with like non-profit organization, academia, big corporation, as well as the investment side. So we will be reach out to more actors in the ecosystem, and we are looking forward to partnering with you and your organization in the near future. Next, please. So again, I would like to re-emphasize on this key takeaway. Ecosystem, we need to join hands in order to co-create and build this vibrant and inclusive ecosystem complementarily from every angle. And next, please. And this is our social media link. So please follow our Facebook page as well as check out our LinkedIn. So you can stay up to date about this platform from our Facebook page. Thank you.
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនៅអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផល by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មកងារ Symptom Checker និង Health Check អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមុខងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់
này cũng thấy nè
កំពុងតែបានតាមអនឡាញ
ចុះឥឡូវនេះក៏មិនទូទាត់ឲ្យហ្មងទៅ
ទូទាត់តាមណាវិញហ៎
នេះតាម Philippines Virtual Mastercard យើងគ្រាន់តែបញ្ចូលលេខការព័ត៌មានផ្សេងៗនិងលេខកូដ OTP ប៉ុណ្ណឹងជាការស្រេច
ចុះ Philippines Virtual Mastercard ហ្នឹងអាចប្រើបានលើខ្លះហ៎
អូយើងអាចទិញតំណែងលើអនឡាញពី Facebook Page និងការកំសាន្តលើអនឡាញបានច្រើនទៀតហ៎ Philippines Virtual Mastercard Your World of Possibility
ចាតើហើយបងចាបងចាចេញតើឡើយចាំតិចទេបងចាប់គេចេញខ្ញុំផ្ញើលុយទៅឲ្យមែន
Welcome back, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. And now we are having the next panel discussion. Everybody is so interested and excited about blockchain. The question is why? I have no idea. But this morning we will have a panel discussion to discuss more about blockchain for good here in Cambodia. I mean, I'm a little bit nervous because I'm surrounded by 6 strong big men. And I think this is the biggest panel discussion we ever had in 5 days. But it's okay. They're very warm and they're very kind. They've been here for like 10-15 minutes now, and they're kind enough to let me introduce each of them with just their name and not their family name, so that I don't mess things up. So thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us and moderating this panel discussion. Once again, welcome Akchai. Hi again.
Thank you, Nana. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. I'm good. Thank you for coming back again for the moderation. And then Akchai is the content lead at Prudential Cambodia. Joining him is Mike. Hi. You need to use your mic. Turn his mic on, please.
Hello.
It's alright. You get later. I will assist you with that. Right, Mike is CTO and CEO of Sabai Digital Corporation. And then we have Dorothy. Hi.
Hi. Bye.
Yes, I said earlier I don't have to introduce family name, but I get so used to your name. He's the co-founder of Cylindra. That's new for me. I haven't seen you a while. Now you have a new company.
3 years, enough time to build another one.
Yes, Cylindra Open Network Blockchain. And then we have Todd. There, here you go. Todd is the founder of Funa Conversation NFT. Right. And we have Thomas here in the panel as well. Good to see you. Yes, you also need to use your mic.
Good reminder.
Thank you. And then last but not least, he was here just a little bit earlier, Mr. Jesse. Welcome back.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, like I said, this is the biggest panel discussion we had so far in 5 days at the CamTech Summit 2021, powered by Prudential. But still, you have the same time like other panel, 50 minutes. And then you will enlighten us with why blockchain is interesting and excited. Now I will escape from the studio now and hand over the floor to Akchai and take it away.
Thank you. Hi everyone. So in today's session we're gonna strip away all the hype and controversy of blockchain and really dig deep into what makes this technology so interesting, why is it everywhere, why is everyone talking about it. But before we sort of get into that, what I want to just quickly cover is what is blockchain. So I've got a few slides, we'll just get through the basics, and then we're going to break up the conversation into use cases of blockchain. So we have the use case for the financial sector, also for the payment sector with Mike and Jesse. We'll dig into capacity development and developer sort of capacity development in the blockchain sector with Rithi. And then what Tom will sort of take a global perspective and see what's happening around the world with blockchain, how is it being used, where is it going. And then with Todd, we have a very interesting application of blockchain, which is NFTs, and then that's towards charity. So let me just quickly see if the slides are working, and then okay, the slides are working. So at the very heart of it, a blockchain is a distributed ledger, and a ledger contains entries. But what's different about the way these entries are put in is that a single block in a blockchain consists of a hash, it consists of the data, and then it consists of the hash of the previous block. The data is anything you want to store in a blockchain. It could be an art, it could be a statement of fact, it could be just some information that you want to put in there. The hash is how it is cryptographically secured. And so if you change the data, the hash changes, and then it's connected to the previous block as through the hash of the previous block. So how would that work? As you can see here, there's a linked chain. So everything has hash and the hash of the previous one. The first block's hash is always 0. And so it connects. Now, and everyone in the distributed ledger has a copy of this information. So if someone goes and changes the data, which is the next slide, then automatically it creates a contradiction. So people can see that the data has been changed because the hash has been changed. So not everyone in the chain agrees on what is this, on this change. So it becomes incredibly difficult for you to go and change every single ledger. And this is really what fuels this blockchain, because when you look at all these people who are holding the ledger, and they have to build consensus among themselves on what is fact inside the ledger. So this is really the essence of what blockchain is. Now, there are obviously different implementations, there are different protocols, and so on and so forth, and we're not going to get into that today. But what we're going to talk about next is, I'll hand it over to Mike, and I want to understand, Mike, how are you seeing blockchain at Sabai? What's the use case for you, and what's the problem you're trying to solve?
Hi, thank you for having me on that panel. So at Sabai, we have a large technology stack, and one of the most important things that we need to solve is collecting money for services. So Sabai is at heart a content provider. We are producing a lot of digital content. So producing digital content means we need to accept digital payments because we can't really do cash on delivery. So the digital payment world has really exploded with the mobile revolution coming to Cambodia in like 2013, 2014, 2015 was really a time where it jumped in mobile usage. And then of course, obviously, we had players like Bing and TrueMoney and ABA pioneering that space, bringing digital payments. For us, it created a challenge that we now found ourselves in need to integrate with a lot of different payment providers. And there are 50-something commercial banks in Cambodia, 10 plus wallets. So we started our journey in 2016 to work with payment providers. And we very fast discovered that there is a lot of differences. Each payment provider has its own API. They have their own implementation. They have their own technical understanding, some of them better than others. And we found ourselves in a lot of disputes. So we looked at a transaction being confirmed using APIs. Sometimes that worked, sometimes that didn't. And then there was a long period of time to figure out where is the fault, what happened, and why can't we make that process smooth. So in 2018, we looked at blockchain technology, and we realized that actually is a solution that can help us to store information in an immutable way. Because it's becoming immutable, and because of the properties of blockchain that involve creating digital signatures, we could create a solution using blockchains where we can create one source of truth that cannot be lied to. So very important for us was then to say, okay, if we implement that technology with our payment partners, how can we basically eliminate the issues that we have? And the issues that we have are focused on making sure that we have a record that is the truth, and making sure that record cannot be changed, and making sure that both parties don't need to trust each other. There is no known way currently where our IT staff or their IT staff could change any parameters to make the record appear or disappear. So in 2018, we looked at the Stellar Foundation's blockchain, and we implemented a private copy in Cambodia, and we are now using that with payment providers as a source of record. So once the payment provider has negotiated with the user negotiated. So they basically ask the user, please put in your password, please put your PIN, select payment to Sabai. Once that process is confirmed and the user has confirmed that they want to make a payment to Sabai with the payment service provider, they will then make a record at the blockchain. We will read that record and deliver service. We both have agreed that the records being made on that blockchain are the statement of truth. So when we going back to resolving issues, we basically can both point at the same source of truth and say, yes, here's that record. We have acknowledged that, and if we have not given services, then obviously we need to fixing that. And if the record doesn't exist, then we know there's an issue with the payment service provider that they need to fix before they come to us. So implementing blockchain technology has really helped us streamlining the process with collecting payments in the digital space. And for us, because our payments are not large, we're not collecting hundreds of dollars, we are collecting $1 or $2. So, but we have thousands, hundreds of thousands of them. So basically tracing down small missing payments take a lot of time. Using that technology, we can reduce that time and we can basically eliminate most of the problems. That's how we use blockchain at Sabai.
Okay, so if I could do a quick follow-up to that question, yeah. If you're in the interaction, you provide a service to the user, you've provided a content to the user, and then the user has made a payment in exchange through the payment service provider to you, right? The only thing that the blockchain is validating is that the payment was made.
Yes, so we are not looking to implement anything. So basically, the settlement with payment providers remains the same as it is now. We simply needed to have a system where we can say this is the source of truth for acknowledging the payment has happened. One of the biggest problems that we have with APIs is that it is never quite clear with the API of when is the payment being successful. So some payment providers say the payment is successful the moment I deduct the money from the user's balance, and then I call your API. If that call succeeds or not does not influence the validity of the payment. Other payment service provider says, yeah, I do the same thing, but I call you and I need your acknowledgement from your API before the payment is valid. So each of them has different standards. And we basically found a common standard to say, if that entry on that blockchain exists, the payment is valid. And we all agreed on that standard. And then basically we have one common source of truth, so to speak, that is what happens. So yes, we only validate, we only validating that the user has agreed to make that payment and was able to make that payment because the payment service provider was able to deduct the money from their balance, and then they acknowledge that on our blockchain.
Okay.
Just to add, so we are basically running this since 2019 at Sabai, 2019-2020. We had basically good success of implementing all our services on that, and we are now hopefully trying to launch this as a commercial product in the market space in Cambodia to help other people who have the same issues, I'm sure they have, to use a solution where we can establish a network of enterprises and merchants who are in the digital space and payment service providers to use this platform as a record of truth for reconciliation that a payment has happened. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mike. So Jesse, if I can pull you into this conversation.
Sure,
right?
yeah.
What are some of the things that, I mean, I know you've just launched and we just heard a presentation about yourself, but I would assume that at some point this getting blockchain into your systems would be of interest to you. So what are the kind of problems you see yourself facing, and then how do you see this technology playing out in your stack?
Yeah, it's a good question, and Mike brings up an incredible point, because for a startup, you know, we had the exact same problem and lacked even more technical resources than a company the size of Sabai would have, right? Where we're looking at the payment providers and saying, okay, there's at least 10 that we need to identify and work with directly. We need to have conversations with them. We need to access their APIs, learn how they implement it, and then bring it into our system. And then we're kind of at their mercy too, because sometimes the APIs change without us fully being aware of it. We're so small that, you know, they're not going to get on the phone necessarily and let us know if something had changed. And so, yeah, for us, we're looking at it in terms of like for blockchain to be integrated in, like what Mike is talking about, helps us in a way that we can just verify, you know, the settlement process, the transaction process with one single source of truth, that allows us to focus on what we want to focus on, which is not the payments side of things, right? We want to focus on building a good software product that, you know, makes sense for our customers. And you know, another piece of this too is digital identity, right? So there's a whole piece of verifying who the user is, and anyone that works in the financial space knows some of the challenges with like know your customer and all of those pieces, and having a centralized place where we can verify the person who is at one end of this conversation or one end of this transaction saying, this is me and this is me, it just helps us in the long run, and it doesn't require a huge technical debt for us to take on, especially as just a very small startup just trying to be active in the space, you know. And our customers are all small businesses, so they don't understand, you know, the technical side of this, so they're just asking, why can't my payment come from this customer to here easily? That's all they want, right? They just want a lower threshold to getting paid, you know, quicker. So, yeah.
Okay. So, one of the things that you've sort of highlighted so far is that you don't have capacity, right? And so you're a small startup, and this is generally a capacity problem. That's a good segue to get Rithi involved here, yeah? Because Rithi is doing some stuff that's actually going to be promoting this capacity development in Cambodia. So Rithi, why don't you tell me a little bit about, or tell us a little bit about Salandra and how you're seeing that space evolve?
Okay, so first of all, my name is Rithi Tol. I'm co-founder of Salandra. Salandra is a layer 1 blockchain built on top of Substrate Polkadot framework. The goal of this blockchain is to empower the next generation of developer to get into blockchain earlier. Our belief is that blockchain is in the early days compared to the internet in the late 90s or early 90s. So it's here to stay, and if it is here to stay, then it will be part of our life in the next 10 to 20 years. That means any developer or any young people that want to get into this technology should get into it right in. I have been hovering myself around blockchain from 2012 to 2015, just like round and around. I didn't know what it was, but it was that nobody actually encouraged me to go. There was, out of 100 people, 99.99 people pulling me out and said this is scam and this is not going to work and all of that. So then by 2015 I got all in, and then I realized, oh, I'm actually wasted my time, and so I don't want to see the next generations of people, especially in Cambodia, miss out in the next 10 years. So if they get in earlier, they can then build on top of existing blockchain or build a better blockchain than what we can do. Right now, what Salandra is trying to do is to build a very easy blockchain development interface, so that developer can drag and drop some part. Of course, they have to write a few difficult piece to get into blockchains, but we hope that our team can guide them through the process easier. And so developing, there are two main challenges we're trying to accomplish. One is developability, giving access and build better and easier blockchain interface for developer, and then interoperability. Everyone talk about it. We don't actually know how to get in there yet, but I'm sure that someday soon, when we have less work on our core blockchain, we could get into interoperability more easier. At the moment, we just connect to existing blockchains such as like Binance Smart Chain or Ethereum, so that our dApp developer don't have to connect it themselves. Everything already connected.
And so presumably, are you looking out to do some sort of trainings and educational content just to kind of get people more aware of how to get into this space? But why early stage developers? Why that group?
I have talked to generations of developers, early stage entry levels and the early stage experienced developer. Experienced developer, they can get into the space very easily, but they have other way to earn a lot more money than if they change their career to then go into blockchain. So for them, it's like 50-50. They don't have to go, and if they want to go, they can. But most of the time, they don't want to go because it's out of their comfort zones, and they don't want to change more things. Entry level or early developer, they don't have anything on this side, and so maybe on the other side of the technology, which is blockchain industry side, would make them a better career in the next 1-2 years. So it's easier for them to get into that, and it's more native for them, and it's easier for us to convince them. Say, hey, try this out. Give them like a few $100 as a grant, or like $1,000, $2,000 as a grant, then they get into that easily. Try to give $2,000 to an experienced developer that has $200 an hour, not so much, right? So, and there are also at the same time many young people in Cambodia. There's like 500,000 to 1 million students all around Cambodia, and like hundreds of thousands of students every year coming out or coming into university and getting out of university. So there's a bigger pool of that talent than experienced developer. And one other way we are trying to do is to build some sandbox application. That sandbox is like, it's not build a template and that give away, but the working sandbox, such as a decentralized exchange protocol, so that people can experiment real time, real value on the network. And another way we're trying to do is to onboard more people onto the blockchain space through tokenization of real world asset, and then deposit that asset, token asset, and then borrow out another stable token so that they can then integrate into the world of blockchain, not only in Cambodia but globally, borderless.
Okay. Could you talk a little bit more about this aspect of tokenization and fractionalization, right? Specifically with what you're thinking of with Vitamin R.
Yeah, so another project that I'm trying to do along in parallel with Slendra, which is Vitamin Air. So in 2017, when starting Slendra, we bought 110 hectares of land in the mountain. Then we thought of two ways to experiment that with blockchain. One is to tokenize future carbon credit. The world is thinking about global like carbon thing. That's another topic of its own. But there's not many ways for many people to capture value from carbon credit. In fact, Cambodia is more like carbon negative, but the Cambodian government do not have a way to measure that effectively and then get enough money from protecting the forest. So that's why incentivize not enough to protect the forest. Leaving that aside, a more practical and easier to get in is a fractional ownership of a property. So out of that 110 hectare, we reserve 30 hectare to try to tokenize those 30 hectare in square meter base. So 1 square meter, let's say 100 token, and then the land price will be tied to the token price, tied to the land price per square meter. And that allowed people to get into buying the land. So, for example, as we know, most property, most land go up in value in time. But since buying land is tedious, a lot of work, a lot of time, and very risky, most people cannot have enough money to pay for a big piece of land. But imagine a student that has $200 that want to invest into an ownership of the land of that 30 hectare, for example. This is one of the potential use case we're trying to do. Then even a student from countryside with $200 saving don't want to put, let's say, in somewhere else, but then invest into a property. They would not be able to put into a property like that. They may buy a small plot and pay over time with interest, but this way they hold property that gain value. At the same time, with the value of that land, they can deposit into, let's say, a DeFi platform that then borrow out another token that can be used in the crypto space, so that they own the land, at the same time they still have a withdrawal of the token. Similar to that, if you own a house, you put money in, you put that house title, home title in a bank, and then you take out the money from the bank. DeFi will play out that way. We will seek advice from relevant partner and stakeholder to see how we can go about to do this in a more safe, fair, and transparent for everyone involved.
Okay. So you've touched upon an interesting use case, and now let me hand over to Tom, and maybe Tom can tell us, because fractional ownership, these kind of conversations are taking place across the world, right? So maybe you could just give us an overview of some of the global trends and the global use cases for blockchain.
Certainly, actually, and thank you for the great question, and it leads on very well from what Riti was saying. Indeed, when people hear of blockchain, most of the time they think of cryptocurrencies. But once you start to dive deeper, you realize that there are entire categories and subcategories, all with different applications. So for example, the most well-known one falls into the store of value narrative, functioning somewhat as a digital gold. But others go much further, such as Riti's Salendra. They are blockchains upon which decentralized applications, or DApps, can be built upon, and into which smart contracts can be encoded. So many don't realize actually that the Ethereum token, for example, is simply the gas you need to engage with the Ethereum blockchain. In the same way that everybody goes and puts oil into their scooter, you need Ethereum to engage with the decentralized apps on the Ethereum blockchain. And so if more people want to use those apps, the price will go up. And there are now thousands of these decentralized apps being built on top of layer 1 solutions like Ethereum, and hopefully soon like Salendra. Subcategories of DApps, and application implies they have some utility as well, include exchanges where you can swap your tokens, DeFi lending protocols such as Compound, where you can take out loans and provide your collateral to others to give them loans. NFT marketplaces, we'll go into this a bit later as well, such as OpenSea, which allows users to buy, trade, and auction their digital art and assets. And even gaming is a use case for NFTs. There's one popular example called Alien Worlds, where users can utilize their in-game digital assets, their NFTs, to engage with the game. Most of those just mentioned were built on Ethereum. But to share a few of the applications on the kind of topic of blockchain for good, already using blockchain-based stablecoins that Riti touched upon can enable users near instantaneous transactions of vast values across the globe at a fraction of the cost of a bank's SWIFT fees or transfer platforms such as Wise, which are taking on some of their value already. And theoretically, if applied correctly, this can enable millions of overseas workers to send their remittances home, paying less to transfer agents, and keeping more of their hard-earned cash in their own pockets. Of course, central bank issued digital currencies will be able to perform this function as well in the future. You could also, as another application, you could also envision a future where people can engage with a decentralized app built on the Terra blockchain called Mirror. This app could enable people who have never had a bank account before to buy synthetic stocks and index funds, such as the US S&P 500. So enabling people to access these wealth-generating tools that have previously been the realm of the wealthy, the fortunate, or the financially literate. So I think this is a really exciting application of it. To dive further into this, UNCTAD, the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, put out a really good report recently on harnessing blockchain for sustainable development. And they have 17 case studies, one for each of the SDGs. To just share a few of them, I have a whole section of them here. There's one called VP Cash, which was an application backed by UN Women. And this uses blockchain technology to enable secure transfers between women, so enabling them to have greater access over household finances. The Thai Electronics Transaction Development Agency also embarked on a digital ID platform aiming to get those who don't have a birth certificate registered using a blockchain-based timestamping so that they can really authenticate the ID of this person. And even the healthcare system of Cuba is working on a centralized medical history of Cuban patients so that any stakeholder in the Cuban medical industry can access the health records of those patients. So of course, just to finish on those ones, many of those come with heavy risk and regulatory complications. Most of these are a proof of concept stage. And there is a lot of hype, as you mentioned previously. Many will fail, and indeed regulators are catching up with many of these developments, and they may decide that some of these are not suitable for their population. That may still happen. And so everything I say, please take with a caveat that everything is quite at an early stage. But I also believe, as a co-founder of Fauna NFT, that NFTs can be used as a donation mechanism. My colleague Todd will explain this in the future, so I'll just very briefly introduce the concept of an NFT.
Sure.
NFT, for those out there who are not familiar, stands for non-fungible token. Even as an English native speaker, I had to Google what fungible meant when I first delved into this space. If something is fungible, it means it can be replaced by something identical to it. A non-fungible token is unique. It can't be replicated, and its ownership and authenticity can be traced and proven on the blockchain. So an NFT can be many things, but so far most have been collectibles or art, or digital art. So one example of this is the NBA Top Shots collection. And one of these recently sold for a record-setting $208,000. And the NFT just resembles a GIF of a basketball moment. You would think, why is this special? Why can't I just copy and paste it? And the answer, quite frankly, is you could copy and paste it, but it wouldn't be authentic. And this could easily be checked on the blockchain. So in the same way, nobody would want to buy, in my generation it was Pokemon cards. No one would want to buy a fake Pokemon card if you knew it was fake. Nobody will want to buy a fake NFT. And they will easily be able to check that it's fake through its record on the blockchain. The other question that comes up with NFTs quite a lot is, why would I want a digital collectible that I can't really touch in the real world? And this is one that I had to get my head around as well. The only way I can think about it is, in the same way that probably you would not want to receive a fax anymore, or a letter for a business correspondence. If I was to send a letter to Sabai to ask them for something, it would be incredibly inconvenient. I can see a future where people may want to, it will be simply more convenient to hold their collectibles in a digital form. It doesn't fray, it doesn't damage with time. It can be easily moved and stored. And overall easier to manage. And so although it's a new concept, I can see a trend heading that direction. And so with that said, I know my colleague Todd will explain more in detail, so actually I'll pass back to you.
All right. So before I go into Todd and start a small war between Todd and Rithi, I just want to have a sense of, what I really liked about your talk was that it sort of gave an overview of the fact that blockchain is, to be honest, a very new, very emerging sort of technology. It has some applications that have kind of neared sort of implementation, such as what Mike described. But then there are other implementations or protocols that are still sort of being figured out, right? And it's also a process, because technology evolves only as fast as people talk about it, and as much as people get involved in it or engage with it, and then find its flaws and weaknesses and so on and so forth. And we're still very early in that stage with regard to blockchain, right? So some parts obviously we're more involved in, some parts we're obviously less involved in, NFTs being one of those areas. But now let me kind of hand it over to Todd, because you recently won a seed round with ADB to start Fauna, and you've beat some people in the carbon credits tokenization space, yeah? And so it's interesting to kind of hear about that.
Yeah, I come in peace. and I'll get to the competition in a bit. But I think it's a good idea to start with how we came up with this idea. So Tom and I are both adventure lovers, and we like going into nature. We've always been fans of conservation. And so we were recently kayaking in Curated, looking for the endangered Mekong dolphin. And whilst we're there on the river, we're putting around ideas of how we could basically use market systems, but in a digital age, to help conservation. And through that, Fauna was born. So what is the Fauna Conservation NFT? So essentially, it is like a trading card, kind of like Pokemon cards, baseball cards, football stickers, any of these tradable collectibles. However, it's all online, so there's no physical item. And then the key difference being that our NFTs are based on real-life endangered animals. And the sales of our NFTs go directly to contribute to the conservation of those animals. So for example, a NFT of the endangered Irrawaddy dolphin. The sales of that could go towards a Cambodian wildlife NGO to support those Irrawaddy dolphins. So that's the basic premise. What we're looking to be is the first non-profit on blockchain. We want to have 100% of our profits going towards the conservation of these animals. And really our tagline that we're going for is collect and conserve. So we'll be able to collect these cards, you can trade them, you can sell them, but the money going towards a good thing. So there's three key benefits of our project. Firstly, it's raising awareness. So just the fact that you have these collectibles and people can trade them and buy them and sell them raises awareness to the rarity of these animals in real life, because the NFTs, the rarity of them, will be representative of the rarity of the animal in real life. The second key benefit is obviously the funding and the money that's going to be raised. So as we said, the money will go to helping those animals in reality. So we're having our digital space, but impacting real life. The third thing, less of a benefit and more of us doing a counteraction, is that we're going to be carbon negative. So with new blockchains today, as they're developing, they actually don't take up much energy if you're using the newer ones. So blockchain always gets a bad rep for using a lot of energy, but actually it doesn't have to. And we're going to put a portion of our revenue towards carbon offsetting to ensure that we're not just carbon neutral, but carbon negative, so that we're actually a net gain for the environment. So there's three key things I want to point out as to why this has to be done on blockchain, and why this couldn't just be a physical card, why we couldn't just be a new Pokemon card. So the first thing is that it's global. By having a global digital product, it means that there is no product created. As Tom mentioned, no physical item, you don't need to send things, so it enables a global market much easier. The second thing is that full transparency. So being on the blockchain means that everything is recorded. So you will know exactly how much money, how much revenue we create, where that money goes at an organizational level. So we can say that, we don't have to say, you could look it up and see how much money each of our partners is getting, where it's going. So full transparency. And when it comes to development organizations, that's incredibly important. Thirdly, it's going to be sustainable. So a key difference between having a physical card and a digital card is that if you were to sell a physical card, you have a super rare Pokemon card, and you sell it for $1 million. All of that $1 million goes to the owner of that card. However, what we're going to do is have a commission baked into the blockchain so that forever into the future, sales of our product continues to generate revenue for our conservation partners. So this is a long-term sustainable solution. It's not a one-off. So that's three key reasons why it should be on blockchain. Speaking of the ADB competition itself, so we pitched last month in front of, with 99 other competitors. Included in them were teams from Thailand, Singapore, some of which working on carbon credits. And so I think the point to raise here is not that we beat them, which we did, but that there's lots of other ideas. There's a huge amount of space here for all of these different teams with all of these different solutions which blockchain can be used for benefits. So just Finally, I'll just say, what we're working on now, which is that we're hoping to have a launch in early 2022. We're currently speaking with development partners. We want to work with conservation bodies across the world. As I said, we want this to be a global platform. So that's really what we're looking for now, to reach out to partners and to get started in early next year.
Okay. So let me just sort of begin the wrap up, right? And so here's how I would characterize it. Over the last 5 speakers, we've looked at people who've gone out and gotten invested in or excited about or implementing blockchain from the purpose of that it offers certain features that allows them to serve real world issues, right? And I think, as this is probably the last day of the summit, I think one of the most important things about technology, what we need to understand, is that technology exists to solve problems, right? And at different points in time, different technologies will come up that will create the ability to solve problems that previous technology could not. Yeah, the car solves a problem that the horse or the horse carriage could not. The plane solves a problem that the ship could not. And as these technologies evolve, there's this opportunity, and people will come into these technologies in a sort of exploratory sense. But that exploration is always about sort of trying to solve people's problems, right? Or it's about solving the world's problems, as we've seen at least in the carbon credits tokenization and the sort of conservation NFT space. So just like as a quick wrap up, right? So I want to go around the table and ask each of you, what is this one thing, keep it short, what is this one thing that you think is a technology or is a blockchain implementation that you're interested about, and why? And then we'll just go through that, right? And we'll wrap this session up. Yeah. Mike?
Start with Mike. Can't keep it short. I have to say one thing to tie it a bit in here. Is a blockchain in itself, I think in our introduction we showed that actually is fundamentally a store of information. And the information there is stored in a way that it is 100% attributable. I always know who made that record. And it is immutable. Nobody can change that. And it has a decentralized copy. That concept is, in computer terms, very old. It's coming from the 90s. The technology is coming from the 80s of how to create digital signatures. We are now discovering ways of how to use that ability to store information in this way to generate new applications. Looking at NFTs, looking at decentralized finance and letting protocols. We are finding a way that we can say, oh, I have a way to store in an immutable way information that nobody can change. What can I do with that? And there, the applications are limitless. I really see a lot of projects, especially now during COVID time, that utilize blockchain to record information, to basically able to say somebody has got a vaccination, we make a record on a blockchain. That is something that is there and can't be faked. So authorities who issue any kind of certification can actually use that system to create a permanent record that cannot be modified of assets, of ownership, of achievements. So I can't really pick one thing that is very, very interesting because the applications are so wide when using this technology.
Okay. Jesse.
Yeah, I think for me, and we spend a lot of time at Glean and working on Invoice Mouy to help our customers stay tax compliant, and that's a big piece for us. So I think one of the more interesting applications for this is really on the government side and implementing blockchain technologies so that we can have a ledger that is accessible and verified and things like that. With our work, it would be great to see those technologies start to be implemented, and I know some of it has started to happen already too, but yeah, to allow, we can do better tax compliance, tax filing, for example, if we have, information stored on, a ledger on the blockchain and things like that. And so, yeah, I think for government and then just transparency in general, right? Lots of organizations and governments are trying to look at, okay, how do we be transparent? How do we build these systems where you can start to see where financial systems, donors, and all of those transactions, cash transfers as well, how can we help show, and it's verified across, anybody can access it and see where things are happening and how it's happening. I think those are two areas, I'm really interested in and I see a lot of opportunity for, in the future.
Cool. Tom?
So I think two of the safe ones have been taken. I have to think about this. So the ones that I'm most excited about personally are some of the most controversial ones. So, but they don't have to be. For example, transfer of funds overseas. I think it's ridiculous that you have to pay $15 SWIFT fees, $25 intermediary fees, $25 fees to transfer funds from from Cambodia to the UK. That is an antiquated system that I think doesn't need to go. It can innovate. It can change to what is available now. And I really like the aspect of central bank issued digital currencies, because I think they will be able to perform that function. You'll be able to send cross-border transfers much faster, much cheaper, much quicker, and that's much more important for overseas workers sending remittances than it is for foreigners working in Cambodia. So that's an area that I'm particularly excited about. Of course, decentralized finance as a whole is one that has vast potential, and I think people are just starting to see what these protocols can do. You can, using your collateral, you can take out a loan straight away. But these are controversial aspects that need regulators to look at it. But they're happening in the world right now. People are using them, and so that's the trend that I'm excited about. I'll leave it there.
But there's something you've also said. You said that, look, regulators have to be comfortable around how these technologies affect the populations they serve, right? So this is not this. I mean, the technology can exist, but if it's not yet in a scaled, safe space, then it just shouldn't be brought in, right? Which I think is it's okay to be excited about.
I think you have to add the
concept
time aspect as well. And it is international remittance could take days currently with the system that we have, and basically using that technology, we put it down to seconds. It's quite a big achievement as well.
Okay. Sure. Todd?
Yeah, I would, going off partly what both Jesse and Mike said, I think the transparency part of it is key. Being able to say that, these two things happened, and it happened, and everyone can see it, and that can't change, and there's no disputing that. But added onto that is then the smart contracts, and so the automation aspect of it. So saying that this happened, and we can prove that that happened, and because of that, this next thing will happen. So with us, we're planning on having that be the automation of essentially the funds coming in, going straight to our partners, and then the transparency of no one can dispute that. It is clear, it has happened, and it was automated. So it's for me, both the combination of sort of the smart contract automation aspects with the transparency is very exciting and has lots of uses outside of our one use case.
Ricky?
Nothing else to add. I think everyone bring in very good point. What I'm most interested about and have been pushing through to do this is a tokenized real world asset and make it accessible to a broader audience of retail investors, so that more people that in history has been left behind could get into this while building other things for their life. At the same time, looking to partner with ministries, department to pilot blockchains for government. We talked to a few departments from 3 different ministries to see if there is a way. Jesse brought up digital identity or digital ID. These are the things that is like at the core that's hinder the growth and adoption to blockchain, into the blockchain for any country. If regulator agree to then pilot a program, let's say digital ID for students, then that part would be a resemble for the next big phase, which is nationwide ID, passports, and other things. Although this is a big challenge, I don't believe that will happen in the next few years, but it will happen regardless, I think, because we have to evolve with the technology develop. And I think every government knows that, they just don't know yet on how to integrate it into technology. And hopefully we want to be the navigator to help push that faster.
Okay. So that sort of brings our panel to a close. I hope you got more information than you needed. And it's just a call that stay curious, find out more. This is a very new and exciting space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Don't move yet. Stay here. Accompany me for the next 2-3 minutes. Thank you very much, Akshay, for the excellent moderation. I like it when a speaker is asked to make like final conclusion, which is supposed to be closing, and then you just open up the new discussion, which need probably another hour. But really, thank you very much for enlightening us for this morning discussion. Now, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, this concluded the half day of today's event. We have learned so much about affordable healthcare, social giving platforms, invoicing system, and all others. This morning was already so packed, but there are more to come, interesting and inspiring topic for this afternoon as well. This year, World FinTech Festival in Cambodia is made possible in partnership with Singapore FinTech Festival and with the help and support from many partners and sponsors. But for now, I mean, we all gain a lot of food for our thought. We do still need our food for stomach. Please enjoy and have a great lunch. Don't go anywhere yet. I mean, you can take off from your phone a little while, but please come back at like 1:15 because we still have afternoon session to come. Thank you very much once again, gentlemen. See you guys later.
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនូវអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទ Call by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មុខងារ Symptom Checker និង Health Check អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមុខងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទ ហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់
này cũng thấy
កំពុងតែបានតាមអនឡាញ
ចុះឡើយមានកម្មទូទៅដល់ហើយមកទៅ
ទូទៅតាមណាវិញហ៎
តាម Philippines Virtual Mastercard យើងគ្រាន់តែបញ្ចូលលេខការព័ត៌មានផ្សេងៗនិងលេខកូដ OTP ប៉ុណ្ណឹងជាការស្រេច
ចុះ Philippines Virtual Mastercard ហ្នឹងអាចប្រើបានលើខ្លះហើយ
អូយើងអាចទិញតំណែងលើអនឡាញ với Facebook page និងការកំសាន្តលើអនឡាញបានច្រើនទៀតហ៎ Philippines Virtual Mastercard Your World of Possibility
ចាតើឡើយបងចាបងចាចេញតើឡើយចាំតិចទេបងចាប់ថ្ងៃចេញខ្ញុំផ្ញើលុយទៅឲ្យមែន
ចង់បើកករណីថ្មីតែមិនមែនពេលមែនទេធនាគារ Philip មានសេវាកម្មបើកករណីដល់ទីកន្លែងដោយគ្រាន់តែភ្ជាប់ជាមួយនឹងអត្តសញ្ញាណប័ណ្ណឬលិខិតឆ្លងដែនមិនត្រូវការឯកសារច្រើននិងមិនត្រូវការប្រាក់តម្កល់ងាយស្រួលរហ័សទាន់ចិត្តអាចផ្ទេរប្រាក់ដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃបង្កើតកាតនិម្មិតក្នុងការទូទាត់ទំនិញអនឡាញនិងសេវាកម្មផ្សេងៗជាច្រើនទៀត
Visa pioneered the electronic payments business more than 60 years ago, envisioning a world in which paying for something could be translated into electrons and photons that move across the globe at the speed of light.
The consumer may access an infinite range of goods and services whenever he chooses, wherever he may be.
Today, there are 3.4 billion Visa credentials around the world, from the largest cities to remote communities across the globe.
គ្រោះថ្នាក់អាចកើតមានចំពោះមនុស្សគ្រប់គ្នាគ្រប់ពេលវេលានិងគ្រប់ទីកន្លែងសូម្បីតែនៅផ្ទះរបស់អ្នកក៏ដោយនៅពេលដែលមានគ្រោះថ្នាក់ណាមួយកើតឡើងវានឹងនាំឲ្យមានផលវិបាកជាច្រើន ដែលរំខានដល់អ្នកនិងមនុស្សជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកសូមណែនាំកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រោះអ្នកការពារនិងព្រោះការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃដែលផ្ដល់អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ដូចជាអត្ថប្រយោជន៍សម្រាប់ព្យាបាលប្រចាំថ្ងៃអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលនៅផ្នែកប្រពោធនកម្ម ICU អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលដោយសារជំងឺធ្ងន់ធ្ងរអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការពលអាហារអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការរលាកធ្ងន់ធ្ងរឬករណីមរណភាពឬពិការភាពទាំងស្រុងនឹងជាអចិន្ត្រៃយ៍បុគ្គលឆ្លាតវៃនឹងជ្រើសយកកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រោះអ្នកការពារនិងព្រោះការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃការពារខ្លួនអ្នកជាមួយកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រោះអ្នកការពារនិងព្រោះការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃឥឡូវនេះតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី Poll
សួស្តីបងនេះកាហ្វេបង
សុំ scan QR code ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បានអត់
នេះ
scan បានដែរ
បានតា
រឿងអីថា scan មិនបានជាមួយ Eslida Mobile លោកអ្នកអាច scan QR ភ្លាមទូទាត់ភ្លាមរវាងស្ថាប័នសមាជិក Bakong ទាំងអស់
ចុះឥឡូវ scan ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បាននៅ
ទាញយកនិងប្រើប្រាស់ Eslida Mobile ឥឡូវនេះ
Eslida ប្រជាធនាគារដែលលោកអ្នកជឿទុកចិត្ត
លុយទៅឲ្យអ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកមិនគួរពិបាកដូចនេះទេសូមណែនាំ e-money app ផ្ញើលុយកាន់តែងាយស្រួលនិងឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវាបន្ថែមដោយគ្រាន់តែ download e-money app ផ្ញើលុយទៅកាន់អ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់គ្រប់ពេលវេលាគ្មានថ្លៃសេវានិងគ្មានការរអាក់រអួលហើយអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាក៏អាចបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់ក្នុងទូរស័ព្ទដៃរបស់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗdownload e-money app ឥឡូវនេះរួចចាប់ផ្ដើមចែករំលែកក្តីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នក e-money ងាយស្រួលនិងសុវត្ថិភាព
សម្រាប់គោលដៅសន្សំប្រាក់របស់អ្នកកាន់តែឆាប់រហ័សជាមួយនឹងគណនីសន្សំ Gold របស់ធនាគារ Curated Royal សមតូលសាច់ប្រាក់ទាបសម្រាប់បើកគណនីត្រឹមតែ$10ទទួលបានអត្រាការប្រាក់រហូតដល់ 1.50% ក្នុងមួយឆ្នាំអ្នកអាចបើកគណនីរៀលឬដុល្លារទទួលបានការប្រាក់រៀលរាល់ចុងខែឥតគិតកម្រៃសេវាប្រចាំខែនិងអត្ថប្រយោជន៍បន្ថែមជាច្រើនទៀតតោះដាក់ប្រាក់សន្សំឥឡូវនេះ
ជាមួយទស្សនវិស័យដ៏រឹងមាំដើម្បីជួយលើកកម្ពស់បទពិសោធន៍ធនាគារនៅប្រទេសកម្ពុជាធនាគារ PPC Bank បានបើកដំណើរការនៅឆ្នាំ 2008 ជាបទសម្ព័ន្ធមួយនៃក្រុមហ៊ុនហិរញ្ញវត្ថុ JB និង Apro យើងបានអភិវឌ្ឍបច្ចេកវិទ្យាហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយជោគជ័យដើម្បីផ្តល់ផលិតផលនិងសេវាកម្មកាន់តែប្រសើរដល់ប្រជាជនកម្ពុជាយើងផ្តល់កម្ចីជាច្រើនប្រភេទដូចជាកម្ចីទិញផ្ទះកម្ចីកែលម្អគេហដ្ឋានកម្ចីទិញរថយន្តកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មកម្ចីនៃក្តីសុបិនកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មថ្មីគឺឥណទាន300ក្រៅពីផ្តល់កម្ចីនិងហិរញ្ញប្បទានពាណិជ្ជកម្មយើងក៏ផ្តល់សេវាកម្មប្រាក់បញ្ញើដូចជាគណនីសន្សំគណនីសន្សំមានកាលកំណត់គណនីសន្សំថេរជាមួយការរស់នៅតាមបែបបទទំនើបលោកអ្នកអាចបំពេញតម្រូវការដោយធ្វើប្រតិបត្តិការធនាគារប្រចាំថ្ងៃចាប់ពីការបង់ថ្លៃទឹកភ្លើងរហូតដល់ការកក់ណាត់ជួបរបស់លោកអ្នកនៅសាខាណាមួយតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី PPC Bank Mobile App របស់យើង PPC Bank Smart Biz ត្រូវបានបង្កើតឡើងដើម្បីជួយសម្រួលដល់ម្ចាស់ក្រុមហ៊ុនក្នុងការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយទទួលបាននូវភាពបត់បែនយ៉ាងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពខ្ពស់និងចំណេញពេលវេលាធនាគារ PPC Bank ផ្ដល់នូវបានឥណពន្ធនិងបានឥណទានដើម្បីឲ្យអតិថិជនទទួលបានបទពិសោធន៍ចាយវាយបែបថ្មីពោរពេញដោយភាពស៊ីវិល័យនិងទទួលបានអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ជាច្រើនដូចជាការបញ្ចុះតម្លៃពិសេសពីបណ្ដាដៃគូសហការរបស់យើងបានបន្ថែមបណ្ដាញសាខាចំនួន2ទៀតនៅក្នុងរាជធានីភ្នំពេញធ្វើឲ្យចំនួនសាខាសរុបទូទាំងប្រទេសកើនដល់23សាខាហើយចំនួនទូម៉ាស៊ីន ATM របស់យើងក៏បានកើនឡើងរហូតដល់65ទីតាំងយើងក៏មានគម្រោងពង្រីកបន្ថែមទៀតដើម្បីកាន់តែផ្ដល់ភាពងាយស្រួលដល់អតិថិជនរបស់យើង
ផ្លេចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យម៉ាក់ឲ្យឈឹងមានអ្នកដូចខ្ញុំអត់ណោះកុំបារម្ភអី PPC Bank Mobile App អាចជួយបានតើអូអាឡូម៉ាក់កុំផ្ញើទៅឥឡូវហើយតាមសេវាដកប្រាក់ដោយគ្មានកាតណាម៉ាក់អាចដកប្រាក់បានភ្លាមៗនៅគ្រប់ទូ ATM PPC Bank អូហូលុយមែនតើគេ free ថ្លៃសេវាទៀត easy ហើយកាលពីមុនការគ្រប់គ្រងអាជីវកម្មខ្ញុំឡើងលំបាក Smart Biz ជួយដល់ការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុខ្ញុំបានច្រើនមែនទែនអាចទូទាត់ប្រាក់ខែបុគ្គលិករហូតដល់ 1000 គណនីក្នុងមួយលើកវាក៏អាចកំណត់កាលវិភាគទូទាត់ការចំណាយទាំងក្នុងនិងក្រៅស្រុកជាពិសេសឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវារយៈពេល1ឆ្នាំដំបូង Smart Biz ធ្វើឲ្យមុខចំនួនខ្ញុំកាន់តែ easy
អត់យកកាត់មកអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាឥឡូវហ្នឹងថាហៅមកដកលុយប៉ុន្តែអត់បានយកកាត់មកទេតែកុំភ័យ PPC Bank គឺគាត់មានមុខងារ cardless card ដែលអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាអាចដកលុយដុល្លារបានក៏ដូចជាដកលុយខ្មែរក៏បានដែរគ្រាន់តែយកលេខកូដពីលេខទូរស័ព្ទមកទៅដកនៅទូ ATM រួចជាការស្រេចដើម្បីប្រើប្រាស់មុខងារ cardless card ដែលលោកអ្នកអាចដកប្រាក់បានដោយមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាលោកអ្នកគ្រាន់តែចុចលើពាក្យ transfer ឬយកពាក្យ cardless card បន្ទាប់មកវាលេខទូរស័ព្ទរបស់លោកអ្នករួចរើសយកប្រាក់រៀលឬដុល្លាររួចវាបញ្ចូលទៅប្រាក់រួចជាការស្រេចគួរអាជីវកម្មមែនហ្នឹងហើយកំពុងរៀបចំទៅធនាគារផ្លូវស្ទះហ្នឹងណាក៏មិនងាយរកកន្លែងចតឡានដែរត្រូវចាប់លេខរងចាំទៀតចាំបាច់ទៅពិបាកធ្វើអីតោះប្រើប្រាស់វិញ app វិញអ្នកអាចផ្ទេរប្រាក់$15,000ក្នុងមួយថ្ងៃដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃ download វិញ app ឥឡូវនេះជាងាយស្រួលកុំងឲ្យហាក់សម្រាប់ពេលដល់រវល់តាមវិញមកដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុកវិញ point និង promotion ពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ download វិញ app ហើយកុំងឥឡូវនេះជាងាយស្រួលកុំងឲ្យហាក់ដែលអ្នកចូលចិត្តតាមវិញមកដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុកវិញ point និង promotion ពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ download វិញ app ហើយកុំងឥឡូវនេះ
ទោះបីអ្នកដើរតាមផ្លូវអ្នកជិះកង់អ្នកជិះម៉ូតូអ្នកបើកបររថយន្តព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំអាចការពារអ្នកបានគ្រប់ពេលវេលាតោះទិញព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំឥឡូវនេះ
ចេញមាននឹងទៅណាទៅយើង
តោះទៅមើលកូនអី
អូខេ
ឲ្យគ្នាម្នាក់36,700មក
ហើយបើកងផ្ញើលុយបានឆាប់រហ័សនិងមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវា
ឈប់ចាប់ធនាគារខុសគ្នា
ធនាគារណាក៏អាចផ្ញើបានដែរអត់ចាំលេខគណៈដៃផងណា
ផ្ញើតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទក៏បាន scan តាម QR code ក៏បាន
ជាមួយបាកងផ្ញើលុយពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
ចាស្ដាប់ទាំងអស់គ្នាថ្ងៃនេះគឺជាលេខក្នុងធនាគាររបស់ខ្ញុំហើយនឹងលេខវេលុយណាអើវាតោះដកលុយ
គ្រាន់តែប្រមូលលុយក៏ពិបាកដែរមិនក៏មិនប្រើបាកងទេជាមួយបាកងអតិថិជនអាចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យអ្នកតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទបានមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
អីទិញថៃមួយណា
អូខេពៅ
កុំពិបាកពេកចៅចាយលុយតាមនេះក៏បានដែរ
Scan QR code ជាមួយបាកងដើម្បីទូទាត់ប្រាក់គ្រប់ទីកន្លែងដោយសុវត្ថិភាពដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះតោះមកមើលលទ្ធផលបូកសរុបការងាររបស់យើងក្នុងអំឡុងពេល20ឆ្នាំចុងក្រោយនេះហេតុនេះយើងជាសត្វមូសត្រូវតែខិតខំឡើងវិញមនុស្សគេងក្នុងមុងកប់វត្ថុដែលអាចដក់ទឹកលុបបំបត្តិភក់ជ្រាំប្រើប្រាស់ថ្នាំបាញ់មូសកម្ចាត់ដង្កូវទឹកហើយឥឡូវចេះគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុទៀតអូយឈឺមិនមកវាយគេចឹងមកណាគេបន្ទាប់ខ្ញុំក៏បានដែរមកទុកចិត្តឲ្យខ្ញុំចាត់ការចុះហើយឃើញមូខាំមិនមានវាយឲ្យទេគេប្រើប្រាស់កម្មវិធីនេះដើម្បីតាមដានសុខភាពរបស់គេចូលបែរអត់អស់លុយអានេះណាជាកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងមូសសំចាញ់នៅក្នុង Apple ផលិតផលនឹងខំនៅពេលដែលយើងកើតជំងឺគ្រុនឈាមឬគ្រុនចាញ់ជាកញ្ចប់មូសសំចាញ់នៅថ្ងៃនេះ
If you want to stay ahead of the competition, you need the most advanced solutions to transform your comms performance. From media database to social influencers, distribution to monitoring, analytics to insights, Cision's cloud-based tools can help you communicate like never before. As the largest and most trusted press release news source, Cision distribution by PR Newswire is how comms pros for every size business ensure that critical news is being conveyed. Whether through traditional media, trade pubs, or online search, PR Newswire enables you to target the right media influencers and consumers. It's the most trusted tool for targeting journalists, with an exclusive media-only community of over 40,000 monthly members. And with the highest number of monthly unique visitors and referred search traffic, PR Newswire ensures higher search visibility than any other competitor. The business demands are changing for PR and comms professionals at every level. But now you have a partner to keep you ahead of the pack. Cision. Communicate like never before.
ជាប៉ូលីសសូមជូនកម្មវិធី2នាទីព្រឹកនេះព័ត៌មានសំខាន់នៅក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះគឺរួមមានថានៅក្នុងប្រទេសមានរបស់ភ្លើង
អ
សប្បាយក្នុងដៃអ្នក
សួស្តីអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាបានស្គាល់ពីកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផលរបស់ Prudential នៅតោះមកមើលបន្តិចមើលថាតើផលអាចជួយលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញាបានដោយរបៀបណាខ្លះផលស្ទើរតែនាំមកនៅមុខងារថ្មីមួយគឺ Symptom Checker ដែលអាចជួយឲ្យលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់ខ្លួនកាន់តែច្បាស់ហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមជាមួយនឹងបច្ចេកវិទ្យា AI ថ្មីលោកអ្នកអាចទទួលបានព័ត៌មានអំពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់អ្នកបានយ៉ាងឆាប់រហ័សជាដំបូងអ្នកអាចបំពេញព័ត៌មានមួយចំនួនអំពីខ្លួនអ្នកផ្ទាល់បន្ទាប់មកគ្រាន់តែប្រាប់ពីរោគសញ្ញាឬអាការៈរបស់អ្នកទៅកាន់មុខងារ Symptom Checker ហើយឆ្លើយនឹងសំណួរផ្សេងៗជាមួយនឹង Chatbot របស់យើងដោយបានឆ្លងកាត់ការត្រួតពិនិត្យពីវិជ្ជបណ្ឌិតនៅកម្ពុជាមុខងារ Symptom Checker នឹងអាចប្រាប់ពីបញ្ហាសុខភាពដែលលោកអ្នកអាចនឹងមានហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមទាញយកផលឥឡូវនេះហើយសាកល្បងប្រើមុខងារ Symptom Checker ដើម្បីទទួលបានព័ត៌មានសុខភាពគ្រប់ពេលវេលា
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនូវអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិតមិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផល by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មុខងារ Symptom Checker និង Health Check អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមុខងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់
Này cũng thấy nè.
កំពុងតែបានតាមអនឡាញ
ចុះឡើយមានកំទូតឲ្យមកទៅ
ទូតតែណាវិញហ៎
នេះតាំង Philippines Virtual Mastercard យើងគ្រាន់តែបញ្ចូលលេខការព័ត៌មានផ្សេងៗនិងលេខកូដ OTP ប៉ុណ្ណឹងជាការស្រេច
ចុះ Philippines Virtual Mastercard ហ្នឹងអាចប្រើបានលើខ្លះ
អូយើងអាចទិញតំណែងលើ online ឬ Facebook page និងការកំសាន្តលើ online បានច្រើនទៀតហ៎ Philippines Virtual Mastercard Your World of Possibility
ចាតើហើយបងចាំមកចែកផ្សេងតើហើយចាំតិចទេបងចាំថ្ងៃចេញខ្ញុំផ្ញើលុយទៅឲ្យម៉ែ
ចង់បើកករណីថ្មីតែមិនមែនពេលមែនទេធនាគារ Philip មានសេវាកម្មបើកករណីដល់ទីកន្លែងដោយគ្រាន់តែភ្ជាប់ជាមួយនឹងអត្តសញ្ញាណប័ណ្ណឬលិខិតឆ្លងដែនមិនត្រូវការឯកសារច្រើននិងមិនត្រូវការប្រាក់តម្កល់ងាយស្រួលរហ័សទាន់ចិត្តអាចផ្ទេរប្រាក់ដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃបង្កើតកាតនិម្មិតក្នុងការទូទាត់ទំនិញអនឡាញនិងសេវាកម្មផ្សេងៗជាច្រើនទៀត
Visa pioneered the electronic payments business more than 60 years ago, envisioning a world in which paying for something could be translated into electrons and photons that move across the globe at the speed of light.
The consumer may access an infinite range of goods and services whenever he chooses, wherever he may be.
Today, there are 3.4 billion Visa credentials around the world, from the largest cities to remote communities across the globe.
គ្រោះថ្នាក់អាចកើតមានចំពោះមនុស្សគ្រប់គ្នាគ្រប់ពេលវេលានិងគ្រប់ទីកន្លែងសូម្បីតែនៅផ្ទះរបស់អ្នកក៏ដោយនៅពេលដែលមានគ្រោះថ្នាក់ណាមួយកើតឡើងវានឹងនាំឲ្យមានផលវិបាកជាច្រើនដែលរំខានដល់អ្នកនិងមនុស្សជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកសូមណែនាំកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃដែលផ្ដល់អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ដូចជាអត្ថប្រយោជន៍សម្រាប់ព្យាបាលប្រចាំថ្ងៃអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលនៅផ្នែកប្រពោធនកម្ម ICU អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលដោយសារជំងឺធ្ងន់ធ្ងរអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការពលអាហារអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការរលាកធ្ងន់ធ្ងរឬករណីមរណភាពឬពិការភាពទាំងស្រុងនឹងជាអចិន្ត្រៃយ៍បុគ្គលឆ្លាតវៃនឹងជ្រើសយកកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃការពារខ្លួនអ្នកជាមួយកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃឥឡូវនេះតាមរយៈកម្មវិធីផល
សួស្តីបងនេះកាហ្វេបង
សុំ scan QR code ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បានអត់
នេះ
scan បានដែរ
បានតា
រឿងអីថា scan មិនបានជាមួយ Selina Mobile លោកអ្នកអាច scan QR ភ្លាមទូទាត់ភ្លាមរវាងស្ថាប័នសមាជិក Bakong ទាំងអស់
ចុះឥឡូវ scan ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បាននៅ
ទាញយកនិងប្រើប្រាស់ Selina Mobile ឥឡូវនេះ
Selina ប្រជាធនាគារដែលលោកអ្នកជឿទុកចិត្ត
អ
លុយទៅឲ្យអ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកមិនគួរពិបាកដូចនេះទេសូមណែនាំ e-money app ផ្ញើលុយកាន់តែងាយស្រួលនិងឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវាបន្ថែមដោយគ្រាន់តែ download e-money app ផ្ញើលុយទៅកាន់អ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់គ្រប់ពេលវេលាគ្មានថ្លៃសេវានិងគ្មានការរអាក់រអួលហើយអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាក៏អាចបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់ក្នុងទូរស័ព្ទដៃរបស់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗdownload e-money app ឥឡូវនេះរួចចាប់ផ្ដើមចែករំលែកក្តីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នក e-money ងាយស្រួលនិងសុវត្ថិភាព
សម្រាប់គោលដៅសន្សំប្រាក់របស់អ្នកកាន់តែឆាប់រហ័សជាមួយនឹងកណនីសន្សំ Gold របស់ធនាគារ Curated Royal សមតុល្យសាច់ប្រាក់ទាបសម្រាប់បើកកណនីត្រឹមតែ$10ទទួលបានអត្រាការប្រាក់រហូតដល់ 1.50% ក្នុងមួយឆ្នាំអ្នកអាចបើកកណនីរៀលឬដុល្លារទទួលបានការប្រាក់រៀលរាល់ចុងខែឥតគិតកម្រៃសេវាប្រចាំខែនិងអត្ថប្រយោជន៍បន្ថែមជាច្រើនទៀតតោះដាក់ប្រាក់សន្សំឥឡូវនេះ
ជាមួយទស្សនវិស័យដ៏រឹងមាំដើម្បីជួយលើកកម្ពស់បទពិសោធន៍ធនាគារនៅប្រទេសកម្ពុជាធនាគារ PPC Bank បានបើកដំណើរការនៅឆ្នាំ 2008 ជាបទសម្ព័ន្ធមួយនៃក្រុមហ៊ុនហិរញ្ញវត្ថុ JB និង Apro យើងបានអភិវឌ្ឍបច្ចេកវិទ្យាហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយជោគជ័យដើម្បីផ្តល់ផលិតផលនិងសេវាកម្មកាន់តែប្រសើរដល់ប្រជាជនកម្ពុជាយើងផ្តល់កម្ចីជាច្រើនប្រភេទដូចជាកម្ចីទិញផ្ទះកម្ចីកែលម្អគេហដ្ឋានកម្ចីទិញរថយន្តកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មកម្ចីនៃក្តីសុបិនកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មថ្មីគឺឥណទាន300ក្រៅពីផ្តល់កម្ចីនិងហិរញ្ញប្បទានពាណិជ្ជកម្មយើងក៏ផ្តល់សេវាកម្មប្រាក់បញ្ញើដូចជាគណនីសន្សំគណនីសន្សំមានកាលកំណត់គណនីសន្សំថេរជាមួយការរស់នៅតាមបែបបទទំនើបលោកអ្នកអាចបំពេញតម្រូវការដោយធ្វើប្រតិបត្តិការធនាគារប្រចាំថ្ងៃចាប់ពីការបង់ថ្លៃទឹកភ្លើងរហូតដល់ការកក់ណាត់ជួបរបស់លោកអ្នកនៅសាខាណាមួយតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី PPC Bank Mobile App របស់យើង PPC Bank Smart Biz ត្រូវបានបង្កើតឡើងដើម្បីជួយសម្រួលដល់ម្ចាស់ក្រុមហ៊ុនក្នុងការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយទទួលបាននូវភាពបត់បែនយ៉ាងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពខ្ពស់និងចំណេញពេលវេលាធនាគារ PPC Bank ផ្ដល់នូវបានឥណពន្ធនិងបានឥណទានដើម្បីឲ្យអតិថិជនទទួលបានបទពិសោធន៍ចាយវាយបែបថ្មីពោរពេញដោយភាពស៊ីវិល័យនិងទទួលបានអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ជាច្រើនដូចជាការបញ្ចុះតម្លៃពិសេសពីបណ្ដាដៃគូសហការរបស់យើងបានបន្ថែមបណ្ដាញសាខាចំនួន2ទៀតនៅក្នុងរាជធានីភ្នំពេញធ្វើឲ្យចំនួនសាខាសរុបទូទាំងប្រទេសកើនដល់23សាខាហើយចំនួនទូម៉ាស៊ីន ATM របស់យើងក៏បានកើនឡើងរហូតដល់65ទីតាំងយើងក៏មានគម្រោងពង្រីកបន្ថែមទៀតដើម្បីកាន់តែផ្ដល់ភាពងាយស្រួលដល់អតិថិជនរបស់យើង
ភ្លេចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យម៉ាក់ឲ្យឆឹងមានអ្នកដូចខ្ញុំអត់ណោះកុំបារម្ភអី PPC Bank Mobile App អាចជួយបានតើអូអាឡូម៉ាក់កុំផ្ញើទៅឥឡូវហើយតាមសេវាដកប្រាក់ដោយគ្មានកាតណាម៉ាក់អាចដកប្រាក់បានភ្លាមៗនៅគ្រប់ទូ ATM PPC Bank អូហូលុយមែនតើគេ free ថ្លៃសេវាទៀត easy ហើយកាលពីមុនការគ្រប់គ្រងអាជីវកម្មខ្ញុំឡើងលំបាក Smart Biz ជួយដល់ការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុខ្ញុំបានច្រើនមែនទែនអាចទូទាត់ប្រាក់ខែបុគ្គលិករហូតដល់ 1000 គណនីក្នុងមួយលើកវាក៏អាចកំណត់កាលវិភាគទូទាត់ការចំណាយទាំងក្នុងនិងក្រៅស្រុកជាពិសេសឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវារយៈពេល1ឆ្នាំដំបូង Smart Biz ធ្វើឲ្យមុខជំនួញខ្ញុំកាន់តែ easy
អូអត់យកកាត់មកអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាឥឡូវហ្នឹងថាហៅមកដកលុយប៉ុន្តែអត់បានយកកាតមកទេតែកុំភ័យ PPC Bank គឺគាត់មានមុខងារ cardless card ដែលអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាអាចដកលុយដុល្លារបានក៏ដូចជាដកលុយខ្មែរក៏បានដែរគ្រាន់តែយកលេខកូដពីលេខទូរស័ព្ទមកទៅដកនៅទូ ATM រួចជាការស្រេចដើម្បីប្រើប្រាស់មុខងារ cardless card ដែលលោកអ្នកអាចដកប្រាក់បានដោយមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាលោកអ្នកគ្រាន់តែចុចលើពាក្យ transfer ឬយកពាក្យ cardless card បន្ទាប់មកវាលេខទូរស័ព្ទរបស់លោកអ្នករួចរើសយកប្រាក់រៀលឬដុល្លាររួចវាបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់រួចជាការស្រេច
អាជីវកម្មមែនហ្នឹងហើយកំពុងរៀបចំទៅធនាគារផ្លូវស្ទះហ្នឹងណាក៏មិនងាយរកកន្លែងចតឡានដែរត្រូវចាប់លេខរងចាំទៀតចាំបាច់ទៅពិបាកធ្វើអីតប្រើប្រាស់ Wing App វិញអ្នកអាចផ្ទេរប្រាក់មក$50,000ក្នុងមួយថ្ងៃដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃ Download Wing App ឥឡូវនេះបច្ចេកងាយស្រួលកុំងអាហារសម្រាប់ពេលដល់រវល់តាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និង promotion ពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ Download Wing App ហើយកុំងឥឡូវនេះបច្ចេកងាយស្រួលកុំងអាហារដែលអ្នកចូលចិត្តតាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និង promotion ពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ Download Wing App ហើយកុំងឥឡូវនេះ
ទោះបីអ្នកដើរតាមផ្លូវអ្នកជិះកង់អ្នកជិះម៉ូតូអ្នកបើកបររថយន្តព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំអាចការពារអ្នកបានគ្រប់ពេលវេលាតោះទិញព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំឥឡូវនេះ
ចេញមាននឹងទៅណាទៅយើង
តោះទៅមើលកូននេះ
អូខេ
ឲ្យគ្នាម្នាក់36,700មក
ហើយបាកងផ្ញើលុយបានឆាប់រហ័សនិងមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវា
ឈប់ចាប់ធនាគារខុសគ្នា
ធនាគារណាក៏អាចផ្ញើបានដែរអត់ចាំលេខគណៈដៃផងណា
ផ្ញើតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទក៏បាន scan តាម QR code ក៏បាន
ជាមួយបាកងផ្ញើលុយពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
ចាស្ដាប់ស្ដាប់video ទាំងអស់គ្នាហើយនេះគឺជាលេខធនាគាររបស់ខ្ញុំហើយនឹងលេខវេលុយណាអើវាតោះដកលុយ
គ្រាន់តែប្រមូលលុយក៏ពិបាកដែរមិនក៏មិនប្រើបាកងទេជាមួយបាកងអតិថិជនអាចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យអ្នកតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទបានមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
អីទិញថៃមួយណា
អូខេពៅ
កុំពិបាកពេកចៅចាយលុយតាមនេះក៏បានដែរ
Scan QR code ជាមួយបាកងដើម្បីទូទាត់ប្រាក់គ្រប់ទីកន្លែងដោយសុវត្ថិភាពដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះតោះមកមើលលទ្ធផលបូកសរុបការងាររបស់យើងក្នុងអំឡុងពេល20ឆ្នាំចុងក្រោយនេះហេតុនេះយើងជាសត្វមូសត្រូវតែខិតខំឡើងវិញមនុស្សគេងក្នុងមុងកប់វត្ថុដែលអាចដក់ទឹកលុបបំបត្តិភក់ជ្រាំប្រើប្រាស់ថ្នាំបាញ់មូសកម្ចាត់ដង្កូវទឹកហើយឥឡូវចេះគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុទៀតអូយឈឺមិនមកវាយគេចឹងមកណាគេបន្ទាប់ខ្ញុំក៏បានដែរមកទុកចិត្តឲ្យខ្ញុំចាត់ការចុះហើយឃើញមូសខាំមិនមានវាយឲ្យទេគេប្រើប្រាស់កម្មវិធីនេះដើម្បីតាមដានសុខភាពរបស់គេចូលបែរអត់លុយអានេះណាជាកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងមូសសំចាញ់នៅក្នុង Apple ផលិតផលនឹងខំនៅពេលដែលយើងកើតជំងឺគ្រុនឈាមឬគ្រុនចាញ់ជាកញ្ចប់មូសសំចាញ់នៅថ្ងៃនេះ
If you want to stay ahead of the competition, you need the most advanced solutions to transform your comms performance. From media database to social influencers, distribution to monitoring, analytics to insights, Cision's cloud-based tools can help you communicate like never before. As the largest and most trusted press release news source, Cision distribution by PR Newswire is how comms pros for every size business ensure that critical news is being conveyed. Whether through traditional media, trade pubs, or online search, PR Newswire enables you to target the right media influencers and consumers. It's the most trusted tool for targeting journalists, with an exclusive media-only community of over 40,000 monthly members. And with the highest number of monthly unique visitors and referred search traffic, PR Newswire ensures higher search visibility than any other competitor. The business demands are changing for PR and comms professionals at every level. But now you have a partner to keep you ahead of the pack. Cision. Communicate like never before.
ជាមូលីសូមជូនកម្មវិធីពីនីតិព្រឹកនេះព័ត៌មានសំខាន់ៗនៅក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះគឺរួមមានថានៅក្នុងប្រទេសដែលត្រូវបានលើក
សប្បាយក្នុងដៃអ្នក
សួស្តីអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាបានស្គាល់ពីកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផលរបស់ Prudential នៅតោះមកមើលបន្តិចមើលថាតើផលអាចជួយលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញាបានដោយរបៀបណាខ្លះផលស្ទើរតែនាំមកនៅមុខងារថ្មីមួយគឺ Symptom Checker ដែលអាចជួយឲ្យលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់ខ្លួនកាន់តែច្បាស់ហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមជាមួយនឹងបច្ចេកវិទ្យា AI ថ្មីលោកអ្នកអាចទទួលបានព័ត៌មានអំពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់អ្នកបានយ៉ាងឆាប់រហ័សជាដំបូងអ្នកអាចបំពេញព័ត៌មានមួយចំនួនអំពីខ្លួនអ្នកផ្ទាល់បន្ទាប់មកគ្រាន់តែប្រាប់ពីរោគសញ្ញាឬអាការៈរបស់អ្នកទៅកាន់មុខងារ Symptom Checker ហើយឆ្លើយនឹងសំណួរផ្សេងៗជាមួយនឹង Chatbot របស់យើងដោយបានឆ្លងកាត់ការត្រួតពិនិត្យពីវិជ្ជបណ្ឌិតនៅកម្ពុជាមុខងារ Symptom Checker នឹងអាចប្រាប់ពីបញ្ហាសុខភាពដែលលោកអ្នកអាចនឹងមានហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមទាញយកផលឥឡូវនេះហើយសាកល្បងប្រើមុខងារ Symptom Checker ដើម្បីទទួលបានព័ត៌មានសុខភាពគ្រប់ពេលវេលា
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនូវអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទ Call by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មុខងារ Symptom Checker និង Health Check អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមុខងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់
này cũng thấy nè
កំពុងតែបានតាមអនឡាញ
ចុះឡើយមានកម្មទូទៅឲ្យមកទៅ
ទូទៅតាមណាវិញហ៎
តាម Philippines Virtual Mastercard យើងគ្រាន់តែបញ្ចូលលេខការព័ត៌មានផ្សេងៗនិងលេខកូដ OTP ប៉ុណ្ណឹងជាការស្រេច
ចុះ Philippines Virtual Mastercard ហ្នឹងអាចប្រើបានលើខ្លះ
អូយើងអាចទិញតំណែងលើ online với Facebook page និងការកំសាន្តលើ online បានច្រើនទៀតហ៎ Philippines Virtual Mastercard Your World of Possibility
ចាតើហើយបងចាំបងចេញតើហើយចាំតិចទេបងចាំគេចេញខ្ញុំផ្ញើលុយទៅឲ្យម៉ែ
ចង់បើកករណីថ្មីតែមិនមែនពេលមែនទេធនាគារ Philip មានសេវាកម្មបើកករណីដល់ទីកន្លែងដោយគ្រាន់តែភ្ជាប់ជាមួយនឹងអត្តសញ្ញាណប័ណ្ណឬលិខិតឆ្លងដែនមិនត្រូវការឯកសារច្រើននិងមិនត្រូវការប្រាក់តម្កល់ងាយស្រួលរហ័សទាន់ចិត្តអាចផ្ទេរប្រាក់ដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃបង្កើតកាតនិម្មិតក្នុងការទូទាត់ទំនិញអនឡាញនិងសេវាកម្មផ្សេងៗជាច្រើនទៀត
Visa pioneered the electronic payments business more than 60 years ago, envisioning a world in which paying for something could be translated into electrons and photons that move across the globe at the speed of light.
The consumer may access an infinite range of goods and services whenever he chooses, wherever he may be.
Today, there are 3.4 billion Visa credentials around the world, from the largest cities to remote communities across the globe.
គ្រោះថ្នាក់អាចកើតមានចំពោះមនុស្សគ្រប់គ្នាគ្រប់ពេលវេលានិងគ្រប់ទីកន្លែងសូម្បីតែនៅផ្ទះរបស់អ្នកក៏ដោយនៅពេលដែលមានគ្រោះថ្នាក់ណាមួយកើតឡើងវានឹងនាំឲ្យមានផលវិបាកជាច្រើនដែលរំខានដល់អ្នកនិងមនុស្សជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកសូមណែនាំកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រោះអ្នកការពារនិងព្រោះការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃដែលផ្ដល់អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ដូចជាអត្ថប្រយោជន៍សម្រាប់ព្យាបាលប្រចាំថ្ងៃអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលនៅផ្នែកប្រពោធនកម្ម ICU អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលដោយសារជំងឺធ្ងន់ធ្ងរអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការពុលអាហារអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការរលាកធ្ងន់ធ្ងរឬករណីមរណភាពឬពិការភាពទាំងស្រុងនឹងជាអចិន្ត្រៃយ៍បុគ្គលឆ្លាតវៃនឹងជ្រើសយកកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រោះអ្នកការពារនិងព្រោះការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃការពារខ្លួនអ្នកជាមួយកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រោះអ្នកការពារនិងព្រោះការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃឥឡូវនេះតាមរយៈកម្មវិធីផល
សួស្តីបងនេះកាហ្វេបង
សុំ scan QR code ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បានអត់
នេះ
scan បានដែរហ៎
បានតា
រឿងអីថា scan មិនបានជាមួយ Selina Mobile លោកអ្នកអាច scan QR ភ្លាមទូទាត់ភ្លាមរវាងស្ថាប័នសមាជិក Bakong ទាំងអស់
ចុះឥឡូវ scan ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បាននៅ
ទាញយកនិងប្រើប្រាស់ Selina Mobile ឥឡូវនេះ
Selina ប្រជាធនាគារដែលលោកអ្នកជឿទុកចិត្ត
លុយទៅឲ្យអ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកមិនគួរពិបាកដូចនេះទេសូមណែនាំ e-money app ផ្ញើលុយកាន់តែងាយស្រួលនិងឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវាបន្ថែមដោយគ្រាន់តែ download e-money app ផ្ញើលុយទៅកាន់អ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់គ្រប់ពេលវេលាគ្មានថ្លៃសេវានិងគ្មានការរអាក់រអួលហើយអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាក៏អាចបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់ក្នុងទូរស័ព្ទដៃរបស់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗdownload e-money app ឥឡូវនេះរួចចាប់ផ្ដើមចែករំលែកក្តីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នក e-money ងាយស្រួលនិងសុវត្ថិភាព
សម្រាប់គោលដៅសន្សំប្រាក់របស់អ្នកកាន់តែឆាប់រហ័សជាមួយនឹងគណនីសន្សំ Gold របស់ធនាគារ Curated Royal សមតុល្យសាច់ប្រាក់ទាបសម្រាប់បើកគណនីត្រឹមតែ$10ទទួលបានអត្រាការប្រាក់រហូតដល់ 1.50% ក្នុងមួយឆ្នាំអ្នកអាចបើកគណនីរៀលឬដុល្លារទទួលបានការប្រាក់រៀលរាល់ចុងខែឥតគិតកម្រៃសេវាប្រចាំខែនិងអត្ថប្រយោជន៍បន្ថែមជាច្រើនទៀតតោះដាក់ប្រាក់សន្សំឥឡូវនេះ
ជាមួយទស្សនវិស័យដ៏រឹងមាំដើម្បីជួយលើកកម្ពស់បទពិសោធន៍ធនាគារនៅប្រទេសកម្ពុជាធនាគារ PPC Bank បានបើកដំណើរការនៅឆ្នាំ 2008 ជាបទសម្ព័ន្ធមួយនៃក្រុមហ៊ុនហិរញ្ញវត្ថុ JB និង Apro យើងបានអភិវឌ្ឍបច្ចេកវិទ្យាហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយជោគជ័យដើម្បីផ្ដល់ផលិតផលនិងសេវាកម្មកាន់តែប្រសើរដល់ប្រជាជនកម្ពុជាយើងផ្ដល់កម្ចីជាច្រើនប្រភេទដូចជាកម្ចីទិញផ្ទះកម្ចីកែលម្អគេហដ្ឋានកម្ចីទិញរថយន្តកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មកម្ចីនៃក្តីសុបិនកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មថ្មីគឺឥណទាន300 ក្រៅពីផ្ដល់កម្ចីនិងហិរញ្ញប្បទានពាណិជ្ជកម្មយើងក៏ផ្ដល់សេវាកម្មប្រាក់បញ្ញើដូចជាគណនីសន្សំមានកាលកំណត់គណនីសន្សំថេរជាមួយការរស់នៅតាមបែបបទទំនើបលោកអ្នកអាចបំពេញតម្រូវការដោយធ្វើប្រតិបត្តិការធនាគារប្រចាំថ្ងៃចាប់ពីការបង់ថ្លៃទឹកភ្លើងរហូតដល់ការកក់ណាត់ជួបរបស់លោកអ្នកនៅសាខាណាមួយតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី PPC Bank Mobile App របស់យើង PPC Bank Smart Biz ត្រូវបានបង្កើតឡើងដើម្បីជួយសម្រួលដល់ម្ចាស់ក្រុមហ៊ុនក្នុងការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយទទួលបាននូវភាពបត់បែនយ៉ាងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពខ្ពស់និងចំណេញពេលវេលាធនាគារ PPC Bank ផ្ដល់នូវប័ណ្ណឥណពន្ធនិងប័ណ្ណឥណទានដើម្បីឲ្យអតិថិជនទទួលបានបទពិសោធន៍ចាយវាយបែបថ្មីពោរពេញដោយភាពស៊ីវិល័យនិងទទួលបានអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ជាច្រើនដូចជាការបញ្ចុះតម្លៃពិសេសពីបណ្ដាដៃគូសហការរបស់យើងបានបន្ថែមបណ្ដាញសាខាចំនួន2ទៀតនៅក្នុងរាជធានីភ្នំពេញធ្វើឲ្យចំនួនសាខាសរុបទូទាំងប្រទេសកើនដល់23សាខាហើយចំនួនទូម៉ាស៊ីន ATM របស់យើងក៏បានកើនឡើងរហូតដល់65ទីតាំងយើងក៏មានគម្រោងពង្រីកបន្ថែមទៀតដើម្បីកាន់តែផ្ដល់ភាពងាយស្រួលដល់អតិថិជនរបស់យើង
ផ្លេចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យម៉ាក់ឲ្យឈឹងមានអ្នកដូចខ្ញុំអត់ណោះកុំបារម្ភអី PPC Bank Mobile App អាចជួយបានតើអូអាឡូម៉ាក់កុំផ្ញើទៅឥឡូវហើយតាមសេវាដកប្រាក់ដោយគ្មានកាតណាម៉ាក់អាចដកប្រាក់បានភ្លាមនៅគ្រប់ទូ ATM PPC Bank អូហូលុយមែនតើគេ free ថ្លៃសេវាទៀត easy ហើយកាលពីមុនការគ្រប់គ្រងអាជីវកម្មខ្ញុំឡើងលំបាក Smart Biz ជួយដល់ការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុខ្ញុំបានច្រើនមែនទែនអាចទូទាត់ប្រាក់ខែបុគ្គលិករហូតដល់ 1000 គណនីក្នុងមួយលើកវាក៏អាចកំណត់កាលវិភាគទូទាត់ការចំណាយទាំងក្នុងនិងក្រៅស្រុងជាពិសេសឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវារយៈពេល1ឆ្នាំដំបូង Smart Biz ធ្វើឲ្យមុខជំនួញខ្ញុំកាន់តែ easy
អត់យកកាតមកអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាឥឡូវហ្នឹងថាហៅមកដកលុយប៉ុន្តែអត់បានយកកាតមកទេតែកុំភ័យ PPC Bank គឺគាត់មានមុខងារខាត់លិចខាត់តែអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាអាចដកលុយដុល្លារបានក៏ដូចជាដកលុយខ្មែរក៏បានដែរគ្រាន់តែយកលេខកូដពីលេខទូរស័ព្ទមកទៅដកនៅទូ ATM រួចជាការស្រេចដើម្បីប្រើប្រាស់មុខងារ Cardless Cash ដែលលោកអ្នកអាចដកប្រាក់បានដោយមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាលោកអ្នកគ្រាន់តែចុចលើពាក្យ Transfer ឬយកពាក្យ Cardless Cash បន្ទាប់មកវាលេខទូរស័ព្ទរបស់លោកអ្នករួចរើសយកប្រាក់រៀលឬដុល្លាររួចវាបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់រួចជាការស្រេចទេប្រាក់ទៅដៃគូអាជីវកម្មមែនហ្នឹងហើយកំពុងរៀបចំទៅធនាគារផ្លូវស្ទះហ្នឹងណាក៏មិនងាយរកកន្លែងចតឡានដែរត្រូវចាប់លេខរងចាំទៀតចាំបាច់ទៅពិបាកធ្វើអីតោះប្រើប្រាស់ Wing App វិញអ្នកអាចទេប្រាក់$150,000ក្នុងមួយថ្ងៃដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃ download Wing App ឥឡូវនេះជាងាយស្រួលកុំមកអាហារសម្រាប់ពេលដល់រវល់តាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និង promotion ពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ download Wing App ហើយកុំមកឥឡូវនេះជាងាយស្រួលកុំមកអាហារដែលអ្នកចូលចិត្តតាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និង promotion ពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ download Wing App ហើយកុំមកឥឡូវនេះ
ទោះបីអ្នកដើរតាមផ្លូវអ្នកជិះកង់អ្នកជិះម៉ូតូអ្នកបើកបររថយន្តព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំអាចការពារអ្នកបានគ្រប់ពេលវេលាតោះទិញព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំឥឡូវនេះ
ចេ ចេញមាននឹងទៅណាទៅយើង
តោះទៅមើលកូននេះ
អូខេ
ឲ្យគ្នាម្នាក់ 36,700 មក
ហើយបាកងផ្ញើលុយបានឆាប់រហ័សនិងមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវា
ឈប់ចាប់បធនាគារខុសគ្នា
ធនាគារណាក៏អាចផ្ញើបានដែរអត់ចាំលេខគណៈដីផងហ្នឹង
ផ្ញើតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទក៏បាន scan តាម QR code ក៏បាន
ជាមួយបាកងផ្ញើលុយពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
ចាស្នាប់ចុះស្នាប់ទៅទាំងអស់គ្នាហើយនេះគឺជាលេខអង្គធនាគាររបស់ខ្ញុំហើយនឹងលេខវេលុយណាអើវាតោះដកលុយ
គ្រាន់តែប្រមូលលុយក៏ពិបាកដែរមិនក៏មិនប្រើបាកងទេជាមួយបាកងអតិថិជនអាចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យអ្នកតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទបានមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាដាក់ដឹងដល់ប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
អីទិញថៃមួយមក
អូខេពៅ
កុំពិបាកពេកចៅចាយលុយតាមនេះក៏បានដែរ
scan QR code ជាមួយបាកងដើម្បីទូទាត់ប្រាក់គ្រប់ទីកន្លែងដោយសុវត្ថិភាពដាក់ដឹងដល់ប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
តោះមកមើលលទ្ធផលបូកសរុបការងាររបស់យើងក្នុងអំឡុងពេល20ឆ្នាំចុងក្រោយនេះហេតុនេះយើងជាសត្វមូសត្រូវតែខិតខំឡើងវិញមនុស្សគេងក្នុងមុងកប់វត្ថុដែលអាចដក់ទឹកលុបបំបត្តិភក់ជ្រាំប្រើប្រាស់ថ្នាំបាញ់មូសកម្ចាត់ដង្កូវទឹកហើយឥឡូវចេះគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុទៀតអូយឈឺមិនមកវាយគេចឹងមកណាគេបន្ទាប់ខ្ញុំក៏បានដែរមកទុកចិត្តឲ្យខ្ញុំចាត់ការចុះ ហើយឃើញមូខាំមិនមានវាយឲ្យទេគេប្រើប្រាស់កម្មវិធីនេះដើម្បីតាមដានសុខភាពរបស់គេចូលបែរអត់លុយអានេះណាជាកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងមួយសំចាញ់នៅក្នុង Apple ផលិតផលនឹងខំនៅពេលដែលយើងកើតជំងឺគ្រុនឈាមឬគ្រុនចាញ់ជាកញ្ចប់មួយសំចាញ់នៅថ្ងៃនេះ
If you want to stay ahead of the competition, you need the most advanced solutions to transform your comms performance. From media database to social influencers, distribution to monitoring, analytics to insights, Cision's cloud-based tools can help you communicate like never before. As the largest and most trusted press release news source, Cision distribution by PR Newswire is how comms pros for every size business ensure that critical news is being conveyed. Whether through traditional media, trade pubs, or online search, PR Newswire enables you to target the right media influencers and consumers. It's the most trusted tool for targeting journalists, with an exclusive media-only community of over 40,000 monthly members. And with the highest number of monthly unique visitors and referred search traffic, PR Newswire ensures higher search visibility than any other competitor. The business demands are changing for PR and comms professionals at every level. But now you have a partner to keep you ahead of the pack. Cision. Communicate like never before.
ជាមូលីសូមជូនកម្មវិធីពីនីតិព្រឹកនេះព័ត៌មានសំខាន់ៗនៅក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះគឺរួមមានថានៅក្នុងប្រទេសដែលត្រូវបានលើក
អ
សប្បាយក្នុងដៃអ្នក
សួស្តីអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាបានស្គាល់ពីកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផលរបស់ Prudential នៅតោះមកមើលបន្តិចមើលថាតើផលអាចជួយលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញាបានដោយរបៀបណាខ្លះផលស្ទើរតែនាំមកនៅមុខងារថ្មីមួយគឺ Symptom Checker ដែលអាចជួយឲ្យលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់ខ្លួនកាន់តែច្បាស់ហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមជាមួយនឹងបច្ចេកវិទ្យា AI ថ្មីលោកអ្នកអាចទទួលបានព័ត៌មានអំពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់អ្នកបានយ៉ាងឆាប់រហ័សជាដំបូងអ្នកអាចបំពេញព័ត៌មានមួយចំនួនអំពីខ្លួនអ្នកផ្ទាល់បន្ទាប់មកគ្រាន់តែប្រាប់ពីរោគសញ្ញាឬអាការៈរបស់អ្នកទៅកាន់មុខងារ Symptom Checker ហើយឆ្លើយនឹងសំណួរផ្សេងៗជាមួយនឹង Chatbot របស់យើងដោយបានឆ្លងកាត់ការត្រួតពិនិត្យពីវិជ្ជបណ្ឌិតនៅកម្ពុជាមុខងារ Symptom Checker នឹងអាចប្រាប់ពីបញ្ហាសុខភាពដែលលោកអ្នកអាចនឹងមានហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមទាញយកផលឥឡូវនេះហើយសាកល្បងប្រើមុខងារ Symptom Checker ដើម្បីទទួលបានព័ត៌មានសុខភាពគ្រប់ពេលវេលា
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនូវអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផល by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មុខងារ Symptom Checker និង Health Check អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមុខងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់
này cũng thấy nè.
Cô bông ở đây bán tang online.
Cho nên mới cầm tu tôi đã hơi mong tới.
Tu tôi tầm ngay bao nhiêu?
Nè, tao Philippines Virtual Mastercard. Nhưng còn tao bị trôi lấy cá, form miệng xem nhưng lấy code OTP, cho nên chỉ ca sẽ.
Cho Philippines Virtual Mastercard nó Apple ban lấy cái là
Nhưng ai tên tụi này lừa online với Facebook page nên ca cũng sang lừa online ban chọn tiết thôi. Philippines Virtual Mastercard, your world of possibility.
Trang ta lên bông. Cha bông cho em tranh ta lại chẳng tính bông. Chấp kể trên nhung cha lôi đã mẹ.
Trong baករណីថ្មីតែមិនមែនពេលមែនទេធនាគារ Philip មានសេវាកម្មបើកករណីដល់ទីកន្លែងដោយគ្រាន់តែភ្ជាប់ជាមួយនឹងអត្តសញ្ញាណប័ណ្ណឬលិខិតឆ្លងដែនមិនត្រូវការឯកសារច្រើននិងមិនត្រូវការប្រាក់តម្កល់ងាយស្រួលរហ័សទាន់ចិត្តអាចផ្ទេរប្រាក់ដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃបង្កើតកាតនិម្មិតក្នុងការទូទាត់ទំនិញអនឡាញនិងសេវាកម្មផ្សេងៗជាច្រើនទៀត
Visa pioneered the electronic payments business more than 60 years ago, envisioning a world in which paying for something could be translated into electrons and photons that move across the globe at the speed of light.
The consumer may access an infinite range of goods and services whenever he chooses, wherever he may be.
Today, there are 3.4 billion Visa credentials around the world, from the largest cities to remote communities across the globe.
គ្រោះថ្នាក់អាចកើតមានចំពោះមនុស្សគ្រប់គ្នាគ្រប់ពេលវេលានិងគ្រប់ទីកន្លែងសូម្បីតែនៅផ្ទះរបស់អ្នកក៏ដោយនៅពេលដែលមានគ្រោះថ្នាក់ណាមួយកើតឡើងវានឹងនាំឲ្យមានផលវិបាកជាច្រើនដែលរំខានដល់អ្នកនិងមនុស្សជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកសូមណែនាំកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃដែលផ្ដល់អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ដូចជាអត្ថប្រយោជន៍សម្រាប់ព្យាបាលប្រចាំថ្ងៃអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលនៅផ្នែកប្រពោធនកម្ម ICU អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលដោយសារជំងឺធ្ងន់ធ្ងរអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការពលអាហារអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការរលាកធ្ងន់ធ្ងរឬករណីមរណភាពឬពិការភាពទាំងស្រុងនឹងជាអចិន្ត្រៃយ៍បុគ្គលឆ្លាតវៃនឹងជ្រើសយកកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃការពារខ្លួនអ្នកជាមួយកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃឥឡូវនេះតាមរយៈកម្មវិធីផល
សួស្តីបងនេះកាហ្វេបង
សុំ scan QR code ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បានអត់
នេះ
scan បានដែរ
បានតា
រឿងអីថា scan មិនបានជាមួយ Selina Mobile លោកអ្នកអាច scan QR ភ្លាមទូទាត់ភ្លាមរវាងស្ថាប័នសមាជិក Bakong ទាំងអស់ចុះឥឡូវ scan ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បាននៅទាញយកនិងប្រើប្រាស់ Selina Mobile ឥឡូវនេះ
Selina ប្រជាធនាគារដែលលោកអ្នកជឿទុកចិត្ត
ញ្ញាលុយទៅឲ្យអ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកមិនគួរពិបាកដូចនេះទេសូមណែនាំ e-money app ផ្ញើលុយកាន់តែងាយស្រួលនិងឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវាបន្ថែមដោយគ្រាន់តែ download e-money app ផ្ញើលុយទៅកាន់អ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់គ្រប់ពេលវេលាគ្មានថ្លៃសេវានិងគ្មានការរអាក់រអួលហើយអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាក៏អាចបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់ក្នុងទូរស័ព្ទដៃរបស់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗdownload e-money app ឥឡូវនេះរួចចាប់ផ្ដើមចែករំលែកក្តីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នក e-money ងាយស្រួលនិងសុវត្ថិភាព
សម្រាប់គោលដៅសន្សំប្រាក់របស់អ្នកកាន់តែឆាប់រហ័សជាមួយនឹងកណនីសន្សំ Gold របស់ធនាគារ Curated Royal សមតុល្យសាច់ប្រាក់ទាបសម្រាប់បើកកណនីត្រឹមតែ$10ទទួលបានអត្រាការប្រាក់រហូតដល់ 1.50% ក្នុងមួយឆ្នាំអ្នកអាចបើកកណនីរៀលឬដុល្លារទទួលបានការប្រាក់រៀលរាល់ចុងខែឥតគិតកម្រៃសេវាប្រចាំខែនិងអត្ថប្រយោជន៍បន្ថែមជាច្រើនទៀតតោះដាក់ប្រាក់សន្សំឥឡូវនេះ
ជាមួយទស្សនវិស័យដ៏រឹងមាំដើម្បីជួយលើកកម្ពស់បទពិសោធន៍ធនាគារនៅប្រទេសកម្ពុជាធនាគារ PPC Bank បានបើកដំណើរការនៅឆ្នាំ 2008 ជាបទសម្ព័ន្ធមួយនៃក្រុមហ៊ុនហិរញ្ញវត្ថុ JB និង Apro យើងបានអភិវឌ្ឍបច្ចេកវិទ្យាហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយជោគជ័យដើម្បីផ្តល់ផលិតផលនិងសេវាកម្មកាន់តែប្រសើរដល់ប្រជាជនកម្ពុជាយើងផ្តល់កម្ចីជាច្រើនប្រភេទដូចជាកម្ចីទិញផ្ទះកម្ចីកែលម្អគេហដ្ឋានកម្ចីទិញរថយន្តកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មកម្ចីនៃក្តីសុបិនកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មថ្មីគឺឥណទាន300ក្រៅពីផ្ដល់កម្ចីនិងហិរញ្ញប្បទានពាណិជ្ជកម្មយើងក៏ផ្ដល់សេវាកម្មប្រាក់បញ្ញើដូចជាគណនីសន្សំគណនីសន្សំមានកាលកំណត់គណនីសន្សំថេរជាមួយការរស់នៅតាមបែបបទទំនើបលោកអ្នកអាចបំពេញតម្រូវការដោយធ្វើប្រតិបត្តិការធនាគារប្រចាំថ្ងៃចាប់ពីការបង់ថ្លៃទឹកភ្លើងរហូតដល់ការកក់ណាត់ជួបរបស់លោកអ្នកនៅសាខាណាមួយតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី PPC Bank Mobile App របស់យើង PPC Bank Smart Biz ត្រូវបានបង្កើតឡើងដើម្បីជួយសម្រួលដល់ម្ចាស់ក្រុមហ៊ុនក្នុងការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយទទួលបាននូវភាពបត់បែនយ៉ាងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពខ្ពស់និងចំណេញពេលវេលាធនាគារ PPC Bank ផ្ដល់នូវប័ណ្ណឥណពន្ធនិងប័ណ្ណឥណទានដើម្បីឲ្យអតិថិជនទទួលបានបទពិសោធន៍ចាយវាយបែបថ្មីពោរពេញដោយភាពស៊ីវិល័យនិងទទួលបានអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ជាច្រើនដូចជាការបញ្ចុះតម្លៃពិសេសពីបណ្ដាដៃគូសហការរបស់យើងបានបន្ថែមបណ្ដាញសាខាចំនួន2ទៀតនៅក្នុងរាជធានីភ្នំពេញធ្វើឲ្យចំនួនសាខាសរុបទូទាំងប្រទេសកើនដល់23សាខាហើយចំនួនទូម៉ាស៊ីន ATM របស់យើងក៏បានកើនឡើងរហូតដល់65ទីតាំងយើងក៏មានគម្រោងពង្រីកបន្ថែមទៀតដើម្បីកាន់តែផ្ដល់ភាពងាយស្រួលដល់អតិថិជនរបស់យើង
ផ្លេចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យម៉ាក់ឲ្យឈឹងមានអ្នកដូចខ្ញុំអត់ណោះកុំបារម្ភអី PPC Bank Mobile App អាចជួយបានតើអូអាឡូម៉ាក់កុំផ្ញើទៅឥឡូវហើយតាមសេវាដកប្រាក់ដោយគ្មានកាតណាម៉ាក់អាចដកប្រាក់បានភ្លាមៗនៅគ្រប់ទូ ATM PPC Bank អូហូលុយមែនតើគេ free ថ្លៃសេវាទៀត easy ហើយកាលពីមុនការគ្រប់គ្រងអាជីវកម្មខ្ញុំឡើងលំបាក Smart Biz ជួយដល់ការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុខ្ញុំបានច្រើនមែនទែនអាចទូទាត់ប្រាក់ខែបុគ្គលិករហូតដល់ 1000 គណនីក្នុងមួយលើកវាក៏អាចកំណត់កាលវិភាគទូទាត់ការចំណាយទាំងក្នុងនិងក្រៅស្រុងជាពិសេសឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវារយៈពេល1ឆ្នាំដំបូង Smart Biz ធ្វើឲ្យមុខចំនួនខ្ញុំកាន់តែ easy
អូអត់យកកាត់មកអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាឥឡូវហ្នឹងថាហៅមកដកលុយប៉ុន្តែអត់បានយកកាត់មកទេតែកុំភ័យ PPC Bank គឺគាត់មានមុខងារខាត់លិចខាត់តែអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាអាចដកលុយដុល្លារបានក៏ដូចជាដកលុយខ្មែរក៏បានដែរគ្រាន់តែយកលេខកូដពីលេខទូរស័ព្ទមកទៅដកនៅទូ ATM រួចជាការស្រេចដើម្បីប្រើប្រាស់មុខងារ Cardless Cash ដែលលោកអ្នកអាចដកប្រាក់បានដោយមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាលោកអ្នកគ្រាន់តែចុចលើពាក្យ Transfer ឬយកពាក្យ Cardless Cash បន្ទាប់មកវាលេខទូរស័ព្ទរបស់លោកអ្នករួចរើសយកប្រាក់រៀលឬដុល្លាររួចវាបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់រួចជាការស្រេច
កាប់ទេប្រាក់ទៅដៃគូអាជីវកម្មមែន
ហ្នឹងហើយ
កំពុងរៀបចំទៅធនាគារផ្លូវស្ទះហ្នឹងណាក៏មិនងាយរកកន្លែងចតឡានដែរត្រូវចាប់លេខរងចាំទៀតចាំបាច់ទៅពិបាកធ្វើអីតប្រើប្រាស់ Wing App វិញអ្នកអាចទេប្រាក់មក$50,000ក្នុងមួយថ្ងៃដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃ download Wing App ឥឡូវនេះបច្ចេកងាយស្រួលកុំមកឲ្យហាសម្រាប់ពេលដល់រវល់តាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និង promotion ពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ download Wing App ហើយកុំមកឥឡូវនេះបច្ចេកងាយស្រួលកុំមកឲ្យហាដែលអ្នកចូលចិត្តតាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និង promotion ពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ download Wing App ហើយកុំមកឥឡូវនេះ
ទោះបីអ្នកដើរតាមផ្លូវអ្នកជិះកង់អ្នកជិះម៉ូតូអ្នកបើកបររថយន្តព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំអាចការពារអ្នកបានគ្រប់ពេលវេលាតោះទិញព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំឥឡូវនេះ
ចេញមាននឹងទៅណាទៅយើង
តោះទៅមើលកូននេះ
អូខេ
ឲ្យគ្នាម្នាក់ 36,700 មក
ហើយបាកងផ្ញើលុយបានឆាប់រហ័សនិងមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវា
ឈប់ចាប់បធនាគារខុសគ្នា
ធនាគារណាក៏អាចផ្ញើបានដែរអត់ចាំលេខគណៈដីផងហ្នឹង
ផ្ញើតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទក៏បាន scan តាម QR code ក៏បាន
ជាមួយបាកងផ្ញើលុយពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
ចាស្នាប់ស្នាប់ដល់ទាំងអស់គ្នាហើយនេះគឺជាលេខក្នុងធនាគាររបស់ខ្ញុំហើយនឹងលេខវេលុយណាអើវាតោះដកលុយ
គ្រាន់តែប្រមូលលុយក៏ពិបាកដែរមិនក៏មិនប្រើបាកងទេជាមួយបាកងអតិថិជនអាចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យអ្នកតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទបានមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
អីទិញថៃមួយណា
អូខេពៅ
កុំពិបាកពេកចៅចាយលុយតាមនេះក៏បានដែរ
scan QR code ជាមួយបាកងដើម្បីទូទាត់ប្រាក់គ្រប់ទីកន្លែងដោយសុវត្ថិភាពដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះតោះមកមើលលទ្ធផលបូកសរុបការងាររបស់យើងក្នុងអំឡុងពេល20ឆ្នាំចុងក្រោយនេះហេតុនេះយើងជាសត្វមូសត្រូវតែខិតខំឡើងវិញមនុស្សគេងក្នុងមុងកប់វត្ថុដែលអាចដក់ទឹកលុបបំបត្តិភក់ជ្រាំប្រើប្រាស់ថ្នាំបាញ់មូសកម្ចាត់ដង្កូវទឹកហើយឥឡូវចេះគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុទៀតអូយឈឺមានបវាយគេចឹងមកណាគេបន្ទាប់ខ្ញុំក៏បានដែរមកទុកចិត្តឲ្យខ្ញុំចាត់ការចុះហើយឃើញមូសខាំមិនមានវាយឲ្យទេគេប្រើប្រាស់កម្មវិធីនេះដើម្បីតាមដានសុខភាពរបស់គេជួបបែរអស់លុយអានេះណាជាកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងមួយសំចាញ់នៅក្នុង Apple ផលិតផលនឹងខំនៅពេលដែលយើងកើតជំងឺគ្រុនឈាមឬគ្រុនចាញ់ជាកញ្ចប់មួយសំចាញ់នៅថ្ងៃនេះ
If you want to stay ahead of the competition, you need the most advanced solutions to transform your comms performance. From media database to social influencers, distribution to monitoring, analytics to insights, Cision's cloud-based tools can help you communicate like never before. As the largest and most trusted press release news source, Cision distribution by PR Newswire is how comms pros for every size business ensure that critical news is being conveyed. Whether through traditional media, trade pubs, or online search, PR Newswire enables you to target the right media influencers and consumers. It's the most trusted tool for targeting journalists, with an exclusive media-only community of over 40,000 monthly members. And with the highest number of monthly unique visitors and referred search traffic, PR Newswire ensures higher search visibility than any other competitor. The business demands are changing for PR and comms professionals at every level. But now you have a partner to keep you ahead of the pack. Cision. Communicate like never before.
ជាមូលីសូមជូនកម្មវិធីពីនីតិព្រឹកនេះព័ត៌មានសំខាន់ៗនៅក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះគឺរួមមានថានៅក្នុងប្រទេសដែលត្រូវបានលើក
សប្បាយក្នុងដៃអ្នក
សួស្តីអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាបានស្គាល់ពីកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផលរបស់ Prudential នៅតោះមកមើលបន្តិចមើលថាតើផលអាចជួយលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញាបានដោយរបៀបណាខ្លះផលស្ទើរតែនាំមកនៅមុខងារថ្មីមួយគឺ Symptom Checker ដែលអាចជួយឲ្យលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់ខ្លួនកាន់តែច្បាស់ហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមជាមួយនឹងបច្ចេកវិទ្យា AI ថ្មីលោកអ្នកអាចទទួលបានព័ត៌មានអំពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់អ្នកបានយ៉ាងឆាប់រហ័សជាដំបូងអ្នកអាចបំពេញព័ត៌មានមួយចំនួនអំពីខ្លួនអ្នកផ្ទាល់បន្ទាប់មកគ្រាន់តែប្រាប់ពីរោគសញ្ញាឬអាការៈរបស់អ្នកទៅកាន់មុខងារ Symptom Checker ហើយឆ្លើយនឹងសំណួរផ្សេងៗជាមួយនឹង Chatbot របស់យើងដោយបានឆ្លងកាត់ការត្រួតពិនិត្យពីវិជ្ជបណ្ឌិតនៅកម្ពុជាមុខងារ Symptom Checker នឹងអាចប្រាប់ពីបញ្ហាសុខភាពដែលលោកអ្នកអាចនឹងមានហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមទាញយកផលឥឡូវនេះហើយសាកល្បងប្រើមុខងារ Symptom Checker ដើម្បីទទួលបានព័ត៌មានសុខភាពគ្រប់ពេលវេលា
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនូវអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទ Call by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មុខងារ Symptom Checker និង Health Check អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមុខងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់
này cũng thấy nè
cô bông ở đây bạn tăng online
cho nên mình cầm tu tôi là hơi mong tới
tu tôi tầm em có nhỉ
nè tao Philippines Virtual Mastercard nhưng còn tao bị cho lấy cá form miệng xem nên lấy code OTP cho nên chỉ can sẽ
cho Philippines Virtual Mastercard nó ai phở ban lấy cái nào
nhưng ai tên tụi này lừa online với Facebook page nên cái công sản lừa online ban chọn tiết thôi Philippines Virtual Mastercard, your world of possibility.
Chà, ta lại bông. Chà bông cho em chênh ta lại chẳng tính nha bông. Chà bông kể chênh nhung chà lôi ta áo mẹ.
ចង់បើកករណីថ្មីតែមិនមែនពេលមែនទេធនាគារ Philip មានសេវាកម្មបើកករណីដល់ទីកន្លែងដោយគ្រាន់តែភ្ជាប់ជាមួយនឹងអត្តសញ្ញាណប័ណ្ណឬលិខិតឆ្លងដែនមិនត្រូវការឯកសារច្រើននិងមិនត្រូវការប្រាក់តម្កល់ងាយស្រួលរហ័សទាន់ចិត្តអាចផ្ទេរប្រាក់ដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃបង្កើតកាតនិម្មិតក្នុងការទូទាត់ទំនិញអនឡាញនិងសេវាកម្មផ្សេងៗជាច្រើនទៀត
Visa pioneered the electronic payments business more than 60 years ago, envisioning a world in which paying for something could be translated into electrons and photons that move across the globe at the speed of light.
The consumer may access an infinite range of goods and services whenever he chooses, wherever he may be.
Today, there are 3.4 billion Visa credentials around the world, from the largest cities to remote communities across the globe.
គ្រោះថ្នាក់អាចកើតមានចំពោះមនុស្សគ្រប់គ្នាគ្រប់ពេលវេលានិងគ្រប់ទីកន្លែងសូម្បីតែនៅផ្ទះរបស់អ្នកក៏ដោយនៅពេលដែលមានគ្រោះថ្នាក់ណាមួយកើតឡើងវានឹងនាំឲ្យមានផលវិបាកជាច្រើនដែលរំខានដល់អ្នកនិងមនុស្សជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកសូមណែនាំកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃដែលផ្ដល់អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ដូចជាអត្ថប្រយោជន៍សម្រាប់ព្យាបាលប្រចាំថ្ងៃអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលនៅផ្នែកប្រពោធនកម្ម ICU អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលដោយសារជំងឺធ្ងន់ធ្ងរអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការពលអាហារអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការរលាកធ្ងន់ធ្ងរឬករណីមរណភាពឬពិការភាពទាំងស្រុងនឹងជាអចិន្ត្រៃយ៍បុគ្គលឆ្លាតវៃនឹងជ្រើសយកកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃការពារខ្លួនអ្នកជាមួយកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃឥឡូវនេះតាមរយៈកម្មវិធីផល
សួស្តីបងនេះកាហ្វេបង
សុំ scan QR code ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បានអត់
នេះ
scan បានដែរ
បានតា
រឿងអីថា scan មិនបានជាមួយ Selina Mobile លោកអ្នកអាច scan QR ភ្លាមទូទាត់ភ្លាមរវាងស្ថាប័នសមាជិក Bakong ទាំងអស់
ចុះឥឡូវ scan ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បាននៅ
ទាញយកនិងប្រើប្រាស់ Selina Mobile ឥឡូវនេះ
Selina ប្រជាធនាគារដែលលោកអ្នកជឿទុកចិត្ត
លុយទៅឲ្យអ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកមិនគួរពិបាកដូចនេះទេសូមណែនាំ e-money app ផ្ញើលុយកាន់តែងាយស្រួលនិងឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវាបន្ថែមដោយគ្រាន់តែ download e-money app ផ្ញើលុយទៅកាន់អ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់គ្រប់ពេលវេលាគ្មានថ្លៃសេវានិងគ្មានការរអាក់រអួលហើយអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាក៏អាចបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់ក្នុងទូរស័ព្ទដៃរបស់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗdownload e-money app ឥឡូវនេះរួចចាប់ផ្ដើមចែករំលែកក្តីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នក e-money ងាយស្រួលនិងសុវត្ថិភាព
សម្រាប់គោលដៅសន្សំប្រាក់របស់អ្នកកាន់តែឆាប់រហ័សជាមួយនឹងគណនីសន្សំ Gold របស់ធនាគារ Curated Royal សមតុល្យសាច់ប្រាក់ទាបសម្រាប់បើកគណនីត្រឹមតែ$10ទទួលបានអត្រាការប្រាក់រហូតដល់ 1.50% ក្នុងមួយឆ្នាំអ្នកអាចបើកគណនីរៀលឬដុល្លារទទួលបានការប្រាក់រៀលរាល់ចុងខែឥតគិតកម្រៃសេវាប្រចាំខែនិងអត្ថប្រយោជន៍បន្ថែមជាច្រើនទៀតតោះដាក់ប្រាក់សន្សំឥឡូវនេះ
ជាមួយទស្សនវិស័យដ៏រឹងមាំដើម្បីជួយលើកកម្ពស់បទពិសោធន៍ធនាគារនៅប្រទេសកម្ពុជាធនាគារ PPC Bank បានបើកដំណើរការនៅឆ្នាំ 2008 ជាបទសម្ព័ន្ធមួយនៃក្រុមហ៊ុនហិរញ្ញវត្ថុ JB និង APRO យើងបានអភិវឌ្ឍបច្ចេកវិទ្យាហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយជោគជ័យដើម្បីផ្តល់ផលិតផលនិងសេវាកម្មកាន់តែប្រសើរដល់ប្រជាជនកម្ពុជាយើងផ្តល់កម្ចីជាច្រើនប្រភេទដូចជាកម្ចីទិញផ្ទះកម្ចីកែលម្អគេហដ្ឋានកម្ចីទិញរថយន្តកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មកម្ចីនៃក្តីសុបិនកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មថ្មីគឺឥណទាន300 ក្រៅពីផ្ដល់កម្ចីនិងហិរញ្ញប្បទានពាណិជ្ជកម្មយើងក៏ផ្ដល់សេវាកម្មប្រាក់បញ្ញើដូចជាគណនីសន្សំមានកាលកំណត់គណនីសន្សំថេរជាមួយការរស់នៅតាមបែបបទទំនើបលោកអ្នកអាចបំពេញតម្រូវការដោយធ្វើប្រតិបត្តិការធនាគារប្រចាំថ្ងៃចាប់ពីការបង់ថ្លៃទឹកភ្លើងរហូតដល់ការកក់ណាត់ជួបរបស់លោកអ្នកនៅសាខាណាមួយតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី PPC Bank Mobile App របស់យើង PPC Bank Smart Biz ត្រូវបានបង្កើតឡើងដើម្បីជួយសម្រួលដល់ម្ចាស់ក្រុមហ៊ុនក្នុងការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយទទួលបាននូវភាពបត់បែនយ៉ាងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពខ្ពស់និងចំណេញពេលវេលាធនាគារ PPC Bank ផ្ដល់នូវបានឥណពន្ធនិងបានឥណទានដើម្បីឲ្យអតិថិជនទទួលបានបទពិសោធន៍ចាយវាយបែបថ្មីពោរពេញដោយភាពស៊ីវិល័យនិងទទួលបានអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ជាច្រើនដូចជាការបញ្ចុះតម្លៃពិសេសពីបណ្ដាដៃគូសហការរបស់យើងបានបន្ថែមបណ្ដាញសាខាចំនួន2ទៀតនៅក្នុងរាជធានីភ្នំពេញធ្វើឲ្យចំនួនសាខាសរុបទូទាំងប្រទេសកើនដល់23សាខាហើយចំនួនទូម៉ាស៊ីន ATM របស់យើងក៏បានកើនឡើងរហូតដល់65ទីតាំងយើងក៏មានគម្រោងពង្រីកបន្ថែមទៀតដើម្បីកាន់តែផ្ដល់ភាពងាយស្រួលដល់អតិថិជនរបស់យើង
ផ្លេចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យម៉ាក់ឲ្យឆឹងមានអ្នកដូចខ្ញុំអត់ណោះកុំបារម្ភអី PPC Bank Mobile App អាចជួយបានតើអូអាឡូម៉ាក់កុំផ្ញើទៅឥឡូវហើយតាមសេវាដកប្រាក់ដោយគ្មានកាតណាម៉ាក់អាចបកប្រាក់បានភ្លាមនៅគ្រប់ទូ ATM PPC Bank អូហូលុយមែនតើគេ free ថ្លៃសេវាទៀត easy ហើយកាលពីមុនការគ្រប់គ្រងអាជីវកម្មខ្ញុំឡើងលំបាក Smart Biz ជួយដល់ការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុខ្ញុំបានច្រើនមែនទែនអាចទូទាត់ប្រាក់ខែបុគ្គលិករហូតដល់ 1000 គណនីក្នុងមួយលើកវាក៏អាចកំណត់កាលវិភាគទូទាត់ការចំណាយទាំងក្នុងនិងក្រៅស្រុកជាពិសេសឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវារយៈពេល1ឆ្នាំដំបូង Smart Biz ធ្វើឲ្យមុខចំនួនខ្ញុំកាន់តែ easy
អត់យកកាត់មកអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាឥឡូវហ្នឹងថាហៅមកដកលុយប៉ុន្តែបានយកកាត់មកឯងតែកុំភ័យ PPC Bank គឺគាត់មានមុខងារខាត់លក្ខខណ្ឌដែលអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាអាចដកលុយដុល្លារបានក៏ដូចជាដកលុយខ្មែរក៏បានដែរគ្រាន់តែយកលេខកូដពីលេខទូរស័ព្ទមកទៅដកនៅទូ ATM រួចជាការស្រេចដើម្បីប្រើប្រាស់មុខងារ Cardless Cash ដែលលោកអ្នកអាចដកប្រាក់បានដោយមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាលោកអ្នកគ្រាន់តែចុចលើពាក្យ Transfer ឬយកពាក្យ Cardless Cash បន្ទាប់មកវាលេខទូរស័ព្ទរបស់លោកអ្នករួចរើសយកប្រាក់រៀលឬដុល្លាររួចវាបញ្ចូលទៅប្រាក់រួចជាការស្រេចទេប្រាក់ទៅដៃគូអាជីវកម្មមែនហ្នឹងហើយកំពុងរៀបចំទៅធនាគារផ្លូវស្ទះណាក៏មិនងាយរកកន្លែងចតឡានដែរត្រូវចាប់លេខរងចាំទៀតចាំបាច់ទៅពិបាកធ្វើអីតោះប្រើប្រាស់ Wing App វិញអ្នកអាចទេប្រាក់$50,000ក្នុងមួយថ្ងៃដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃ Download Wing App ឥឡូវនេះជាងាយស្រួលកុំងអាហារសម្រាប់ពេលដល់រវល់តាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និង promotion ពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ Download Wing App ហើយកុំងឥឡូវនេះជាងាយស្រួលកុំងអាហារដែលអ្នកចូលចិត្តតាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និង promotion ពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ Download Wing App ហើយកុំងឥឡូវនេះ
This is CamTech Summit 2021, powered by Prudential and the World FinTech Festival Cambodia, in partnership with SFF, live in Phnom Penh, Kingdom of Cambodia.
Good afternoon, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We are now at the final afternoon session of this year. CamTech Summit 2021 powered by Prudential. As part of the World FinTech Festival here in Cambodia, this is made possible with partnership with the Singapore FinTech Festival. Today's event is made possible with all the help and supports from our supporters and sponsors. The event is organized by the National Banks of Cambodia, Cambodian Association of Finance and Technology, the Association of Banks in Cambodia, and Cambodia Microfinance Association. Microfinance serve people always. Thank you very much to our silver sponsor, Khmer Enterprise, Inspire, Connect, Transform. AMK Finance at your doorstep. Philip Bank, a member of Philip Capital Group, Singapore. Prince Bank, we try harder for you. And Visa, everywhere you wanna be. Thanks to our bronze sponsor, Esilida Bank, the bank you can trust, the bank for the people. Credit Bureau Cambodia CBC, e-money, easy and safe. Trust Royal Bank, simply better service. PPC Bank, easy banking. True Money, a leading fintech company in Southeast Asia. And Wing, the bank for every Cambodian. Thank you very much to our media partner for this event, Cambodia Investment Review, Fresh News, Khmer Time, Your Opinion Matters, PR Newswire, We Tell Your Story to the World, and Sabai, Happiness Lives Here. Finally, our content partners, Bakong, the next generation mobile payment and banking, DQD, we deliver, we distinguish, we drive ahead, we are the diversitas. iPay88, and last but not least, WSource. Now, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, to start this afternoon session, please watch the following videos. Alright, now let's start this final afternoon session with a panel discussion. And we are having our moderator here in the studio, and he will be joined by our speaker coming from online. Without further ado, let me introduce the topic for this afternoon, which is how humorous or overlapping our banks and fintechs can be. This afternoon, again, we have the panel discussion to discuss more about bank versus fintech. Welcome again, Jim, founder and managing partner of DQD Consulting Co. Ltd. Hi again.
Hello again.
Thank you very much. So you basically stay here full day with us today.
Yes.
That's
yes,
right.
Yes.
All right. And then he will be joined by our wonderful panelist, Mrs. Vandana Kwon, Chief Strategy Officer of True Money Cambodia. Hello. Hi, Bong. I think you are on mute.
Okay, wait. Hello?
All right now? Yes, very good.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Remember, we are here in the studio. Look at me. Yes, that's right. Thank you very much for joining us. Introducing our next panelist is Mr. Manu Rachan. He's the CEO of Wing. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for joining us. All right. When your panels arrive, Mr. Manu, you can kindly speak louder. All right. Okay. Last but not least, we have Mr. JP Ganon, the Deputy CEO of Sathapana Bank.
Hi.
I think you are on mute, sir.
You should hear me. Do you hear me now?
Yes. Can you speak louder?
I can.
That's very kind. Yes, that's how it will be. You know, you mute and then we will ask you to unmute. It's the whole technology stuff, but we'll go through it. All right, without further ado, I'll hand over the whole studio now to Jim, our wonderful moderator. Please take it away.
Thank you very much. Hi guys. Hello everybody. Thank you very much for joining us today, and thank you very much, my dear panelists. Today we're going to be having a very brief but vivid discussion towards banks and fintech. For a very long time, consumers have tolerated the lack of technology found in traditional banks. But with fintech on the rise, banks are struggling to keep up and offer customers the innovation they crave for. So the question is, will it be fintech versus traditional banks, or we can actually join forces to build financial services that modern customers are looking for? Before we jump into any kind of discussion, I would like to ask my fellow panelists just to give a little bit of introduction of what their company is and what they actually represent. Whoever wants to start first would be fine. Bistar, would you please give us a little bit of a brief introduction of what your company is?
Sure. Thanks, Jim. Thanks, everyone. So, True Money is one of Cambodia's best-known fintech firm. We operate in 5 countries currently, and soon in Malaysia. We operate under Ascend Money, which is a subsidiary of City Group and a fintech partner with Alibaba-owned Ant Financial Group. So, as one of the region's biggest, best-known fintech company, True Money is committed to financial inclusion and providing financial solutions to the underbanked population. As for myself, I've been with True Money 2 years now. I have been in the Cambodian fintech sector for 10 years. I can say that financial inclusion and digital financial literacy are my subjects, and I'm very personally passionate about it. And I look forward to have some fruitful discussion today with my colleagues Manu and JP. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Manu or JP, whoever is willing to share. Yeah, Manu, thank you.
Yeah. My name is Manu Rajan. I represent Wing Cambodia. So Wing is there an echo?
It's okay. I think you're good.
I guess it's fine, right? Yeah. So I represent Wing Cambodia. So Wing was started as a mobile financial services company in 2009, and then we became a third-party payment processor. Then we upgraded ourselves to a specialized bank, and now we are a commercial bank. We have varied interests. We have payments business. We have a money transfer business. We have a commercial banking license that we have got. And we also have a marketplace that is hosted in our app that supports various e-commerce initiatives as well. To talk about me, I am basically a techno marketer. I've been in the industry for about 23 years now in geographies. I've worked with companies in Africa, in the US, in Asia, in the Pacific Islands, and now in Cambodia. So that's pretty much about myself and the company I represent.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. JP, would you please give us a brief introduction?
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me over. So I work for Satapana. Satapana is a known brand since 25 years in Cambodia. We are a result of a merger between Maru and Bank Japan with Satapana. We are transforming the bank and the mindset to migrate from the MFI to a full-fledged commercial bank. I'm very pleased to be in Cambodia. It's a very dynamic ecosystem. And like Dara mentioned, financial inclusion is very important, and hopefully we can participate and we can build a dynamic ecosystem where we can partner with many local players.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, guys. I think for better understanding, everyone's here just to share their opinion about fintech versus banks, and by the end of today's discussion, we would be able to identify whether we are seen as competition or whether we're actually going to be closer together to give the best possible service to the Cambodian people. So I'll start by asking questions, and each of you hopefully will be able to share your opinion on that. How do we define fintech? In general terms, not in general terms, but in terms of banks versus fintech. What's your personal understanding of that from the perspective of you as a person or as the CEO or whoever else, or and from the perspective of your companies? Whoever wants to, I don't know, do we do it by the raise of hands or do I kind of, okay. Ms. Dara, please.
So I think with a young population and 100,000 of SMEs in the country, fintech is perhaps the sector of the economy that has one of the highest potential for growth. With this in mind, banks, I believe, have no choice but to embrace with fintech. It's becoming, I think, a major tool for expanding customers and service reach. So when it comes to fintech and banking, there will be, I believe, more and more financial institutions turning to fintech and turning to fintech partners such as ourselves. We are currently assisting some of the biggest banks to expand their reach to the unbanked, underbanked, and youth segment of the economy. Because after all, we all have an easy to access, easy to use wallet that is backed by the latest technology and robust dependability. So for those who still prefer a person-to-person finance, banks can partner with fintechs because we have the largest network of agents in the country. So I think we can offer a hybrid system for the and the bank for them to continue to transition while they're also learning about online application. Yes. So that will be a quick snapshot around what is really fintech.
Okay, thank you.
To me, the biggest difference is the speed of execution and the budget. Fintech have the speed, bank have the budget. So like Dara has mentioned, there's more cooperation opportunities than competition opportunities. The proof is we partner with Wing and we partner with TrueMoney. So I think fintech are there to stay. They answer to the real needs of the customer. Many bankers sat in their ivory towers by many years. They were used to compete with the size of their budget, their ability to influence regulator or to comply with regulator, and the landscape has completely changed. So banks need fintech. Banks need a very dynamic fintech ecosystem because the competition is cash. The competition is not fintech. We have all the same goal to bank the unbanked, to do financial inclusion. So to me, fintech is there to stay. And actually, if you look worldwide, some fintechs now have larger budgets than many banks.
Okay.
Yeah, Jim, to me, the fintech is more, the way I look at it, fintech is more of a process than a noun. So we don't look at it as an entity, a vertical entity that is doing, that's a company. So the transactions are important because that's what every fintech, every bank, every financial institution is trying to facilitate. And by virtue of being nimble with the set of organizations that usually keep the vision ahead of these processes, fintech have been able to go to market quite fast. They have been able to reduce the friction in these transactions relatively more effectively. So that also is one of the reasons why mobile financial services is driving financial inclusion across the world. Um, so to us at Wing, we have multiple interests. We have, as I mentioned, we have payments, we have money transfer, we have commercial banking, we have e-commerce. But what is common across all these features, all these services, solutions that we provide are transactions. So for us, using technology to reduce the friction in these transactions is more important to drive the purpose. The purpose could be anything, and depending upon which vertical that you are in, using technology to ease the friction in these financial transactions is what is going to help you achieve that purpose. So to us, to me, fintech more of a process rather than a company.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Then, so if we are talking about the Cambodian market, can you tell me whether you think it's kind of overcrowded? Do you think there's a proper spacing between banks and fintechs? Or is it now so kind of merged and interrelated, so it's very difficult to identify whether we actually refer to like a financial market as the banking sector or as a fintech sector?
Well, in Cambodia, we definitely have lots of banks and lots of MFI. So we will probably face a certain level of consolidation. But fintech, if they thrive and succeed, it's because they answer the needs of the clients. So bankers need to start to do the same. And you cannot do everything. So you need to leverage on some fintechs that have great technology. You need to help them with the security framework, with the needed licenses, and everybody benefits in the process.
Okay.
So Jim, if you ask me, is the market crowded? We do have a lot of players, but if everybody tries to do the same thing, then it becomes difficult to differentiate in the market. Those are the kind of situations when predatory pricing spoils the market and your margins become thin. And incidentally, Cambodia is one of the lowest priced mobile financial services markets in the world. But the requirements, as I mentioned, the purposes are different for each of there are many purposes that these organizations can potentially fulfill. Now, if everybody focuses on one thing, it is going to look like a crowded market. But focus can be a strategy, and the lack of focus or being dispersed or diverse attention to multiple areas could also be another strategy. So if that's what each one looks at, then there are definite niche areas where individual organizations can survive, create a niche for themselves, be profitable. Creating relevance is critical. Even if you are in a crowded market, the question the customer asks is, are you providing me something that makes my life, it improves my life, or is it going to make things convenient for me? If the relevance lacks, then everybody provides the same service, there is a problem. The Wings vision, so what we do because we also used to be a specialized bank in payment, and we still have a flourishing payments business. So we always put our product, services, solutions through 4 checks, which is an integral part of our vision. So what we do is, our vision is to use mobile financial services to come up with convenient and relevant products and solutions that improves the lives of every single Cambodian. So the 4 things that we always pick out from here. One is the convenient factor that I talked about. Is this product or solution going to make things convenient for the end user? Is it relevant? So when I say relevant, not only the need satisfying ability, but also the pricing. Is it relevantly priced? And then the third one is it improving the life of this person? If there is any merit in using this product. And the fourth and the most important is inclusion. Is it applicable to every single Cambodian? Can anybody use it, or is it going to exclude people? Right? So we always put these products and solutions through these 4 checks. Consolidation in a crowded market is inevitable if the margins are small, which unfortunately is the case in Cambodia, because we are one of the lowest priced fintech markets in the world. So, going forward, I guess if individual organizations cannot carve out this niche for themselves, I guess there will be consolidation in this market.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Can you hear me, Jim?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so I think aligning with Manu's comments and JP, I believe depending on each fintech use case and market, like which segment they are after, right? Definitely for a 16 million population, we have around 20 plus fintech companies in the market, but I believe the leading ones and dominating in the remittance space, 2 of them are here today, part of the discussion. I believe also, I mean, there is always a benefit for the user and the consumer at the end of the day. And it will depend up to each company to be innovative, to bring the latest technology, use cases, and adopt, to the market trend, right? So to me, at some point, whoever will be sustainable, because fintech, unfortunately, we don't earn lots of margin like big banks. We don't have the luxury on the big, margin profits.
Okay.
But we do a lot of the volume, and we coexist with the banks. So for us, it is critical to maintain and to differentiate ourselves by innovating and coexisting with the banks and being able to be the platform to distribute the bank products. So to me, personal opinion, I believe, like JP and Manu, that there will be some point of time in the Cambodian PSP scene, we will see some consolidation and M&A for sure.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, guys. Let's talk about regulation a little bit here, because we know that banks are very strictly regulated by NBC, but so is sort of fintech in general. So in your opinion, what are currently the most challenging regulatory approaches in Cambodia? Whether it's going to be for fintech, if you're from a fintech company, obviously, or whether it's going to be from a bank standpoint.
Well, for a fintech point, sorry, man.
No, JP, please go ahead. Please.
From a fintech perspective, it's always the compliance and the licenses that are very expensive.
Mm-hmm.
So the question for the regulator is, how do you maintain a certain balance? So you want a thriving fintech ecosystem because it's a revenue generator, it's a job generator, it's an idea generator. So if you look at some initiatives like with APIX, bringing some of the regulatory components through well-structured API is a way to allow fintech to scale in a control environment where you know that the things that are important are taken care of and they comply with the regulator. So I think from an EKYC perspective, that's probably a big challenge. From a data security, it's also very important. Cloud computing, if you compare in other neighboring countries, they are a bit ahead of us from Cambodia. And cloud is important because for fintech, it's a way to allow them to scale fast at a more affordable pricing. So I know that NBC has a lot of initiative on that front, but that's very important, I think, to have a good fintech ecosystem. So those are kind of the key points for me.
Okay.
efforts from the regulatory in Cambodia to also defragmentize, the whole industry. And I can be a little bit specific by giving the example of the upcoming KHQR codes, which will be a necessary step to encourage more and more people to do their banking online. It used to, shock me to see 20 different QR codes at merchants. So we start to see, this, collaborative approach and the support from the central bank toward this initiative. But I think JP have covered all the main framework, so I don't need to repeat. But Manu, feel free to, add any missing point from your perspective.
Thanks, Dara. Thanks, Dara. When I look at Cambodia and the rest of the markets across the world that have made progress in terms of mobile financial services, fintech, and a collaboration between banks and fintech, I think we are all fortunate. We have a very progressive regulatory framework and a progressive regulator in Cambodia who is not shy of trying out new things within the limitations that the country possesses. I've worked in countries where fintech is still looked at as a competitor to commercial banking by not only the banks but also the regulators. So there are very, very strict walls and regulations when it comes to cooperating with banks. Even after all these days and even after all these use cases and examples that we have from across the world here, right? So when you look at, when you play the fintech markets across the world on a scale and you rank them, and you will see that Cambodia is way ahead of the rest of the world. And arguably, see, we are a smaller country with about less than 17 billion population, because of which the absolute numbers may not make heads turn. But when you put things in its context and when you look at the ratios, you will see that Cambodia is right up there at the top 5. If you see the different metrics that we use to evaluate the progress that fintech is making in under. But coming back to the question, so what can the regulator do more to help us? As I mentioned, one of the success factors for Cambodia's fintech has also been the pricing, where while it is a disadvantage to the operators because then you're fully dependent on scale to stay profitable. It's also an advantage for the consumers because the barriers to enter and the barriers to use is also limited and minimized. So all kudos to the regulators that they have kept it that way. So because the margins are small, so any initiatives, as JP mentioned, the rest of the region is way ahead of us when you are looking at clarity around cloud computing and regulations about bringing down the technology cost per customer. Because when you are working, when you have a company to run which has got thin margins per transaction or thin margins per account, it is also important to bring down your cost of maintaining these accounts. And one of the biggest costs is technology cost per customer. So if there are regulatory suggestions, help, laws, rules that come out to help fintech companies that are actually struggling to scale up to minimize the cost per customer, that will definitely help. Bakong has been a great help. Now, if you look at Bakong, it has actually resolved this problem of individually integrating with each bank. Now today, and it takes time and effort and money from both sides. And today you can see you can just integrate with Bakong, and then suddenly you have the fintechs and banks seamlessly operating with each other. Another biggest cost for fintechs is cost of acquisition. Now, if there is clarity around, or there are initiatives around having a single repository for KYC of customers, then that also helps minimize cost for minimize the barrier to start using fintechs and also banks for the customers. So there are areas where we can have a little more, like how it has happened in the past. We can have progressive, exploratory, and also innovative steps that the regulator can take to further fuel this market, which is right up there when you put it in the global map of fintechs.
Okay. So guys, from your personal perspective, would you think that the regulation for fintech and banks, all loan and financial market, has been properly maintained and done? Are we in line with whatever is now required for the market? Do you think there could be something that might be adjusted or added, or just from the perspective of you as a company, of course?
Well, from my view, many of the certifications that are required are international. So by definition, you have to comply with the payment schemes, and they are imposing their own regulation. But if you just look at how Visa and MasterCard are approaching the fintech ecosystem, they have created incubators, accelerators, and they have decided to go more by very strict SDK or APIs that are controlled that the fintech can consume. So that way, they are more able to ensure that the framework is there, that the compliance is there. Obviously, if you're a fintech and you're not even at your Series A funding, you cannot have the same security that a bank may have. So it goes back to what I was saying. You need to find the right balance. Fintech ecosystem is important to Cambodia because in Cambodia, we have one of the youngest population in the world, and we speak a good English. So if your fintech ecosystem strive, you can become business outsourcing for other countries. So it's a very good vehicle for the economy. So driving financial inclusion is it's not just by giving mobile banking to the people, is to allow them to get good revenue, to increase their income and so on. So by doing this, I think we can improve the life of Cambodians, and we can actually become a very striving economic vector.
Okay.
Dara, you want to go first?
No, please, Manu, please. I will do the wrap up at the end, please.
So let me ask Jim. Jim, can you please come again with that question? So let me try and understand what you're.
Yeah, me too. I got a bit lost, Jim.
Okay. From your perspective, do you think regulation is up to date now for fintech in general and the banking sector? Do you think that Cambodian regulation is something that is now being in demand internationally, like everywhere else? Or do you think there could be some adjustments made so that we are in line with whatever is needed now for like 2022 per se?
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is an area that is fast evolving. By the time even as businesses, we struggle, right? So if somebody asks me what is in store for tomorrow, I have absolutely no idea. So this is a fast evolving market. So even regulations will have to be that way. And it's not only in Cambodia, but world over. Everybody is in an exploratory mode when it comes to regulations. And the great thing about Cambodia's National Bank of Cambodia is that they have been like that since years, right? In 2009, when Wing was started, it was started as a pilot project by National Bank of Cambodia to see if it can be successful in emulating the success of M-Pesa in Kenya. So it's a different story. We failed, but then we invented ourselves, and today we are successful, and we are a case study to the rest of the world. Now from that perspective, from that aspect, there are so many areas that we can be exploratory and innovative about, and there are so many best practices that we can emulate. API exchange from MAS is a good example. I mean, Monetary Authority of Singapore is good example for all of us to look at and learn from. They're quite exploratory, innovative when it comes to creating policies and regulations. Similarly, the APIX, if I were to pick up one, the API exchange, is another untapped area that we have, just like JP mentioned, untapped area that we have in Cambodia. To give an example, Bing has about 200 APIs on its platform. Now but at the same time, from a regulatory angle, if we can create an organization that can create a bouquet of API services that can be made available to smaller companies and startups to start making use of, that would be great. That would be amazing. So there are so many areas. Of course, I mean it's a fast evolving market, so there can be areas of improvement. No doubt.
Okay. Yeah.
Thanks, Manu. I agree. I think it's still an ongoing progress to catch up the trend of the consumer. And we've been very grateful that we see, from, like Manu mentioned, since 2009 until now, the fast evolution and the support of our regulator towards mobile money, mobile banking, and now digital banking. So, gaps will be always defined and opportunities will be always there, I believe. And the whole industry needs to work closely with the regulator to consistently improve, so we're not behind the trend. So just to summarize what JP and Manu have already captured, such as all the cloud computing, the facial recognition, all the latest trends. I think all of this would come soon, to KH markets to Cambodia. Yeah. Thanks, Jim.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, guys, for your valuable opinion. If you don't mind, I'll be asking each and every one of you a singular question towards your companies in general, so that we can, have a better understanding. And if I may, then I would start with you, JP. So, what is the ideal collaboration in your understanding between the fintech and the bank? Like, how do you see that progress?
Well, I would like to go faster. Okay. So I would like to be able to provide my rails and they can connect easily and they can go and try their business model.
Okay.
Because ultimately, it's not just about price, it's about how they're solving a problem.
Yeah.
So if they can come to Satapana and find that utility and they can test their idea faster, they will iterate faster and they will adjust their product faster.
Okay.
Yesterday, you met many entrepreneurs that were pitching their ideas. The key is to go to the market. I can put 20 engineers in a basement to build the best product. It will never be ready. Okay. They will always be able to put a new gadget, a new thing. But when you're an inventor, when you're changing the world, it's an iterative process. You need to be allowed to fail. You need to allow yourself to try things. But with sometimes compliance, regulatory, the size of the banks, the governance, it takes forever. Okay, so this is why we need to go faster.
Okay. And so do you potentially see it as the synergy between fintech and bank rather than a competition?
Oh, definitely. So sometimes we may gonna compete, but I like the word co-opetition.
Okay.
Sometimes you cooperate, sometimes you compete. It's okay. There's enough room for this in Cambodia.
Okay. Great. Well, Manu, I would be asking the same sort of question, knowing that Wing actually came out to be like from a fintech, say, company to become a specialized bank, then to become commercial bank. And how do you see the relationship now with you as commercial bank and other fintechs?
Thanks, Jim. If you ask me, In my mind, the ideal world that you are asking me about between banks and fintech will coexist in a very collaborative way, just like how it does with the Wing payments business. We have about 90 plus financial institutions who are on our platform. So even though notwithstanding the commercial banking license that we have, so in my mind, it is still an interface or a platform or a single point of contact for the customer where they can come for their financial transactions, whatever nature that it is of. And either a Wing commercial bank or a Satapana bank or a True Money or any other bank for that matter can actually fulfill that need. So Cambodia has a single platform on which everybody coexists because of $35 billion or plus, if I'm right, lending market. For example, there is no one bank with $35 billion in their accounts to start lending. So there is enough room for everybody, as JP rightly mentioned. And what is missing is the reach, that cost-effective reach that can be leveraged by every financial organization. So I'm assuming that is what the Wing specialized bank in payments was bringing to the table, and that's what the entire banking and microfinance industry lapped up at that moment in time. Using the Wing agents, which is like countrywide, and then using them to facilitate transactions. But I'm assuming in an ideal fintech world, it can go beyond that, and there can be. This is an ideal world. This is an utopian fintech world. So I'm just saying. So there can be data sharing, and there can be data. You add in Credit Bureau of Cambodia. So there is enough data that everybody has to take decisions on. And if one person cannot satisfy or remove the friction from a transaction, then maybe somebody else can. So that's in my mind the ideal fintech world, which is collaborative and not competitive.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Hi again. For True Money, we position ourselves as coexisting with the banks, and we are also doing a lot of strategic partnership with the bank, because we believe that at the end of the day, it's about bringing the convenience and the easiness and the frictionless to the consumer. So by working hand on hand and building the synergies between our platform and agent network, by distributing the bank product, it is a win-win situation for the banks and us fintechs. Banks today cannot have a large network of agents like fintech do have. But fintech don't have the license and don't have the products that the banks have. So the only way to go fast and to remain competitive and to bring a full suite solution to the consumer is to strike strategic partnership with the banks. And I think we have the blessing from the NBC, and Bakong has been proven that within the synergy between the banks, fintech and banks, overnight consumer don't need to travel to the branches. They can go to the nearest True Money or Wing agent and perform their transaction. So I think we definitely don't want to compete with the bank, and in fact we look forward to bring exciting partnership and innovative solution for the users. So to be aligned with JP and Manu, I think there will be more MOUs coming up within the financial sectors.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And then Dara, I would be asking you a question, if you don't mind. So since you're saying that True Money is the first fintech company, or #1 fintech company as your tagline, where do you see yourself in 3 to 5 years? Do you see the inevitable situation where True Money becomes a specialized bank, perhaps? or maybe you're going to be converting yourself into fully commercial bank. Can you just share a little bit on how you see True Money evolve within 3 to 5 years?
I like the question.
Yeah.
Can I get a joker for this question?
Well, it's just a discussion, you know.
That's really unexpected question, and thanks for putting me on the radar here, Jim. So in the long run, we have no intention yet to become a commercial bank. And the only reason behind is that we aim to disrupt traditional banking. So our shareholder, have a clearly positioned. But however, having said that, if the market opportunities come to a consolidation stage, and if there's any good deal available in the market, of course, the future remains, still, uncertain, right? Things change pretty fast in Cambodia and within the region. But so far, from the direction of our board, we still want to remain in the fintech space. Yes.
Okay, well, thank you very much. JP, now you know, right?
Well, I know who to call.
Okay, Manu, I would like to ask you a question, because I know the history of Wing, and everybody else in Cambodia probably does too. So would you please kind of walk us through what was the main drive or need for Wing Company to sort of convert into a specialized bank and then commercial bank, if it's not, under the top secret brief?
No, not really. So, as I mentioned, we started in 2009 to emulate the success of M-Pesa. Right? M-Pesa started in 2007, and by 2009, they were claiming that they had already reached 2/3 of the Kenyan households. So that was a phenomenal success story in financial inclusion that was unfolding in Africa. And that time, the ANZ Royal Bank and the National Bank of Cambodia sent a delegation to Kenya to understand and study how the M-Pesa model is, and then emulate that success in Cambodia to drive financial inclusion. Why? Because not because we didn't have enough commercial banks at that point in time. We had about 30 plus commercial banks, if I remember, but the financial inclusion rate was about 9% in 2009. So there was definitely a need for a different model that could be used to drive financial inclusion. So we came here, we started, and we failed. So that's because we were a little rigid. You cannot approach the unbanked the way you will approach a banked customer, and that's the mistake that we made. The company had to be sold out after 3 years. And the current chairman, Neophilia Tikmeng, he bought over the company, and he has a vision, and he also believed in the business model, and he believed that mobile financial services can be used to drive financial inclusion in this country. So we then started out as a third-party payment processor, and then of course it has its limitations, and then we wanted to upgrade ourselves to a higher, a higher plane where you have more freedom to do to introduce more services, and that is when we upgraded ourselves to a specialized bank in payments. And that time we had a choice to become a specialized bank in lending or payments. And I guess we were the only specialized bank in payments for a long time. So then we led a lot of innovations in the market, as you may know, and the scale became larger and larger. And then we realized that there are certain areas where a need gap exists, and with the current specialized bank in payments license, it becomes difficult and not impossible, but it becomes difficult for us to cater to those needs. If I were to quote the ADB research that was done a few years ago, it said the need gap in payments, in a total need gap of 30 billion, close to $30 billion in Cambodia, The need gap in payments was very minimal. Need gap in lending was very minimal. Both put together was, if I remember right, was less than 10%. But the less than 10 billion. But the need gap in savings was huge in Cambodia. Now, a specialized bank in payments cannot help people open bank accounts or help them start saving, etc. So, but we could do that. We did that with Jetros Royal Bank, but then having your own license to drive certain product solutions in the market versus collaborating with another has its own limitations when it comes to speed to market, and also the control to make changes to the product, etc. So that was one of the reasons why we applied for the commercial bank. But however, the vision is not that we want to be a commercial bank just like any other traditional brick and mortar commercial bank. For us, the commercial banking license was a means to an end, right? So the purpose still remains driving financial inclusion for every Cambodian and every single Cambodian in the country, and that's why the tagline of the bank says "the bank for every Cambodian." So our vision stays unscapped, unchanged. The only thing that changed from the vision is before we used to say using mobile financial services, now we say using financial services. And what lies ahead, I don't know myself because it's a fast evolving market. So, but right now we have a commercial banking license, so that takes away a few of the limitations that we used to have. I hope I managed to answer at least.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah.
JP, over to you. As we know, there are a lot of banks in the world that are now investing into like fintech startups. And from your perspective at Satapana, do you think there might be a case where you would be willing to invest into a newly born fintech startup?
Well, I think from a bank perspective, becoming an accelerator and providing the framework so they can strive, definitely. Investing in fintech for a bank is very difficult. It's difficult from a compliance standpoint. It's difficult by the thinking only standpoint. There's a big divide between the way fintech operates and the way banks are operating. When you're a banker, by trade, you minimize your risk, and if you can, you have zero risk.
Yes.
Fintech, they have a lot of risk. So the way you invest in those companies is very different. So you require a change of mindset. So although I would like to convince our bank to invest in many fintech, I don't think it's realistic. Partnering with fintech, becoming an accelerator, providing the bank as a utility to them, definitely.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And Manu, since you're a commercial bank as well, what's your take into it? Do you think at some point maybe Wing or maybe Row Group in general would be looking at making an investment to a newly born unicorn fintech startup?
Not necessarily fintech, because we are a fintech ourselves. So I don't know if there is a need for another license, or unless, of course, the other fintech has a lot of customers to offer, or some product portfolio that you don't have to offer.
Yeah.
But we do look at other opportunities for investing. We have made investments in a platform. We have made investments in a referral advertisement for SMEs plus social commerce platform. So wherever we find synergies and the relationship is complementary, we never hesitate to go ahead and do investments from the holding company, not from Wing, but from the holding company, from the Royal Group side. So we are open to that, and we always explore opportunities to do that. But we are also lucky that we have a large parent company, which is not, which makes it easier for us compared to Wing Commercial Bank. The Wing Commercial Bank will have to be careful about where you are investing and who you are partnering with.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Dara, would you be interested in having some sort of merge with the other fintech player? Let's say, given the opportunity, would you be considering that option?
Yes, thanks, Jim. Certainly, we will be interested to merge and acquire any of the existing fintech in the market that have a substantial, user base, or that we would see a synergy, of course. And so that's part of the ambition. Our board is willing to invest in this market and in the region. So that's the commitment that we have. So we've been actively looking, yes, for M&As. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, yeah, thank you very much. And that would probably be the last question of mine, but towards you all, can you share your idea of what's ahead? What is something that we should expect from the fintech market in general?
The fintech will keep de-intermediating the bank and finding niche product. It's not just fintech, it's regtech, it's insurtech. At one point, the line becomes blurry.
Okay.
So we will keep being amazed and surprised with people that remove friction, find creative business model. And it's good. They have to challenge the bankers that have been too comfortable for too long.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, JP.
JP, in the world fintech, you say in Cambodian, they say tek tek but chan chan.
Right.
Tek tek mean little bit, but chan chan mean a lot, a lot.
Yes.
So I think, as one of the leading regional fintech, definitely, whether it's education, whether it's insurance, whether it's health, name it. I think that the future is vibrant for the Cambodia fintech scene. And we will always explore and look to innovate and strike strategic partnerships with colleagues like big banks like Satapana. So, maybe in the future, Win Commercial Bank, who knows? We're very open to any strategic partnerships. So, a vibrant fintech scene in Cambodia with the youngest population around the world, with the highest mobile penetration. I mean, the opportunity is, just there's no limit, right? So we're very much excited to be part of the evolution, and I've seen a lot of changes and growth the past 10 years, and I'm being very, very proud to be part of it, and it's still a learning every day from experts like JP, who bring experience from the region, Vietnam and Philippines, Manu, from Fiji's and other places that we've been. So to me, it's super exciting, Jim, and I think thanks for the industry such as the CAF for organizing this event under the guidance and support of the NDC. So I look forward for a very promising fintech scene. And, in our struggle during the pandemic, I think organically, digital adoption and fintech have seen a growth. And, so despite, the COVID pandemic and the impact, we're seeing a recovery. And I'm sure that all the players within the fintech industry and the tech industry will play a key role into recovering the Cambodian economy. So I look forward to work with you guys, and we'll leave the floor to Manu for, his view and opinion.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, so Jim, I'll borrow the word from JP. The future is blurry because there are so many things happening around us in varying degrees of confirmation, right, and acceptance. But technology definitely is going to disrupt all these things that we see today. So I guess organization should be like amoeba. Whatever is going to be the need of the hour at that point in time, you should take that shape. I'm not sure if you can continue to have these rigid structures and rigid mindsets about what you should be and what you should offer to the customers. So blurry is the word that I will also use.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, guys. I think that's going to be the end. I got the notification from the people here. So thank you very much for your shared opinion. That's very valuable. I think a lot of viewers are going to be more or less aware now what is fintech and what and how it's going to progress in the future. So thank you very much, guys, once again.
Thank you very much, Jim. That was very wonderful. And you didn't sit down at all for an hour.
No, it's fine.
You were that excited. I mean, I was certainly super excited when Bong Frenera was saying there will be a lot of more MOU signing coming up. I was like, yeah, they will be looking for an MC for that. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Thanks
thank
again,
you.
Jim.
Thank you very much.
Now, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, let's move to the next section. Again, this is the last afternoon for the whole 5 days, so we want to have everything before we close. So let's move to our next presentation, which will be very, very interesting as well. Have you heard of a group of Cambodian students who have designed a prototype drone that they can eventually be used to, carry people around Phnom Penh and even help fight fire? That would be very interesting. To know more about human carrier drone made by these brilliant young minds, please watch this video presentation.
ជំរាបសួរយើងខ្ញុំគឺជាក្រុមនិស្សិតនៃវិទ្យាស្ថានជាតិហូបចៃទេសកម្ពុជាខ្ញុំបាទឈ្មោះសិតសូឌិនជានិស្សិតឆ្នាំទី3ផ្នែកវិស្វកម្មអគ្គិសនីជំរាបសួរខ្ញុំបាទឈ្មោះវ៉ាវសេហៈជានិស្សិតឆ្នាំទី3នៃមហាវិទ្យាល័យមេកានិកទូទៅជំរាបសួរខ្ញុំបាទឈ្មោះផលវឌ្ឍនាជានិស្សិតឆ្នាំទី3ផ្នែកមេកានិករថយន្តជំរាបសួរខ្ញុំបាទឈ្មោះឡែមីហ៊ុយជានិស្សិតឆ្នាំទី3ផ្នែកអគ្គិសនីជំរាបសួរខ្ញុំបាទឈ្មោះជ្រោយសុធារាជានិស្សិតឆ្នាំទី3ផ្នែកវិស្វកម្មមេកានិកទូទៅហើយថ្ងៃនេះដែរពួកយើងនឹងចូលរួមការធ្វើបទបង្ហាញមួយទាក់ទងអំពីដ្រូនដែលមានមនុស្សជិះនៅកម្ពុជាដែលយើងឲ្យឈ្មោះថា Human Transportation Drone ហើយយើងបានបង្កើតវាឡើងក្នុងគោលបំណងដើម្បីបណ្ដុះស្មារតីដល់យុវជនខ្មែរជំនាន់ក្រោយក៏ដូចជាយុវជនទាំងអស់ដែលស្រឡាញ់ខាងបច្ចេកវិទ្យាចូលរួមលើកស្ទួយនៅវិស័យដ្រូននៅកម្ពុជាអភិវឌ្ឍវារហូតដល់យើងអាចប្រើប្រាស់វាបានទៅលើវិស័យកសិកម្មក៏ដូចជាវិស័យដឹកជញ្ជូនផងដែរហើយក្នុងនោះពួកយើងនឹងចូលរួមនៅការដាក់តាំងពិព័រណ៍របស់ CamTech Summit 2021 កុំភ្លេចចូលរួមទាំងអស់គ្នាជំរាបសួរខ្ញុំបាទឈ្មោះលុញវ៉ាន់សិតជានិស្សិតនៃវិទ្យាស្ថានជាតិភូមិបច្ចេកទេសកម្ពុជាហើយសប្តាហ៍ថ្ងៃខ្ញុំកំពុងតែសិក្សាជំនាញផ្នែកវិស្វកម្មអេឡិចត្រូនិកឆ្នាំទី4នៅក្នុងការសិក្សានេះដែរខ្ញុំបានចូលរួមធ្វើគម្រោងមួយគឺគម្រោងដ្រូនដឹកមនុស្សដែលនៅក្នុងគម្រោងនេះដែរខ្ញុំទទួលខុសត្រូវផ្នែកប្រព័ន្ធបញ្ជា control នៅលើ drone ហ្នឹងអញ្ចឹងខ្ញុំសូមធ្វើការបង្ហាញអំពី drone អំពីគម្រោងខ្លះៗទី1យើងនិយាយពីសេចក្តីផ្ដើមទីអញ្ចឹងសម្រាប់drone របស់យើងហ្នឹងគឺមានឈ្មោះថា KHTD1 ដែលអក្សរពេញវាគឺខ្មែរ Human Transportation Drone version 1 KHTD1 យើងចរិតលក្ខណៈរបស់វាគឺមានទំហំ2ម៉ែត្រកន្លះទទឹង2ម៉ែត្រកន្លះបដោយ2ម៉ែត្រ9ហើយនឹងកម្ពស់របស់វាគឺ1ម៉ែត្រ35ដែលនៅលើដ្រូនរបស់យើងគឺប្រើស្លាប8ហើយនឹងម៉ូទ័រ8អញ្ចឹងmìnhថាយើងប្រើ4លើក្រោមអញ្ចឹងហើយម៉ូទ័រនីមួយៗមានកម្លាំង80គីឡូវ៉ាត់ហើយអាចលើកបន្ទុកអតិបរមាដល់ទៅ90គីឡូក្រាមអញ្ចឹងសម្រាប់ថ្មសម្រាប់ថាមពលប្រភពថាមពលនៅក្នុងការប្រើប្រាស់នេះវិញគឺ dương ban pra thmo chấm nôn 4 cứ đã ai họ ban đọc từ một phây này tì để làm ra cả rồi tham po kỳ sinh này hay được nông là bươn chia tệ bạn má cứ 60 km nông bị mỏng cô bầm non được nông ca bằng ca drone ní thì mũi cứ trong bằng hai nhịp pi xem mặt hiệp đây dụ chốn còn đi sật bỏ Campuchia ai phơi bàn hay tí pí dương trong lược tôi từ lơ bị sai bị chạy cái tên là Campuchia hay tí bấy sắc xa là bắt âm pi propon bỏ drone để pra tham polygamy tí 4 cứ bằng ca drone cùng ruสำหรับเชียนตะดอลการดำเนินปราบปรามในขนมวิสัยเซ็งสำหรับแผนการในขนมการศึกษากำรงโดรนดักมนุษย์นี่คือยังมีใบดำหนักการได้ละดำหนักการที่มุ้ยคือยังปราบไปมาชนะสำหรับเธอการสลับจีโดยเฉพาะดำเนินเธอการสลับบอลฮอกเจ้าจังdương pra ở địa p 1 năm hay đầm nạ ca tim mũi nướng dương ban điệp cho bên này thay dương tê địa p ho dương tê tầm nguồn dương tê tu structure bọc trộn nướng dương ban tê địa bên này thay dương ai đợt manu ban tầm nguồn 60 kg hơi nó không nạ ca tim mũi này chẳng châu tư đầm nạ ca một tiết cứ đầm nạ ca thì phí cứ dương pra dễ p 1 năm đây đây là không đầm nạ ca ní dương thưa ca cai sầm ru tu đời dương ban sạ bong tê nơi không đầm nạ ca thì mùi nâng hơi dương khơi tha vì nơi miềnประสิทธิภาพเทียบระบบตัวโดรนหนึ่งจังยังเพื่อการแก้สมรูตัวไม่ได้ยังประโด material โดยจะดาวนึงให้มวยติดยังนำลางประปอนfeedback ทั้งหมดมีในท่ายังไอตามด้านยังไอ display นั่นเราเพียรโรยบอกทั้งหมดให้มวยติดยังกำเปะในประปอนสวัสดิภาพประปอนสวัสดิภาพโดยจะชัดโยงจะโป่งสำหรับการเปียให้มวยติดคือยืนหนึ่งเพื่อการห่อสารบองโดยยืนปลาโดยยืนมีในท่ายืนไอกำหนดแมพโดยอัตโนมัติในข้างของดำหนักการตีปีนี้คือยืนมีผลนั้นให้โจลดอลดำหนักการตีใบคือยืนหนึ่งเพื่อการดำลังเมธาการสำรูปปอนสวัสดิภาพมวยจำนวนได้ไอท่าเนื้อดำหนักการตีปีนู้คือยืนเพื่อมันบานล้อหรือก่อนอย่างนั้นยืนไอการสำรูปต่อติดให้ยืนหนึ่งสาลบ้องปลาห่อในขนมเยอะกับปุ๊บปุ๊บนั่งจำง่ายช่างง่ายได้ละเยอะกับปุ๊บจะติดปารามายืนบานกำหนดเป็นยืนบานดับแผ่นก้าคือมาโรยเม็ดให้นั่งจำง่าย15 kmจะติดปารามาให้จังดำหนักการตีใบนั่งยืนมีนผลนั้นให้ต่อมาติดยืนนั่งศึกษาปีทนเทียนมนุษย์ยืนนั่งบาง2 ปีทนเทียนมนุษย์สำหรับในขนมการศึกษากำรงนั้นแต่งใบดำหนักการนั้นคือยืนจำนายถ่ายวิกาประมวย$10,000ได้ละถ่ายวิกามวยจำนวนคือยืนเพื่อการเอาทอมtừทางนิสิตให้หนึ่งลูกครูศาสตราจารย์ดักนอมคลาจึงยืนมาบาง2 ปีการคัดค้านปรังไปหนึ่งเจริญตพอคลาในขนมดำหนักการตีมุ้ยได้ยืนมาเป็นจอบtừปีจนหลอชนำทำไมนี่ตีมุ้ยยืนบ้านห่อสารบ้องจำนวน56 ดองแต่ในขนมการห่อนั่นคือมีนเปคลาคือจกใจเปคลาก็มีนปัญหาอยู่จำนวนนี่คือการคัดค้านปรังไปให้เวลาแต่พอยังเคยท่าอาจดักมนุษย์บ้านมันเนี่ยได้จำนวนกรัม60 กิโลกรัม
ហើយហោះបានរយៈពេល10នាទីរយៈកម្ពស់ដែលយើងបានហោះហ្នឹងគឺសាក់5ទៅ6ម៉ែត្រដែលរយៈកម្ពស់នេះយើងធ្វើការបង្កើនឲ្យបានខ្ពស់ជាងនឹងទៀតដោយសារយើងនៅក្នុងកំឡុងពេលសាកល្បងទៅបានយើងប្រើប្រាស់រយៈកម្ពស់មក5ទៅ6ម៉ែត្រហ្នឹងហើយមួយទៀតយើងអាចផ្ទុកទម្ងន់បាន60គីឡូក្រាមមិនថាមនុស្សឬក៏អាចជាបន្ទុកផ្សេងក៏បានអញ្ចឹងសម្រាប់ការខិតខំប្រឹងប្រែងនិងលទ្ធផលហ្នឹងយើងអាចតាមដាននៅក្នុងវីដេអូសូមអរគុណ ជាចុងបញ្ចប់ខ្ញុំសូមអរគុណដល់ CamTech Summit ឆ្នាំ2021ដែលបានផ្ដល់ឱកាសឲ្យពួកយើងបានចូលរួមនៅក្នុងកម្មវិធីពិព័រណ៍នេះសូមអរគុណ
Thank you very much, the group at this wonderful creator for creating this drone. Hopefully I can fly on it one day. Alright, now Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, let's move to our next presentation. Our next guest speaker is the head of retail lending at Wing Bank. He will tell us more about how Wing Bank lends product to support SMEs in Cambodia. Joining us this afternoon is Mr. Kuy Satcha.
Which is now we becoming the Wing commercial banks. As we all know that Wing is very famous, and everyone, and especially all Cambodian local people, they know very well about Wings. So we actually maybe I can start sharing my slide presentation from my laptop here, right? So hello.
Yep. We see your slide now.
Okay, you see my slide now, right? Okay.
Yes, but can you?
Oh, I think it's a double slide, right? Is it?
Yeah. It's okay.
Maybe I
It's
stop
okay.
sharing from one.
No, no, no. It's okay. You can start and go to the first slide. Yeah. Can you put that on? Oops. And now we are off. Okay, we have your slide presentation as well. Can we share your slide with the screen?
Yes,
and
please.
Then when you want to go next, just tell us next.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that for the support.
All right, there you go. Okay.
Okay, so yes, thank you once again, and for your assistant helping me sharing the slide from there. Okay, I'm going to present you about what is Wing Bank products and what solution that we can provide to support the SME in Cambodia. So our content below is first we are going to walk through about the how successful of Wing so far, and could you please move to the next slide? I think on yes, and then we are going to talk about what is electronic banking, or we call it eco bankings, and what are the lending product versus SME that a Wing Bank can be provided the support to the SME that we normally know that a small medium size of enterprise business. So would you please move to the next slide about our Wing success stories. That's another slide. One more slide. Yes, here's that we all can see that. Sorry. I lost the connection. Yes, Wing Bank start. As Sir Manu has mentioned earlier, Wing Bank has started since 2009, and which is the groundbreaking service that we are early providing the mobile money payment service in Cambodia, and by that, we provide a lot of such as money transfer or bill payment or phone top up, payroll service, and online payment, which is since 2009 we have established around 600 Wing agents across in Cambodia. And in 2010, we have started launching our Wing card, which means that we allow all the local Cambodian people enable to use, or experiencing to use the banking service. So we issues the Wing cards, and in 2011, we start approaching to other merchant by having them to use post terminal machine, which is all the 2000 urgent. We upgraded from 600 Wing urgent, we becoming 2000 by having them use point of sale, which is a kind of electronic device which can be used and control all the transaction if there's some local people request to do the money transfers. And after that, in 12 and until 2013, we becoming our business getting some revenues, and which showing that since 2009 until 2013, we are working so hard, even providing banking service to all local Cambodian, but we have to think about ourselves in the long-term run as well. So we working so hard until we get revenue, get a positive EBITDA in 2013, and after that we have things how to move further until we becoming from mobile banking payment service providers by upgrading to become a specialized bank in 2014, and until 2015 we upgrading to our 4,000 urgent, which is a very huge number that we are in the plan, and we are following to our strategy that we have draw. And in 2016 and 2017 we start advising or promoting all the banking service to all Cambodian people across the border as well, by having remittance money transfer across Cambodia, and also can be send money to other country as well by collaborating with the Alipay, collaborating with a Mastercard, or even collaborating with the outbound international money transfer in terms of like rare Western Unions and MoneyGrams. And until we in 2020s we seeing that Wing should be focusing on more eco banking system, that we decided to create a Wing Mall. And beside Wing Mall, we also create a Wing Deliveries, and until we becoming a full commercial bank in 2021. Maybe we cannot see the slide, but we becoming a commercial bank in 2021 during April. So as we can see, here is our roadmap successful story of Wing, that we start our Wing business in 2009 until 2021, which is about 12 years. So within these 12 years, I think we having a lot of experience and provide a lot of helpful and handful support to a local Cambodian to know and experience of using a banking service. Move to the next slide. So in overall, maybe a Wing a very differentiate from the other because our vision is focusing to make sure or to ensure that Cambodian people enable to use our financial service, especially to have a very experience using our mobile bankings or using our banking service through urgent, which is we are not discriminate to anyone, but we open also we support freely to everyone, especially the Cambodian local peoples. Move to the next slide, please. Here is our main successful and that we would like to share. Actually, according to our local or population in Cambodia, it's about 15 or 16 million, but we have already active user using our Wing mobile app, which is about 12 million users. And we have a city bus about 200 plus using our mobile app as well, Wing mobile app. And we have 21,000 plus of a tuk tuk taxi driver using our mobile app as well. And we have 55,000 merchant which is using the point of sale or using the kind of a payment device to support the payment solution. And we have over 10,000 agent recently across in Cambodia, which is all the local people can go anywhere, even the districts. We also having the agent standing to help or providing the service support of bankings. And we have the about 217,000 worker that using a mobile app. So in overall, I think in terms of technology breakthrough of Wing banks, we have deliver a lot of financial service experience to all local people Cambodians. Move to the next slide. So if we look into the number of the active user of the 12 million using our Wing mobile app, it's about especially the agent. We have over 10,000 agents recently. Most of them are the women, which is about 80%. And as we all know that urgent recently located everywhere in Cambodia, and even you drive through even to the village or a small district, you all can see our wing urgent standing everywhere, which is we all can use, even cash in, cash out, withdrawal, bill payment, or even we can request for a loan repayment, and even pay electricity bill or water bills, and even apply to have the wing bank account at our wing agent as well, and we can even do money transfer or collect money transfer at our wing agent. So all of these are over 10,000 wing agent. We have 80% are women, which is a kind of very supportive to women as well. So move to the next slide. So in overall, yes, briefly once again, this is our success of Wing Bank so far in the last 12 year, which is we 100% confirm that all of our agents right now even are locating in the districts, and even we can support money transfer from about 200 country, which mean all of people living at other country can be use a mobile Wing mobile to make a money transfer to Cambodia as well through Wing. And over 80 partners, 80 FI, which means a financial institution, about 80 financial institution partnering with us, to do, for example, like to get the loan repayment. That is one service that we are doing recently, and just it is over 10,000 agents, and it is having about 55,000 merchants using our Wing payment as well. And we have 500 corporate partners recently, which is helping them to collect the money. For example, they have suppliers, and in case they do the make payment or cash collection, we also can do provide that kind of cash collection or money transfer between buyer and supplier as well through our Wing agent. Move to the next slide, please. So as we all know that e-banking, electronic banking, yes, correct. Move to the next slide. We are becoming not only focusing on the mobile payments and becoming specialized banks and becoming a commercial banks, but our main objective is try to become one of the biggest eco banking system in Cambodia, because that's why the reason we even create another service like a Wing delivery and Wing Mall. Like we all know and we are aware that maybe a Wing commercial bank or Wing is very differentiated from the other, because we have a full payment and full banking service, or which is we also can be called as that we provide one of the full of the fintech banking solution. For example, one client use a mobile phone, and one of the mobile phone they can be installed many mobile apps, and as like for example, if they install Wing mobile app, they even can make an order to purchase food or purchase a drink or purchase whatever that we already publish into our Wing app, which is we call it Wing Mall. They can request to buy something, and then the Wing delivery from our Wing team will do the delivery, and after they deliver the products, one of the client that have a one mobile phone can be paid through our Wing mobile. So all in all, even buyers, suppliers, and merchants, and cash collection, cash money transfers, and whatever a business transaction or a personal use payment transaction that they use, everything is in one app, which is we are sure that very differentiate from the others. So that is our main objective is to becoming useful of our eco banking system. Okay, I move to the next slide. So right now, I think we coming to an end of our last slide presentation that how Wing Bank or Wing lending products can be support to the small medium size of enterprise business. Recently, Wing Commercial Bank we are new to the but we are not really new to the local people, especially the small medium enterprise, because we support a financial service to the ground, which means to a very poor people, medium people, and richest peoples, and becoming until to the enterprise or high commercial or top 10 clients. So Wing Bank right now can be supported within 6 products. First product we call it unsecured consumption loan, which is no collateral, which means that you have no land, you have no house, but you still can be applied to request a loan or fund security or no collateral. And number two, we have the unsecured vehicle loan. You can request, or we can be called it a car loan or a motor loans, which we don't need also to require the collateral. And we also have the secure consumption loan and secure housing loan, or we call it home loan. And we also even have the secure business loan and secure line of credit. I think we are maybe might be different from the other FI, because we provide unsecured loan that we even start from even below 5,000 until 100,000, even until 25 million, which is the small medium size enterprise or business can be applied to us. And if the small and SME business uh, enterprise with Wing Banks, the last slide that we before end, I would like to share some what criteria we or traditional business owners should be focusing on to be well prepared in order to be ready to get fund support from the banks or Wing Banks. They should be focusing on 2 points before I end this slide presentation, which is stated at the last slide. Could you move to the last slides? Okay, here's actually I'm not quite sure whether having some question and answer, but I put the question and answer and key takeaway that to me as a head of retail lending from Wings, normally the SME or small business or even a business owner which is run as a traditional business or family business, they must be ready or be self to be ready for getting the financial assistance from the financial institution, which means that if recently even the business is small, but Wing Bank can allow them to use to install mobile Wing mobile app through their mobile, and they can start using a payment through a Wing banking system. So whenever there is a cash flow transaction, sending through Wing Bank's Wing app every days, there will be creating more history of their business transaction or cash flow transaction through our Wing bank system. That if in the future they want to get some fund support from banks, we can even just print bank statement to prove that based on their daily business transaction they have uh, uh, you know um, uh, show
Hello. Are you here? We kind of have a little bit problem here. All right. But that was more or less the end of the presentation. Are we trying to reconnect him back or? Yeah, okay. Tick, tick. 1 second, everyone. We are trying to reconnect back our speaker now to make his final conclusion. I don't know how long it would take, but for now, I just would like to remind you that this is the final afternoon of the CamTech Summit 2021 powered by Prudential. We will still have a few more topics to cover for this afternoon before we go to the closing ceremony. So please stay tuned with us. We still have a few more topics. The next topic will be the discussion on a very interesting topic as well, and a few more presentation. So please stay tuned. Don't go anywhere yet. Don't leave us yet. We are still all excited and full of power on this 5th day. We still have good presentation for you coming up next. All right. Okay. So now you're seeing my face smiling right now, but I'm actually very nervous. Checking out with people now getting back online. That's what happened with all the technicality when we do things online. I mean, soon we might be able to do physical on event again. All right, now can you let me know if we connecting back the speaker? Okay, I'm keep stretching. Okay, meanwhile, maybe I can already introduce you the next topic. Just a topic. It will be the DeFi fireside chat. Can't really pronounce that name, I'm sorry. On the opportunity for retail customer or a threat to a conventional bank. There will be a discussion between our two speakers who will be joining us online, and they will be chit-chatting around that issue. And then there will be also presentation after this one about Salacyber. This one is very interesting in Cambodia. And then, wow, we still have another panel discussion on cyber section curated by WSource. Oh, and later on we will have a chat about Bakong. This is very interesting because Bakong is actually very well knowledge around the world. Been even interviewed with CNN and stuff. All right, and now the decision is made is that we are going to a 5-minute commercial break. See you soon.
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនូវអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទ Call by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មុខងារ Symptom Checker និង Health Check អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមុខងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់ này cũng thấy nè. Cô có thể bàn tay online. Cho nên mới cầm tu tôi là hơi mong tới. Tu tôi tạm ngang với nhỉ? Nè, tao Philippines với sửa Mastercard. Nhưng còn tao bị trôi lấy card, form miệng xem nên lấy code OTP, cho nên chỉ ca sẽ. Cho Philippines với sửa Mastercard nó, Apple ban lấy cái hả? Nhưng ai tin từ này lừa online với Facebook page nên cái công sản lừa online ban chọn tiết rồi. Philippines Virtual Mastercard, your world of possibility.
Cha tới đây bông. Cha bông cho em xem tờ lại chặt tí nha bông. Trong cái trên trong cha lôi đã mẹ.
Trong bao cả rần này mấy ta mình pay mà nè. Cho nên cái Philip mình sẽ vào cầm bao cả này đó tí cần lại. Để kron tiếp chọcជាមួយនឹងអត្តសញ្ញាណប័ណ្ណ ឬលិខិតឆ្លងដែនមិនត្រូវការឯកសារច្រើននិងមិនត្រូវការប្រាក់តម្កល់ងាយស្រួលរហ័សទាន់ចិត្តអាចផ្ទេរប្រាក់ដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃបង្កើតកាតនិមិត្តក្នុងការទូទាត់ទំនិញអនឡាញនិងសេវាកម្មផ្សេងៗជាច្រើនទៀត
Welcome back, everyone. I was told that Mr. Satya is reconnect back, and we want him to make his final conclusion presentation. Mr. Satya, are you here?
Okay, I'm here. Yes. Hi.
Yes, please continue.
Okay. Actually, I have finished my slide presentation, but I just aware that okay, I talk alone, even the screen still seeing. So let me finalize once again before we end our slide presentation. So the question and answer, maybe I just make it by myself, and the key takeaways that all the SME, a small, medium size enterprise business or owners should be focusing on, whenever they want to, request for funding support or working, capital support from the financial institution or a wing bank, which is one of our example that we would like to share. So what are we going to do? For example, if I'm a businessman, even a small business, I have to be consider myself start using the mobile banking service or starting using the banking service. For example, I have a mobile which is currently, so I should be installed to all the banking app installed in my mobile and start using payment, even it is a personal use payment or it is a small business payment whenever I start to buy something. So Wing app, if you want to buy food or drinks, you can be used, and you can be even make payments through Wing account directly through Wing app. For example, if you want to sell something or buy something, you can even make payments through a mobile Wing app as well. We also can, if for example you want to buy something from other country, China, Malaysia or Vietnam or Singapore, and you want to make a money transfer, don't try to send the money outside of banking system. Please try to use sending money through banking system, so that whenever we want to request a funding support from banks, the bank always check the banking system. So when the banks check the banking system, there is always history transaction saying that you use the money sending to the supplier, which is we can monitor the fund or the use of fund to support the business. So when you request the loan, it is very easy to to get the loan or the financial support from the banks. And whenever start selling, start to proper recording, sell, and invoice to the wholesale trading or retail trading, trading or small trading. We have to have a proper sell invoice, and whenever we make a product order from the suppliers, please we make sure we have a purchase orders properly prepared as well. In for example, 1 month we even can control our purchase order, how many transaction of purchase order have been made to pay to suppliers, something like this, and start to monitoring the stock. The stock is very important because we always consider stock in and stock out, and we even can control the cost of goods sold of stock, and we even know that when are we going to run lower down of one of the item which is inside our stock or inventories. And the SPA, which is a kind of keyword, a sale purchase agreement, and a margin of finance, also a kind of keyword. Why a sale purchase agreement and margin of finance, it is a stick or related together? Because, for example, when you buy land in proportion
Oh, Mr. Satya, I'm really sorry you're being cutting off again. I'm not sure if you know, if you are still speaking. I'm so sorry. We might have to move to our next segment right now. Again, we will reach you after this. Sorry for the inconvenience, but we seem to really cutting short in time. So thank you very much for your presentation. You could make your conclusion, but it's okay. We got your point. Thank you very much. Now, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we're now moving to the next segment. This time will be a discussion, a conversation between two very important speakers here with us, joining from online. It will be a fireside chats on opportunity for retail customer, or is it a threat for a conventional banks? This will be the discussion between, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to pronounce that correctly, but I will try. Daniel Tixner in discussion with Menhi Soidi. I hope this is correct again. Daniel, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Did I pronounce your name correctly?
You did fine. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, and you will be in discussion with Menhi Soidi. Hi.
Hello.
Did I pronounce your name at least close?
It's really close. It's Medi, like medical. But the family name was perfect.
Yes, Mehdi, thank you very much for joining us. They will be discussing about fintechs curated by WSource, and to know more about our guests, Daniel Signer is the CEO and founder of WSource, which is a venture partner, seasoned entrepreneur, mentor, and strategist, operation and business development expert with extensive experience in number of industry. A global project management with focus on Asia that includes China, Taiwan, Korea, etc., just to name a few. Result-driven, people-oriented, committed to sustainable practice and long-term partnership. Keen on new technologies and cultures and challenge, Mr. Mendy Suidi, head of Fintechs DBS, who is also here online, is the head of Fintechs and Startup Exchange at DBS Bank, which is a 30 plus POCs completed. I didn't even know what that means, but you can explain it later. Plus life of 12 solution adopted. He's also a board member of Fintech Association of Hong Kong, founder and producer of the Fintech since 2016. He spoke at over 100 events across the globe in the biggest conference such as RISE, Start Me Up, International Fintech Weeks Conference, and many others. That was a long intro, but I'm sure this is only a brief introduction of you two. So without further ado, I would like to hand over the whole conference now to both of you for the dialogue.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good to see you, Mehdi. Thank you for joining. Looking forward to our discussions. And so our subject today is DeFi, decentralized finance. So what is decentralized finance? There are different interpretations, but let's stick to transforming traditional products into products which work without intermediary, using smart contracts and using blockchain. So, Mehdi, as your title states, and I know you for quite some time, you are the first person to interact with all the latest innovations. And I'm sure the DeFi is on your list. So what are your first impressions before we dive into technicalities?
Yeah, so I think what we need to look at it's in terms of geography and in terms of regulation, how finance is accepting blockchain, cryptocurrencies, digital assets, and more. If we deep dive on the DeFi, so what is a DeFi? In couple of words, DeFi is it's a benefits that it gives to people to simplify borrowing money for personal purpose or to lend money. So basically, when you look at platforms creating DeFi, it's mostly about how you can use your cryptocurrencies. Most of the case Ethereum, because it rely a lot on the Ethereum technology. We have other projects, but I want to say the most popular one right now is on Ethereum platforms to lend money and also to borrow money. So you can have like what we call the stack. So it's a way that you give money to platforms and you can still validate the blocks in the fintech, in the blockchain platforms. Because what is happening right now is like with the trend of buying cryptocurrencies, most of the tokens who help to validate the blocks on the blockchain are now all by people outside of the blockchain on the crypto exchange. By doing DeFi, by lending your token to them, you will have a reward. So the reward will be like something between 8 to 12%, depending on the risk that you are willing to take, but also depending on the platform where you're going. You have other platforms where it's important for you to have like Ethereum to switch from, I want to say, a mainstream crypto exchange to other crypto exchange where you can invest on some project, but this project can be really related and really personal in terms of risks that you want to take, and also in terms of structure of the project and the reward they give you. So basically, in Hong Kong right now, we are really close to China. China has banned most of the crypto in the world, and it seems that Hong Kong will tend to that decision. But if you look at Asia, Singapore is pretty active on accepting some of the crypto exchanges coming to them. One of the first one was with DBS, and you have like a lot of crypto exchange around the world going to Singapore and hoping to have a license with the monetary authority of Singapore. But this is something we will see in the future, not today.
True. Well, I'm very happy you just brought up DBS because everything you have mentioned so far, first of all, it's very impressive for a traditional bank to be aware. Second thing I wanted to mention that we know that DBS has been more advanced than others in adopting this technology in Singapore, I would say. You have been already into crypto trading, if I may say. You have been heavily investigating and building things, correct?
Yes, so the crypto exchange of Singapore, of DBS in Singapore, the digital exchange, is mostly, I want to say, an offer for corporate and high net worth individual to acquire cryptocurrencies, only for at this moment, Bitcoin Cash, Ethereum, and Ripples, during trading hours. So basically, if customer want to come to us and require to sell or buy some crypto, they can go through our DBS digital exchange to have access to those cryptocurrencies or to sell it and change it to a liquidity, fiat currency such as a Singapore dollar or Hong Kong dollars. But basically, DBS has that exchange validated by MIS, but we have seen also on the international scope, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, and other banks having crypto desk to do the trading with the crypto, but also adopting some of the solutions. DeFi is interesting as well in terms of how we can collaborate with blockchain for enterprise, basically, and how banks can today plug their banking services developed through API, such as cash management, FX for transfer, international, and few other also tools developed by banks directly to this blockchain. Because at the end of the day, the blockchain still use API to connect with external parties. That's what we call ecosystems now. Is how you can plug and play different services to the same platforms. So DBS has worked with a lot of enterprise blockchain projects as well, in China, in Hong Kong, in Singapore, mostly related to letter of credit or to support corporate using those platforms. But the DeFi sense here of people using it is mostly without banks. The practice is to go by yourself onto those crypto exchange or those platforms who can help you to have DeFi services and to invest by yourself. The biggest difficulty here is crypto is not regulated yet in most of the countries, and the regulation, if it exists in some of the countries, is really here to protect some of the users. But at the opposite of a way of banking, banks has really heavily regulated right now. So it means when you go to a bank and you deposit your money there, you will have a guarantee by the government and by the regulators that if the bank is going to bankruptcy, you will have at least a certain amount of money. For most of the countries in the world, is around like 50 to 70,000 USD of that money put in the bank account. But for the DeFi, if you have any issues, you can lose all your money, all your investments, and have nothing at the end.
So far, so true. So I hear from what you're saying a very heavy focus on regulation, and that's natural for the banking environment, right? That's what sets crypto community and banking aside, right? These are two different environments. So you have mentioned 10 to 12%. As someone who's actively involved in the crypto, I can say that today people make 40% and up, even on stable coins. So that it's very much, it's a decentralized banking on steroids. Yeah, all kind of double reusing the same collateral on different chains and whatnot. The next question that comes here, following everything you have mentioned, how do you see DeFi? Do you see it as an opportunity or as a threat? Because it seems like today, computer savvy and financially savvy people can go and create their own financial products. They can go and create their own derivatives. They can go and be their own bank. So how do you see that from the DBS perspective?
Yes, just to say about the 10-12%, it was mostly on lending. I have seen also some of the projects going to 800% a year, but they don't stay for days. The cryptocurrency is dropping after like 2 weeks if the owners are selling it, and also like the ratio is going down. Yeah, it's true. Like right now, the volatility on the cryptocurrency is just incredible. It's a way to make money, but also a lot of people are losing money. So we focus mostly on the good side of the stories, on the people making money, but we never speak about the people going there when there is a hype and losing a lot of money because it's going down. It's not like the stock market because there is no that regulation. At the end of the day, you don't have a part of the enterprise of the company you acquire the share. But yeah, in terms of banking and DeFi, I think it's mostly an opportunity. Just let's be frank, banks are not idiots and regulators as well. When there is an opportunity to make money, they will be here. When there is a decentralized finance coming on the way, they will follow and they will defy limitations. They want what is important for regulators and banks, obviously, is stability. They don't want to go to a financial crisis. So basically, there is a lot of projects that are not say on the market, but they are tried by banks. A lot of companies are trying like NFT project right now. This is one of the big trends. They're trying DeFi as well, but mostly on a UAT, so mostly internally in their systems or by experiment it. I think the way that the technology is coming here will help to improve the workflow and the processes of today in a couple of months or years. But going to a purely centralized or decentralized model will be related to the decision of government and regulators and international rules from Bales, for example. But at this moment, I think what is most interesting, except the FOMO and except the incredible story about the revenue make via crypto or DeFi, it's also the application of technology. So the banks are really looking at the technology aspect of it, what it can bring on the table, how we can solve a lot of issues, how we can make the process faster. And this will be definitely the key for the future.
Thank you. Well, when I'm thinking DeFi, I'm listening to your inputs. I'm thinking like what it really stands out in DeFi towards the end customer. Things like flexibility, things like composability, right? Interoperability and transparency. Do you think this is something that banks can catch up to right now?
Good question. I think it will depend of the different countries. Basically, if you look at how the ecosystem are built, once again, it's about like the ecosystem partnerships, how you leverage on integration of the solutions between you and your partners, and how you can do it with the different exchanges. What I still see, it's for example in Hong Kong, the Hong Kong exchange has high frequency trading at a rate that is just still incredible today. And in terms of scalability, there is not a lot of blockchain who can compete with them or reach their ratio in terms of speed, in terms of volume, in terms of transaction per seconds. It's the same with big corporate as well. We have Swift working on the custody of a digital exchange. You have also banks looking at custody as well. So in theory, yes, blockchain can be interesting, but we don't still have standardization. I want to switch the question a bit differently. It's what is interesting, if you look at the history of internet, most of the project of internet and how internet came together was from like private intranet from companies and also different universities in US, in Europe, over the globe. And what they did is, after a moment, they just plug all their intranet together to create that map will become internet. And I think today there is no like public blockchain as we want to see it, but it's mostly different private blockchain where we create connectivity between them. So how we can connect a blockchain from Ethereum to another blockchain on Polkadot or something else, right? How we can connect all the blockchain developed by different banks, because there is still not yet standardization of those blockchain created by the different actors on the market. But if they come all together and still can collaborate to create a like kind of Web 3.0, as everyone say right now, it will be interesting, and we will have like normalization of the different technical aspect, scope of work, but also of the product that we will use in the future.
That's very interesting point. I completely agree with you that the promise is there, but the execution is not yet. So even Polkadot, which by definition was supposed to breach different protocols, is not happening. Of course, bridging, we see a lot of bridging from one blockchain to another. We see it evolve right now, more and more coming in, and now the new hero is Solana, but still remains to be seen. Yes, indeed, was just now in Lisbon. So if we take one step back, when we look into the future of banking and future of this ecosystem, I like to break things down. So if we break it down, because from your answer, I got lots of inputs on different kind of categories. So we have corporates, right? Their needs. We have high frequency traders, you have mentioned. Very, very important point. Another group of people, right? And the last group, and I'm exaggerating because this is the most important group right now, it's Generation Z, right? They kind of drive the whole thing. Wall Street bets and everything that happened recently has been driven by this Generation Z, who are the fast adopters, and they have completely different needs from what we have known up until now, and different from corporates, and different from high frequency traders. So what do you think about them, and how do you think in the future of banking, the huge question, if we break it into categories?
Okay, maybe I can start for the corporate banking and the banking in general. I think one of the things we didn't mention just before, it's central bank digital currencies. So the central bank digital currencies are central banks such as Central Bank of Hong Kong, China, Singapore, working on a project to bring e-currency, e-Hong Kong dollars, e-USD, e-CNY together, and to work on some of the projects related to the daily life of corporate and consumers. For example, buy an insurance when you're in Hong Kong to China, transfer money from Hong Kong to China, but also like doing the custody of crypto assets, right, or digital assets. So this is one of the big projects right now. Asia is really advanced on it, They are working on the eCNY, eHKD for years. Singapore has also a lot of projects on CBDCs. That's just some news this morning. So this is really now and the future for us. in terms of interaction between the different countries and companies. It will just help to kill intermediaries between banks or between customers from different countries. In a near future, for the Generation Z or for everyone, it will be easy to send money directly from different fast payment system from different countries. For example, like we have seen that a lot in Asia, in Singapore, in Hong Kong, in Thailand. But maybe soon we can send the money from my digital wallet directly to the digital wallet of a friend in Thailand without having like crazy fees for exchange, and also not waiting like 5 days just to receive a transfer. In terms of Generation Z, I have tried like a lot of solutions on a DeFi. The biggest issue is right now you don't have any, I want to say, connectivity. So you need to go to a crypto exchange to buy like some cryptocurrencies. But before this, you need to send your money to the crypto exchange. So when you send your USD to there, you need to transfer it to Ethereum. After this, you want to send the Ethereum maybe to an e-wallet on your phone or on a key. So you still need to send it out. And after this, if you want to invest in some project on DeFi, maybe you won't find them in the crypto exchange you are. So you need to register to a new crypto exchange, send the money there, and after this, you can sometimes connect your cryptocurrencies there. I have seen as well, like sometimes connectivity, if you make a withdrawal of some money there, or the Ethereum or other cryptocurrencies, you will have the same amount in another cryptocurrency, just a new one. But sometimes you're just waiting for days and nothing is happening. So you need to come back, try to find the solutions to bring back your money, but you're losing that opportunity to invest on a new project or to receive that promising cryptocurrency that you are looking for. So this is a big issue. I think what wants also Gen Z is really to focus on the solutions all in one, and to date everything is still split. So when you go to a bank account, you have your deposit, you have your loans, you have your trading platforms, you have also like the way to send money to international friends or to your family if you're not in the same country. But when you are looking at the crypto exchange right now, it's not the same thing. So one of the features that I think Gen Z wants is to have like all the services on demand and not having, like multiple passwords, multiple software, multiple platforms where you need to go and to log in every time and, to send from A to B and to B to D and to D to F, right? So I think this is what will change a lot in the future. We're so used to have everything on demand with Netflix, Spotify, Amazon, Alibaba. And I think this is impacting the way that we want to use our financials in the future.
Well, I have to agree with you. Now that you mention it, it's absolutely true. I mean, same goes for NFTs, right? For someone who's not familiar, to go and mint and transfer and this and that, it's pretty cumbersome. Of course, these people are already natives, to Uniswap. They don't even know how to use other things. So, but that's another extreme, right? We're talking about the larger population. And what you have just mentioned is absolutely true. It has to be simplified. It has to be streamlined. It needs to have a better UX. And it's true that banks can offer everything in one place, hopefully. Of course, within the bank category, we also see neobanking, and I'm not sure where. So they have been already like 1 foot in to this kind of things.
And if I can add, like I think some of the crypto exchange will acquire really decent size or top size banks in the future. Like those cryptocurrencies exchange going to NASDAQ has the money now to acquire really decent sized banks in US or even internationally somewhere in Europe or in Asia. So we may have a consolidation of those exchange with the banks and changing the landscape in the future.
That's a very interesting point. So I think, Coinbase, I think they even applied for banking license. And yes, I think that the FTX is the elephant in the room. Indeed, yes. So that's a very valid point. Thank you, Mehdi. I think, wow, that was very insightful. Thank you. Organizers, I don't know if we have more time to give one more advice maybe to the audience. What? Yes, we can. So Mehdi, can I ask you for one last minute if you could give advice on banking, on how to manage this complexity that's outlined to our audience?
I want to say right now banks still have a lot of things to solve, like onboarding totally customers digitally. It's something like it was done by crypto exchange before and now banks are doing. All the countries are not able to do it, but when you look at Revolut, N26, all the virtual banks around the world, or neobanks coming here on the way and be able to onboard any customers in 5 minutes and give at least a virtual card on the phone in a few minutes. It's really interesting for the banks. Other thing is to look at how the crypto exchange are evolving with the regulation internationally. When we look at Binance right now having some issues with a lot of countries, similar to Singapore, because they don't have a headquarters in one of the jurisdictions where they can be sued, for example, is a big issue. So right now, what is happening is they need to cut the line, cut the bridge with their local entities in Singapore and a few other places. But I'm curious to see how things will move forward, especially right now it's November. Historically, December is a big month for cryptocurrencies every 3-4 years. And January is also where things are moving in the opposite way. So let's take a look at this. Let's still be really cautious with the regulators and see where they want to go. They will accept cryptocurrencies or not? Will they sue Ripple like the SEC in USA because they are just giving away a lot of crypto just to finance their project there, or will the different countries find a consensus about regulation of the crypto exchange and cryptocurrencies?
Thank you very much, Mehdi. Thank you. That was excellent. Excellent advice. Be careful. Watch the trends. Be careful. Stick with your bank for now. That's our advice. So, organizers, I think we're finished. So, we need your advice on how to move on this platform into next sessions.
Thank you very much, both of you, for the lovely conversation. Yeah, thank you very much. It was really wonderful discussion. Now let's move to our next presentation, and this is about Salacyber. I mean, from the name itself, for those of you who speak Khmer might already understand what it is. He's our next guest speaker, who is a network engineer and ICT security who enjoy both learning and sharing his knowledge with others. With over 7 years of experience in Internet Service Provider, ISP, banking, payment, and education industry, he has added many achievements to his name, both national and internationally. Joining us today to present more about Salacyber, which is the first local training center to provide cybersecurity trainings, which mainly penetration testing, network security, and application security. Salacyber is very considerate and understanding of every student's financial situation and offers students with reasonable cost fee with international experience. Let us all welcome Mr. Po Hai Ung, the founder of Salacyber.
Okay, hello everyone. Welcome to cybersecurity session. I believe that you are using your own PC or your smartphone to watch this video right now, right? Have you ever experienced being attacked by hacker before? Maybe yes, maybe no. Maybe some people are unsure that they are under the attack right now. Until their Facebook account or their social media account being logged in by other user, and then chat to their friend or their family to ask for money or borrow the money, just like what we always see on the social media. That's why I'm here. I'm Po Hai. I'm from Salacyber. Salacyber is the startup training provider which is specialist in cybersecurity training. So our mission is to build cybersecurity excellence in Cambodia by providing industry standard training. So we want to make Cambodia ready to fight against cybercrime. Today I'm going to have a quick introduction to cybersecurity and its story and how the attacker can hack you. Before we go into our story, we just might to look into some of the report. So currently there's more than 240,000 passwords stolen every day. And also the number of malware increased by more than 350% by 2020, and also ransomware attack is increased by more than 400%. So it's a large and huge amount of cyber attack out there. That's why, as a result, there's over 3 million cybersecurity jobs are unfilled globally. So maybe one of your password is stolen. Maybe your friend or maybe your family, you don't know, we don't know, no one will know, right? Until like something go wrong, your account or your social media account is logged in by another user, or maybe your data is encrypted by the ransomware and asking you for money. So that's a kind of cybersecurity. So let's talk about some story to see what is this cybersecurity, to see what cybersecurity really is. So we just want to have a quick on the story. So it's here. We have our good lady here. She's named Tida. So she always do the shopping at her favorite shop named k8onlinestore.local. Is the e-commerce website. So normally she will browse the website and then just like at something she want to buy, and then buy it and with the credit card. So she gonna have account on their website, and then so the thing is that it's her casual way to do the shopping, to do the convenient and easy and like yes, convenient way to do the shopping. So that's why I have like the email and the password to log into the e-commerce website and then buy the product with the credit card. So yeah, I think that it's just like everyone else that do the shopping is like that. It's flow. So, but the thing is that all the information are stored on the website, are stored on the server, just like Tida username, Tida password, Tida email, and maybe credit card. We don't know. It's stored on the server of that k8onlinestore.com. So what will happen? So yes, we talk about the cybersecurity attack, right? So what is the attack out there? There's many ways of attacking, and there's so many like target to attack. So the first thing of the cybersecurity attack is to attack to the user. So here is the story. After doing the online shopping at her favorite shop, mean that she liked that shop very well. So one day Tida get an email from that shop and that she get a free voucher for $50 to the store, because she is like the honest, the good customer out there. So the store just would like to give her the credit, the voucher to do the shopping. So she's very happy. Just like you can see that she's smiling right now. And just like quickly, she click on some link on the email, and then it's linked to another website. It's not another website, it's a website that she used to do the shopping. And then that website require her to enter the password, the email, and also the credit card to verify or to claim the voucher. And then in Tida point of view, she just think that okay, maybe the website just want to have a clarification or verification on the account. And then Tida does not think any more detail, and then just like quickly input all the detailed information about herself in order to claim the voucher. So what happened next? After that, there is the notification on Tida's phone that is 2 million KHR was transferred to another account. was purchased on another store. Why? What happened? Why? So Tida is sad right now because like her balance is deducted and was transferred to another account. But what happened? What did she do? So the thing is that remember the website that required Tida to input the credit card detail to claim the voucher. So the voucher is fake. It was done by the attacker or hacker. They just like try to send a fake email for the $50 voucher to Tida, so that to trick Tida to enter the password or to provide the information. So the link in the email or that the website that Tida input the information is not the real website. It's not from the store. It's from the attacker that they build a website which is look exactly the same as the K8 online store.local. Just like to spoof the eye of Tida and trick it by giving the voucher of $50, so Tida doesn't care anything, just like quickly and then go there and enter the password and the information. So this kind of incident is called cyber attack. It's done by the hacker. So the victim is Tida, which is the online shopping user. So this kind of cyber attack is called social engineering. Just like to trick the Tida or user to provide information, just like to make use of the voucher, gift, or some kind of urgent stuff like you need to change. Sorry. So that's the one form of the cyber attack, but there's many ways to attack the victim, and there's no like many target to attack. So this one is one kind of attack. So there's another way to do the hacking. For example, we can see that the Tida information or other customer information is stored on the K8 online store.local in their server, in their cloud. So another way to do the cyber attack for hacker is to attack to the server, attack to the K8 online store itself. Maybe attack to the website or attack to the server to extract the customer information, or maybe the worst case, the credit card information from the server if it's stored. So this kind of attack is performed by a hacker. So this hacker is called black hat hacker. So black hat hacker is like a bad guy to do the hacking stuff in order to gain something, just like money or something like that. But not all the hackers are bad guy. Just like people think that the word hacking is like kind of bad, but actually it's not really bad. Hacking is just like a way to attack to the system to gain advantage of a system, just something like that. But the term black hat hacker is referred to the bad guy that trying to hack into someone's system or someone's account to get the money, to get the to take the server down. But actually there are good hacker guy who are called white hat hacker. So the white hat hacker have the similar knowledge as the black hat one, but they are just like is a core one. They do the job. They have like they are the staff of the company, so their role is just like to stay in the company and then check to verify whether like the system or application of the company have vulnerability or not. Just like for example, if the K8 online store have the white hat hacker, so the role of the white hat hacker is to make sure that the K8 online store .local is secure. There is no vulnerability or weakness inside that app, to make sure that the bad guy, the black hat hacker, cannot hack into it. So that's the role of white hat hacker, or we can say it's called hacker or penetration tester, something like that. And then, so just we can see that there's so many ways to attack, to perform the cyber attack. We can attack to the server, they can attack to the user through the social engineering attack, which is the TIDA. So TIDA lost a lot of money because of that cyber attack. So the question is that how we can stop the cyber attack, right? How? The answer is that we cannot completely stop the cyber attack. We cannot stop it. The only thing that we can do is to fight against it, to protect ourselves, protect our device, or protect our data from the attack, and also to reduce the attack surface. Just like, for example, the hacker is gonna hack into the server. So how can we stop it? We cannot stop hacker to hack it, right? So we just like fight against it, just like to make sure the server is secure. That's why we have the white hat hacker over there to do the assessment, to do the penetration testing, to make sure that the server is safe and secure enough. Okay, so how to fight against the cyber attack, how to protect ourselves from the attack. So mostly people only refer to the some kind of technology, some kind of like the device, firewall, or just like technology to protect ourselves from the cyber attack. But it's not really the case. Yes, we accept that technology is like the massive part of cybersecurity. We have antivirus to protect us from the malware or virus. We have like firewall to protect the network from the attack. We have web application firewall to protect our website from the attack. But technology alone is not enough to protect ourselves from the cyber threat, from the cyber attack. Example, I run the K online store.local, but I don't have enough budget to do the to implement the cybersecurity technology or product. So what else I can do? Yeah, sure, you still can protect yourself from the cyber attack. You know that the lowest approach to fight against the cyber attack, and it's the most effective way, is through training. Just like we discussed earlier, we need to train TIDA, who is the computer user, who is the online shopping user, to know, to understand, to aware of the cyber security, so that she can protect herself from the attack. And for the K online store .local, we also can help to train their staff, their developer, their system engineer, or their network engineer to know how to implement the thing well without any weakness or without any vulnerability. So just like, for example, if the developer know about the security, when they do the code, when they do the implementation of the K8 online store, they do it through the best practice. So it like least likely that there is a vulnerability on that server. Okay, thank you everyone. So that's all for our story right now. So I guess I hope that you get some knowledge regarding to cyber attack or the cyber security issues, and please also spread this awareness to your friend and your family as well. And if you are looking for the cyber security training, feel free to chat to our Facebook page. Our team is willing to answer all your concern and question. Okay, thank you everyone.
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនូវអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យម្នាស់កាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទ Call by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មុខងារ Symptom Checker និង Health Check អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមុខងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់ này cũng thấy đấy. Có bông ở đây bán tao online.
ចង់ឲ្យមានកុំទូទៅឲ្យហ្មងទៅទូទៅតាមណាវិញហ្នឹងតើ Philippines Virtual Mastercard យើងគ្រាន់តែបញ្ចូលលេខការព័ត៌មានផ្សេងនិងលេខកូដ OTP ប៉ុណ្ណឹងជាការស្រេចចុះ Philippines Virtual Mastercard ហ្នឹងអាចប្រើបានលើខ្លះអូយើងអាចទិញតំណែងលើអនឡាញvới Facebook page និងការកំសាន្តលើអនឡាញបានច្រើនទៀតហ៎អូឡើយPhilippines Virtual Mastercard Your World of Possibility
ចាតើឡើយបងចាំមកចែកចេញតើឡើយចាំតិចទេបងចាំថ្ងៃចេញខ្ញុំផ្ញើលុយទៅឲ្យម៉ែ
Alright, welcome back everyone, and now we are moving for the last panel discussion, only the panel discussion, not last of the day yet. This is the last panel discussion, and this time it's all about cyber security, the threat and remedies of current cyber attacks. So this afternoon we will have the discussion on cyber section curated by W Source. Gracing us today to moderator is once again Mrs. Daniel Texner. Hello. Hi Daniel, can you hear us?
Now I can. I hope you can hear me.
Yes. And you know, at the end of the panel, if you don't know what to do, just say go back to Nana.
All right. Now I know.
Yes. And our panelists who will be joining her would like to welcome and say a quick hello to Eric Nigel, the General Manager of APIX Cyber Reason. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Very nice to be here.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us. And then we have Hada Halili, Sales Director of APIX Alot. Hi.
Hi guys. Happy to be here.
Alright. I think we are all set for the panel discussion. So I would like to hand over everything now to our wonderful moderator. Please take it away.
Thank you. Taking away. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining me today. So we're supposed to have George Pesner from Sumo Logic with us, but he's lost somewhere in the process. So hopefully he's joining us later. If not, we will have to cover for him. So today's subject is cybersecurity threats and remedies. We will address from different kind of perspectives. We will address from enterprise perspective. We'll address from government perspective. And we will also try to address from individual perspective. So the speaker who was just before us have given you a very nice introduction to what cybersecurity is. And from now on, we can deep dive into specific cases. So I would like to ask Eric and Hadar to give us a little bit more introduction of what you guys do so the audience knows exactly what Cyber Reason does, for example. Could you say a few words on what you're doing, Eric?
Yeah, absolutely. So Cyber Reason's been around since 2012, and it's been at the front lines of cybersecurity research with the world's brightest mind that come from the military, government, and enterprise security. And we've uncovered, using our technology, some of the most unique attacks in the past few years. Essentially, on the technology side, we harness the power of artificial intelligence using our in-memory graph database. And we've built a platform that allows users to pinpoint, understand, and end very sophisticated attacks wherever they start on the network by fusing together endpoint telemetry, but also behavioral analytics. And this technology is then further ingested with threat intelligence from our Nocturnus research team, as well as other sources. And that's really the fusion of the best minds with some of the best technology, because you need both.
Indeed, thank you. So we just heard from the previous speakers about bad hackers, good hackers. So the threat intelligence in this case are good guys. Let's go to you, Hadar. So we Israeli team today, and I'm very proud we're raising the Israeli flag today in Cambodia. So Hadar, could you say a few words? Thank you. Could you say a few words on what Alert is doing, and so the audience knows what you guys are working on?
Sure, Danielle. Thank you. Alot was established in 1995 and basically is a world leader of innovative network intelligence and security solutions, either for governments, for service providers, and for enterprises worldwide. Our systems are installed in more than 100 countries and in more than 500 CSPs. And basically, we provide our what we call DPI. The technology is called DPI, Deep Packet Inspection. And we actually give it in three main sectors. We see everything that happens on the national network, we control it, and we also secure it. And later on, I'll be able to give you some examples. As for myself, I'm an intelligence guy of over 20 years of experience in the intelligence domain. So I hope I'll be able to give you some examples later on.
Thank you. Thank you. So as you have understood already, Eric will be our enterprise advisor for today's panel, and Hadar will take us into government SIN. So recently, I don't know if it's related to COVID or it's a coincidence, but we have been seeing attack after attack, security breach after security breach. I think the very latest one was Robinhood, and it's very painful, I think, for everybody who's joining us today. It's a fintech event. Another one in Singapore was Fullerton Health. So, Eric, what were the cases that you guys have analyzed recently? What are the cases that you could share with us of significant data breach or significant attacks that we could discuss here?
Yeah, so I think the one where people are getting hit the most recently tends to be ransomware. And you've seen a resurgence in ransomware. I was in Korea just 2 weeks ago, and I was speaking with a reporter, and he asked me the question, are we living through the golden age of ransomware? And I kind of said it's hard to argue that we're not. If you look at research by Sonic Wool, if you look at the pre-pandemic numbers, so before COVID, the average attacks roughly per month were running at about 20 million. Since we've gone through COVID, that's kind of doubled to about 40 million. And you've got peaks, which are 4 times that amount, at roughly about 80 million. So there's a ransomware attack, every 11 seconds. The ransomware losses are projected to be about $20 billion this year alone. And in the US, the FBI has reported an increase in more than 225% in total losses from ransomware. So it's a huge comeback. We know that this is an industry on its own, and it's very lucrative. And the fact that companies are paying the criminals, that's fueling this growth. From a financial perspective, to give a little bit more context, the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network in the US, so the FinCEN, they've derived data from the suspicious activity reports. And what they show is that in the first 6 months of this year, over $600 million has been paid in ransom. So that's a 42% increase over the whole of last year. And if we continue on this trend, then we will have paid more this year than in the entire last decade. So from an enterprise perspective, companies are getting hit all the time. Unfortunately, they still rely on technologies of old that are just not cutting it anymore. And they need to make that transition into the newer technologies that can help specifically with this. And what people need to understand is that the criminals are evolving. So if you look at, an attack like Ryuk, which is a pretty lucrative, it's one of the most lucrative kind of ransomware. 18 months ago, this was just a known malware, so relatively easy to go and catch. And about 12 months ago, it moved to using packers and encoders, bypassing traditional AV detection. So if you have a traditional AV, it kind of blows through that. And then it becomes unknown. So you can't catch this with indicators of compromise. And then about 6 months ago, it moved from delivery via emails and browsers, and now is a fileless malware and evades all binary detections and scripting techniques. There are many other examples of these types of ransomwares that keep evolving because the criminals keep evolving. But there's one thing that I think is repeatedly consistent, is if you get hit by ransomware, there's zero guarantee that you'll get your data back. And Cybereason's done a fair amount of research on ransomware. And globally, we did a research with about 1,200 very large enterprise accounts. And what we see is that 90% of companies that get hit with the first ransomware, even if they're paying, will get hit again. So in our view, it doesn't pay to pay. So we view that ransomware as the kind of the big thing that's hitting all enterprise, and that's that's what a lot of governments and enterprise are focused on stopping right now.
Eric, I have a question for you because you have outlined the mechanism. You have explained that it has evolved. If I'm not mistaken, the last one, Fullerton Health, they also signaled that there was internal negligence. So it means that someone has let it in. Is that something you haven't encountered lately, or you saying that no matter what you do, it happens?
Yeah, I think no matter what you do. So so we come from the mindset of what's called a post-breach world. So at some point you will be breached. So no matter how much you spend on the prevention mechanisms securing the enterprise, the advanced attackers will get in. And once they're in, you really need technologies such as an endpoint detection and response, or if you don't have the human capital to manage that technology yourself, work with a service provider that does a managed detection and response. And where the market is going is the extended detection response. So what you really need to see is you need to gather all the data you can around your enterprise and then use behavioral techniques to understand if the hacker is in your network or in your enterprise, what they're doing. Are they escalating privileges? Are they moving laterally? Are they getting to your crown jewels? And if they get there, like what are they doing? And you've seen in ransomware, an evolving of ransomware from what we call the smash and grab, which is a ransomware comes in, locks everything, and they demand a payment, to double extortion. So the attackers come in, they find the crown jewels and the data, they exfiltrate that, and then they launch the ransomware. So that gives them multiple bites at the apple. Either they'll make money because the company will want to decrypt their servers, and if they don't, then the criminals will threaten to release that data into the public, and that gives them another angle there. And that's really evolving. So, whether it's internal or whether it's negligence, it's the enterprises are being attacked every day. So at one point, something's going to get through. And then it's no longer about the prevention and how much you're spending on your prevention. It's really about visibility and contextual analysis using behavioral analytics to pinpoint, is that attacker, is that criminal inside? And then you need to stop them very quickly. And that's what a lot of, kind of the endpoint detection and response technologies are about. It's reducing the mean time to detect and then the mean time to respond. Average hacks today, a criminal's going to be in your network for about 9 months before you even know. Using technologies like ours, we can detect in less than a minute, we can triage in less than 5, and we can remediate in less than 30 minutes. So we're giving a lot more firepower to the defenders whose role it is to protect the company. And that's difficult because the attack surface, I know Mr. Porhai Ung before was talking about the expanding attack surface. With digital transformation, the move to cloud, but also the fact that with the pandemic, people are no longer working in the office, they're working from home, the enterprises are just a lot more exposed.
Clearly. Well, I have a few more points that I want to cover, but next round we'll take it now to the government side. So, Adar, what can you share on the latest government attacks?
Thank you, Daniel. First of all, regarding to your comment earlier that the COVID has increased all the cyber attacks and all the internet misuse, I totally agree. But it's actually only one factor, because the internet is growing exponentially, and online regulation is difficult to implement, and there are fast changes in users' behaviors and platforms, and illegal content and illegal activities are rising all the time. And yes, the COVID is also increased it. People are working from home, people are working from the cloud. So actually the internet has become a critical infrastructure today, just like electricity or water, etc., on a national scale. Now I want to focus on a different angle, not on attacks, but rather on internet misuse or offensive or illegal content on a national scale. Now this kind of events are basically happening every day, just like attacks, but on a different angle. For example, let's take the basic thing: illegal websites. Right? Illegal websites are expanding each and every day now. Right? In every country, it's rather different. But for example, terror. Let's take terror. Let's take ISIS recruitment sites or any other sites in this kind of manner. These sites are happening, are created every day. And countries who wants to forbid their citizens for entering these sites, or prevent citizens from entering these sites, are actually in a race of mapping these sites and have the technology to block them from entering inside the country. That's just one example. Another example.
Adar, just maybe, if I may, just for the audience, you are describing the dark web, what is called the dark web, correct?
True. It doesn't have to be on the dark web, Danielle. It doesn't have to be on the dark web. However, yes, the dark web is definitely the home where most of the illegal activity is being done. Because when somebody wants to do some illegal activity of any kind, he will probably cover himself with a VPN or any other tool to stay anonymized, to stay uncovered. But this kind of offensive data is not only on the URLs, but rather on applications. Today most of the use of the internet is not on the www, is from from the applications, from our phones, from our tablets, from our laptops, and governments reach the inevitable conclusion that they cannot rely on the private sector, just like, for example, take Facebook or take Google or any other big company. They cannot rely on them for their regulation and, of course, for their digital enforcement, what we call, in order to keep the order in the internet, which is very hard. Okay, they have reached the conclusion that they need to have the technology themselves, to have the red buttons themselves, in order to prevent and protect actually the citizens from any offensive or illegal activity that is being done on the internet. Give you an example. Let's take YouTube Live for example. We all remember the event that happened around 2 years ago when a guy in New Zealand entered the mosque, right, with a shotgun, and he had a live camera on his chest, right, and he was transmitting live. He's shooting all around. For like 15 minutes, it was transmitted live, basically all over the web. Now, if the government had a tool of digital enforcement, a technology of themselves, they'll be able, in a matter of seconds, to push the red button and prevent the citizens from watching this video. Okay, that can be happening on a national scale, that can be happening on a regional scale, and of course also on specific subscribers in case of need. Okay, now this is just one example out of so many. I can give you another example, which everybody knows, is the TikTok event, the suicide videos on TikToks. There was a lot of buzz around it, so everybody are familiar with this from one angle and another. So same idea. If we want to prevent the citizens from watching this video, the government can have this technology. Actually, must have this technology for every country with its own regulation and with its own terms of usage. But again, governments has reached the conclusion that they cannot rely on the private sector. They must have some kind of tool on one scale or another, not only for the what we call URL filtering, which is actually been implemented worldwide today because it's like the basic capability, but also for application control. And if I left it to the end because the attacks are still there, not only for enterprises, but also for countries, for national backbone networks, especially DDoS attacks. Okay, this DDoS is distributed denial of service attacks that basically paralyzes the entire or regional internet network. So we in a lot. We'll talk about the remedies after that, but basically what you need to have is a system that inspects each and every packet that enters the country and goes around the network. And we are talking, millions of records per second, right? In order to find anomalies, in order to find any kind of suspicious activity, and basically isolate it from the network. At least until it is analyzed and confirmed. And again, you'll never have a 100% protection, but on a term of national scale, having an 80-85% what we call a first line of defense, because every enterprise will have its own cybersecurity, and every big administration will have it. But again, the national backbone and the national network seen by the government, because the government also has the responsibility to protect its national network. And again, remember, we said that it's a critical infrastructure, very critical infrastructure. We all agree. So the government has to implement its own, let's call it a national firewall, okay, in order to have this first line of defense.
Clear. It's very good that I asked you. I feel good that it's good that we clarified that you didn't mean only dark web. So it's clear for the audience that it's not only happening there. And you mentioned that URLs are right now more protected, right? So this is not the biggest issue that we're dealing with.
Yeah, dark web.
Now,
Daniel, that I'm interrupting.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying that dark web is definitely part of it, but we are talking all the internet. It's not you can't cover part of it. You have to cover 100% of the data that is streaming through.
Got it. And the second point, DDoS, of course, it's especially relevant for the critical infrastructure such as electricity or water facilities and this kind of places, right? Because DDoS, of course, we know is a large phenomena that is facing also enterprises and individual users. But of course, on a government level, that means our electricity, that means access to water, and can mean access to defense facilities, you name it. I just want maybe to draw a small line on the surveillance, because we will try not to touch it in this panel, because also this is a financial event, and also in finance we have regulations, so we will try to stay out of it. So back to you, Eric. I have one question to you about what you have shared with us earlier. So we have also seen another phenomena last year, and of course before, which is actually not illegal, and that's data scrapping. So how dangerous is data scrapping? How far it can take perpetrators? And is there anything we can do there?
I think, like with any attack, I think it always goes back to identifying the attack early and remediating against it early. So when you think of attacks, really time is of the essence. So with detection and detecting this kind of attack, you need to contextualize that analysis, and that gives you the ability to respond and also adapt and move faster than the attackers to eliminate these emerging threats in minutes instead of days. So I think fundamentally, regardless of what kind of attack, you really need to get to it early. But speed itself is not the only thing. You can't, you need speed, but also knowledge. You need to determine if it's a real attack, if it's not a real attack, and if it's luring you into a trap. So that it ends up being just a game of data, and the one who controls the data kind of controls the battlefield. And that's why you need the more advanced technologies. And if you look at some of the recommendations that's come out of the Biden administration regarding a lot of the attacks that are going on now, it does specifically recommend, specifically to government agencies to adopt endpoint detection response, but also makes a recommendation to the enterprise to do the same thing. And the adoption rate for this kind of technology is still fairly low at 40%. So there's a long way to go. So I think any enterprise, regardless of the attack that's coming in, if they don't have the technologies or don't work with the service providers to protect them, they'll get hit. So I don't really see, there being a difference. The end game is always the same. It's to breach, it's to go inside, and either exert pressure from a criminal perspective, or if it's nation state or nation ignored, it's to get access to information. And we've seen a number of those cases happen in the last couple of years, where it's more nation state or nation ignored for espionage or corporate theft, but the other camp also being just criminal organizations that are trying to make a business out of extorting money from companies.
Yeah, that's clear. I think that as you both have mentioned, or mostly you, Eric, that you have using AI to improve things. Criminals are using AI to improve things as well. And I think more you use AI, easier it's for them to get to the patterns. And speed is, of course, critical, like you mentioned. What I was aiming at that data scraping is when people strip the data without even getting inside the system, like what happened to LinkedIn. And the question is if there are any sensors or anything that we can install on their enterprise side to see that it's happening. But this is very specific, so we can leave it aside. So I want only to ask two of you if there's anything you could mention about cloud, because George clearly is not joining us yet. So if we could cover, say a few words about cloud. Eric, Hadar, cloud?
Well, I think cloud's a big digital. There's obviously a lot of digital transformation that's going on at the moment. Cloud can be more secure from an architecture perspective. So companies that have been using on-prem or their own servers on the ground. Working with some of the bigger cloud providers, they've put a lot of thought around the security of the cloud itself and securing the cloud. But it's not, it still has many of the same problems. So it's still possible to breach into enterprise regardless of where the data sits. So many of the technologies that are used on the on-premise, they're applicable to the cloud itself. But generally, we find the cloud to be more secure. And we announced a very big partnership with Google on Google Chronicle to enable the type of very fast searches that you do today on Google, using our technology to query all the petabytes of data that are sitting in the organization. So at the end of the day, for us, it's a very big game of data. But certainly, we find the cloud more secure than other used in the enterprise space, I'll say. So if you go into air-gapped environments and that kind of thing, which are more government-related, that's a different story. But I think for enterprise, moving to the cloud enables a higher level of security.
It's an interesting input because many people are afraid of cloud, of course. That's the common perception. But I take your advice on cloud is security by design, correct?
Correct.
So
but it's also, I think there are other aspects as well of data residency, like where is the cloud? Is the data in the country? So I know each country has its own sovereignty rules of, where the data is and who can access it and how it's accessed. But many of the cloud providers are moving to most countries in the world, and they'll have their instance or their cloud built in that country. So, but the data residency is a super, super important topic. And when we are working with the more regulated industries, such as financial services, insurance, there's always, there tends to be more of a requirement to handle the data and the telemetry in country.
Of course. So that leads us to you, Hadar. What are the remedies you recommend? What can we share with the audience?
Yeah, sure. Actually, as I mentioned previously, what we're doing in a lot is called DPI, Deep Packet Inspection, and we talked about the web filtering, right? But we haven't talked about the application control. Now, what is application control? Basically, we in a lot inspecting each and every packet that goes around the web on a national scale. That means millions of records per second. So when we inspect a packet, of course, it's the metadata, not the content, of course, and we see which application it is. Okay, and not only which application, but also which sub-application. Give an example. If we take in WhatsApp, we can say we can distinguish between WhatsApp video or WhatsApp VoIP or WhatsApp text, etc. Okay, we can see which IP sent it and from which location, what was the duration of the session, etc. Now this allows us, okay, to have actionable intelligence for the regulator to, for example, give you an example, congestion management, congestion of bandwidth management in the country. Okay, allowing more bandwidth for a specific application, or limiting another application. For example, I'll give you an example. During the COVID, there was a situation in one of our countries, in one of our customers' countries, that they couldn't use the Zoom because everybody were watching Netflix. As easy as that. Okay, so the regulator had to limit Netflix and YouTube bandwidth in order to have to allow the children to learn on Zoom. That's just one remedy. The other remedy is basically to, if there is an emergency, okay, to block the application in a certain location or in the entire country, to block a video with the offensive content, and basically to have the hands on the internet on the metadata level for the law enforcement or the regulators to operate in. in the web domain. That's the idea.
That's very clear. Thank you. So I'm asked to wrap it up. Eric, anything else you would like to add as remedies? Because you have included remedies in our first part already, but anything else you would like to stress to the audience on the remedies side?
Yeah, no, I think there's basically really three main tips for defending. So the first really is following security hygiene best practices, whether it's patch management, offsite data backups, and employee awareness and training. So that's kind of one of the first pillars. The second really is multi-layered prevention capabilities on all the enterprise and across all endpoints, because you need to reduce the noise and the lower level attacks that are more evident. And then kind of the third, which is the more advanced, is what we call the extended detection and remediation solutions, so platforms such as our own and others across the environment. And that's really to enhance all the visibility and empower the defenders to do higher level activity. So if you're doing that, you're in a much better place. But every company is at a different level of maturity. So again, I always say, if you can't build it in-house, do work with a managed security provider, because they'll be that's their job. And if you really are building that capability internally, then it's to work with vendors such as ourselves that can not only deploy the technology, but it's the brain power and what we call our secret magic sauce, which is all of the threat intel and all of the reverse engineering that's being done and all the investigation in some of these sophisticated hacks. Because the more our technology is deployed across the countries, the more threats we see live. So then that knowledge feeds its way back into the product and then secures customers in pretty much a live environment.
Thank you, Eric. So we have 1 minute left. So can I ask you one last thing for the audience? 50 seconds each. Short advice to our individual users. What individuals should do to be safe on their own computers, phones, applications. So Adar, just a short advice, 1 tip, 2 tips.
Just be aware that as Eric and I said, the attacks are there. The numbers are increasing and they are huge. Okay, so just be aware when you click on a link that has been sent to you, when you set your passwords, when you have your home and all IoTs and all devices that are connected to the internet, make sure they are all secured under one umbrella, and just be aware. And when you are offered some kind of cyber package, cyber protection package for like $1 a month or something like that, take it.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Eric. One short advice.
I'll do it very short. I call it become an email snob. If you don't know the person, you don't know what it's for, like delete it. Make sure you have at the most basic level an antivirus or an endpoint protection. If you have backups of data and critical data and photos and like things that are precious for the family, like back it up. Make sure the router at home is updated, because people tend to plug in the router and then forget it for decades, but that thing needs updating. And I'd say use strong multi-factor authentication, especially in the banking side. Having multi-factor authentication, through your mobile phone, that's super important. But I'll go back to be an email snob. If you don't know it, just delete it.
All right, that's a hard one, but
I like it. Email snob is nice.
Yeah, you like it. Okay, guys. So while you take it where you want to take it with the email snob, but make sure you have 2-point identification, multiple identification on all your passwords. Thank you very much to the organizers. Thank you very much to our wonderful speakers. Thank you for your time and wise advice. And we will see each other soon, somewhere over the globe. Cheers.
My pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very, very much, our wonderful moderator and speaker for the last panel discussion. I really love the last advice. I mean, if you don't want to pay $1 protection per month or per year for your email, you might lose a lot of money later. But having said about that, I didn't even pay anything. I should now. All right, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we have now another important subject, Bakong. Let's chat about Bakong. The whole family used to have different account. No, not possible. Let's all have the same bank because otherwise it will be very difficult to sell to each other. But now you can because Bakong can actually allow transaction different banks. So I've been using it. It's been very helpful to me and my family and a lot of Cambodians. So the next panel discussion will be the conversation about Bakong, what has been the milestone and what would be the future with the help of our wonderful moderator, Mr. Harrison White. Hi.
Thank you so much, DJ Nana.
Yes, but I still have to introduce you a little bit.
Yeah.
Mr. Harrison White is the editor of Cambodia Investment Review, and he will be chatting about Bakong milestone and future plan together with the director of Payment System Department of the National Bank of Cambodia, Mr. Oksarat. Good afternoon.
Hi. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining me. And now I would like to hand over the floor now to Harrison. Please take it away.
Thank you so much. So, yes, this afternoon we'll be discussing one of Cambodia's most exciting new initiatives, Bakong digital payment application, which I've now been told has over 250,000 users with almost $3 billion worth of payments.
Right.
I guess there's been a lot of discussion in local and international media, sometimes a little bit of confusion of what Bakong actually is. Do you mind this afternoon just giving us a bit of an overview of what it is, what it does, and what it isn't?
Okay, thank you, Harrison. Thank you for the question. So before I start, I just want to say good afternoon to everyone, being here and on the live as well. So to answer your question, so there's a lot of discussion lately in relation between Bakongs and what you call the central bank digital currency, or in short term we call it CBDC. And the concept of CBDC itself, it's very new. It's been around like 3 or 4 years, and it basically represent. It refers to the digital representation of the banknote issued by the central bank. And if you look at the definition of the CBDC itself, it basically varies from one writer to another. There's no common definition of the CBDC as yet. So, but in short, it refers to the what we call the something that is issued by the central bank, and it's the liability of the central bank. But if you look at the Bakong itself, you know, we start our first project back in 2016.
Okay, yeah, that's been quite a while.
Yeah, during that time, the original intention is not anything about digital currency. Our intention during that time was that we try to explore the new technologies and then what this new technology can do and help us improve the payment system in our country. And as you may see, that Bakong is actually a payment system, you know. It's not really about central bank digital currency.
So it's not a digital currency.
It's not
a cryptocurrency.
Yeah. Despite that, there are some characteristics of Bakong that may fall into the definition of this central bank digital currency. That's why you tend to hear in the news that sometimes they refer Bakong to as a indirect CBDCs or hybrid CBDCs, or even recently the IMS called us as a synthetic CBDC. So there's a mixed definition of that. It depends on the writers, but to us, it's still Bakong is the payment system.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to put it as well. So I guess one of the reasons, what was some of the major driving factors behind, in saying 2016 it was sort of, the concept was there, 2020 it was launched. What were the driving factors behind the reason?
You know, we tried to introduce Bakong to address some of the issues that we have in our system. So basically, there are 4 reasons behind the development of the Bakong system. The reason number one is that to improve interoperability in our system. If you look at what do we mean by interoperability? Basically, interoperability is something that we try to promote interconnectivity between across all players and customer within our market. We have like commercial bank, we have specialized bank, we have microfinance and deposit taking institution. Before Bakong, this institution didn't talk to each other. To put it in a simple word, the institution didn't talk to each other. And the main reason that we want to promote Bakong is to try all these players talk to each other, so that this institution as well as the end user can enjoy the benefit in particular to improve the payment efficiency in our payment ecosystem with regard to saving costs, with regard to fast speed of payment transfer, and as well as the securities of the system as well. So that is the first reasons. Second reason is about efficiency. I mentioned earlier the three factors is about cost, speeds, and safety. These first and second reasons are more or less connected to one and another.
Okay.
And the third reason is about financial inclusion. You know, in what do we mean by financial inclusion? In our perspective, financial inclusion is something that we can promote access of the unbanked population, to promote usage of the unbanked, both unbanked and already banked population, and to promote the quality of the product and service of the financial institution of the all party involved who offer the digital financial service. That's the third reason. And the last one is about promoting the use of local currency. If you look at the number of the wallet provided in our country, not many offer in local currencies, mostly offer in US dollars. So Bakong offer both in USD and local currency that give a chance to those who wish to conduct an action in local currency. Basically, the people in Euro area, because they are the one who do operations a lot in local currency. So that give them a chance to access to digital means to conduct an action in local currency.
Yeah, I must admit I've actually downloaded it when I got a Cambodia Securities Exchange account. And I had to transfer from my ABA to the broker's Canadian bank. And I found the process very simple, very straightforward, small percentage fee. But overall, I thought it was very good, very well set up. So definitely connection of banks sounds like was one of the key factors that it's definitely ticking. One of the also the reasons in Cambodia, obviously there are so many banks, yet people are still unbanked. How is the Bakong digital payment application going to assist that cohort?
Yeah, Bakong it itself is the application that provide in many languages, and it's very convenient to use it. If the person doesn't know about English at all, they can use it because it provides in local currency in Khmer languages. So people just go through the App Store and they can download it and register it, and then they can use it right away. It depends on the KYC requirement of each member institution, on the condition of the registrant. So it's very easy to use, and then but anyway, it still depends on the degrees and knowledge of the people, you know. So it basically involves the digital literacy of the public in terms of promoting the usage and adoption of the digital means. That is something that we, as a central bank, who's been working, focusing a lot these days with our partner as well to promote digital literacies. That's why we are now running a number of programs to promote digital literacy to boost understanding and knowledge of the population as a whole in terms of digital literacy, and so that we can adopt digital means very quickly.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I also, you know, a lot of people have been speaking about the remittance. So the options for, you know, overseas workers in Thailand or Malaysia, for example, they spend a lot of money sending their fees back to Cambodia. Sometimes they don't know where those fees are going. It also seems like it's going to really help people who are working overseas as well.
That's correct, right? Now we're working with our partners, which is Maybank Malaysia and then Maybank Cambodia as well. So we just complete the project with our partners so that we open up the corridor for remittance between Cambodia and Malaysia. So our migrant worker in Malaysia can actually use the Bakong application in Malaysia to do the action as what they do in our country. That very easy for them. That should promote this access to remittance from our migrant worker in other country. We want to replicate this same project, not only just in Malaysia, but we want to expand it to other countries in the region as well, so that it can have our Cambodian worker who currently doing in other country and perform the action within like they are in our country using Bakong application.
Fantastic. Now, obviously, with such an amazing product, there's also many other products in Cambodia that have been filling that space previously. Some of them are members of CAFT as well, which is also one of the people behind this this event.
Okay.
What do you want to talk to them about? Some of them might be feeling that Bakong could be taking some of their market share, or maybe in 5 years they might find themselves completely redundant. I know already some are starting to diversify. What sort of surety would you give to those companies to continue to do what they're doing, and also try and come within the overarching idea, which is bringing people together?
It depends on what they are looking at. To us, to our understanding, Bakong is a complementary product to the existing product that already available in our market. If you look at the Bakong closely, Bakong is what Bakong trying to do is try to enable, like I mentioned earlier, to enable interoperability across different players and users. We just connect different player in our market. We don't really intend to compete with any private platform. By joining with the Bakong, the player like PSI or bank, they can access to a large network of customer and access to funding as well from commercial bank, where they can space, for example, if they need to upload their balance, for example, that open up the opportunities. So Bakong open up a lot of opportunity for this player in our market. So if you look at the big picture, to our understanding, Bakong would provide more opportunity to the already existing player to improve their performance and to boost their operation that demonstrate to all the other players.
Yeah, that's great. I think it's good to be reassuring, especially of the companies now, that they don't pull out too early, because that sort of what they're offering is still very much needed. But yeah, I mean, without doubt, with the way things are going, I mean, there could be some consolidation in the future as well. There are so many of them. I think maybe some consolidation in Cambodia's financial institutions might not be such a bad thing. Do you think Bakong could actually start to force that as well, and start to force more of the PSIs, for example, and actually maybe there will be some reduction in the amount of companies in the market?
Not that to our understanding at the moment. I mean, we still observe the trend. Obviously, whether Bakong will compete with the existing player or not. It depends on the business model of this player. Bakong may have I mean, it depends on the player. Is their product or service is more or less closely in line with the Bakong, they might find it redundant. That's why they need to push it to other market segments. So, but I don't think there's a lot of threat in terms of the space, because we actually providing the platform for everyone, and everyone can access it. At this point in time, I don't perceive any consolidation as yet, but maybe down the road there's some consolidation. It may be other reason, not just only the Bakong alone. Maybe it depends. The market keep evolving every 5 years. The new technology coming up, and then we never know what is coming next.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Also, you were touching on one of the points behind trying to, encourage more of the real too. Have you found much traction with that? I know obviously there was a lot of in terms of the ones and the twos and the fives have been removed in terms of actual cash. Now, in terms of digital payments, are you really seeing that also basically assist with more real within the market? I mean, can you actually measure that from a digital level?
From the placement of small note, Bakong, I think basically if it play very important role in replacing the small note right now. We have been taking out the small note if they want to conduct an action in digital meaning in foreign currencies, and then this digital wallet would play very important roles, and then which could promote the use of our local currency as well when it comes to small payments and actions.
And I guess sort of if we're looking to the future, what sort of policy trends is the NBC forecasting in the next 5 and 10 years?
I don't know. It's something in terms of Bakong, or is it like payment system as a whole?
I'd say the payment system as a whole. I presume as a policy, you're also looking to what the market trends are doing, because you also want to ensure that Bakong doesn't fall behind. So you also always want it to be updating too, I'd imagine.
Right. We have some of the key projects in relation to Bakong in particular, but it's the first thing I want to mention is that we try to bring Bakong as a payment hub. Currently, we don't have any local hub as well, so that's something that we want to bring Bakong into the next step as a hub for our country, so that it will be easy to work with other countries in the region in terms of hub connection and the like. And the second point I want to mention is that we want to see Bakong as a gateway for the public payment as well. So we've been working closely with the Ministry of Economy and Finance to bring Bakong as one of the channels for a payment gateway for the public utility. And in the meantime, Bakong is the retail payment transaction. So we want to bring this experience from the retail payment into the next level. That's bring from the retail part to the wholesale part as well. That's why we try to uplift Bakong into the wholesale payments, because we don't have the OTG system as yet in our market. And the last point I want to mention is that we want to promote these centralized we want to sort of like make it more easy and convenient in terms of registration for the Bakong system. That's why we are trying to connect it to the data exchange, which is hosted by the Ministry of Finance, so that when people do registration, it's right away review it as a full KYC, because it checks directly to the data hosted by the Ministry of Interior.
Okay, so there is some plans to, because obviously right now it's using the partnered for eKYC or KYC. Are you one day thinking you're going to have that data with you as well?
Yeah, we are actually working it out. The one who hosts this data is with the Ministry of Interior, and then the partner, the Cambodia Data Exchange, they have the approval to access this data. What we can do is that we work with the Cambodia Data Exchange, and we can use it for the verification purpose for the registration of the Bakong. So these are sort of like the next step that we have the plan to do in relation to the Bakong system.
Yeah, no, it definitely sounds like there's some fantastic futures ahead. I think it's one of those things where, looking forward, I think everyone can agree from this event, digital payments really is going to be the way forward, especially in terms of e-commerce. I've been seeing more and
more for the clearing settlement for this e-commerce in action with the public sector. But it's Bakong currently, even the private sector, they can use it for e-commerce in action. It's very convenient. We support with that in action as well. Now we've been working with a couple of companies on how to promote the e-commerce in action using Bakong as a backbone for this clearing settlement.
Fantastic. Well, we've only got a minute left, but it's been so interesting to hear some of the NBC's future plans, and I really think what you guys have created is fantastic. It gives Cambodia an amazing international first as well, and I just want to say thank you so much for your time today. It's been very enlightening.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much, Harrison, for your moderation, and thanks to our speaker. Can I tell you a secret? Before, when I have to pay somebody, and there's always an excuse of saying, oh, I'm sorry, but it's a different bank. I have no time to go to the bank. Can you pay tomorrow? Now I can't give that excuse anymore. They will just say, no, pay me Bakong. You can say now. So thank you. That was very helpful. Well, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, oh my God, we're coming to an end. It's the closing session. Now for our closing keynote, I would like to introduce our speaker, Sanjay Chakrabati. He is the CEO of Prudential Cambodia and a board member of CAF. As we bring CamTech Summit to the end, Sanjay will be talking about the relevance of the fostering collaboration and developing capacity to cooper Cambodia in the future and achieve economic success.
Hello everyone, I'm Sanjay and I'm the CEO of Prudential Cambodia. I wanted to thank you for your active participation over the last few days. I hope you enjoyed it. And in the next few minutes, I will try and sum up our perspective, our view on why we think CamTech is so important for Cambodia. Prudential believes in Cambodia's potential. That is why we were one of the first insurers to begin operations here 8 years ago. Today, we serve 300,000 customers and we have approved $14 million in claims. Cambodia may be classified as an emerging market, but it is very mature in its thinking. And that shows up in how the country dealt with the vaccination program during the pandemic. Cambodia is one of the most vaccinated countries in the world and has consistently delivered GDP growth year upon year. Digitization is seeing a lot of acceleration in Cambodia, especially aided by mobile penetration and affordable mobile internet costs. Bakong has been called the second most mature blockchain-based retail banking infrastructure by PricewaterhouseCoopers. And that is meant to revolutionize the payments industry. This will have knock-on effects across other sectors of the economy. So Cambodia's mature leadership combined with digital enablers have made sure that Cambodia is extremely well poised to leapfrog digital transformation compared to any other country in the region. To continue to grow in an inclusive manner, the financial services sector will have to provide all Cambodians with access to individual accounts, with access to credit, savings, eventually investments, and of course protection, i.e. insurance. It is only then we can claim that we have achieved full financial inclusion. And technology is making it possible for all these services to be available to customers through their phones, at their fingertips, at a very, very low cost. However, to achieve the goal of full-fledged financial inclusion, we will need two very important factors. One is collaboration and the other one is capacity building. And let me take a moment and talk about each of these. Let's begin with collaboration. To promote financial inclusion through digitization, increased coordination among banking, non-banking, and technology sectors is absolutely essential. CamTech Summit 2021 has excelled in driving this coordination in an inclusive manner, and I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the efforts of the organizers. The Cambodia Association of Finance and Technology, CAF, National Bank of Cambodia, NBC, Association of Banks Cambodia, and Cambodia Microfinance Association. They have been tremendous partners for us, Prudential, as we have worked through the logistics. Everyone together onto one single platform so that they could cross-pollinate each other's idea, so that they could build on each other's ideas. And that, I thought, was tremendous. These speakers shared their knowledge and expertise with viewers, with participants, with audiences. And I'm certain these conversations sparked ideas and creativity. This also developed capacity within the tech and fintech sectors. The summit also highlighted just how quickly Cambodia is innovating. The sheer number of innovations underway to improve the lives of people, to drive inclusive growth, to support reopening of the economy was admirable. We are confident that going forward, these innovations will accelerate and propel the economy into another decade of stable progress, which has been Cambodia's trademark over the last decade. Now let me talk a bit about capacity development. To support the economic growth, efforts will be needed to develop capacity within the digital sector of Cambodia. The Minister of Education, Youth and Sports recently spoke about his ministry's efforts to create the framework to accelerate digital skill development in the country. This is welcome news. As a private sector player, we will contribute within that framework, and we believe we are well positioned to support that. We are pioneers in digital health and insurance across Asia. In Cambodia, we are the first insurer to offer bite-sized digital insurance products starting at less than $10 a year. Through our app, Pulse, which I'm sure all of you are familiar with, customers can conveniently purchase, manage, and make a claim, which we are able to settle within just a few hours. Earlier this year, we were able to work with the Cambodia Association of Finance and Technology, CAFT, National Bank of Cambodia, NBC, and MAS, Monetary Authority of Singapore, to fund 30 Cambodian fintechs to be onboarded onto the APIX platform. As some of you know, APIX platform is housed in Singapore, and it essentially allows Cambodian companies to showcase their capabilities to the world. The first proof of concept is ready and was presented earlier today. We also support talent development in other ways. Our group views Cambodia as a talent incubator, where the best talent in Cambodia work alongside those from Asia and Africa to help customers get the most out of their lives. We have our own artificial intelligence team, and it's one of the best teams that Prudential Asia has. We have developed several innovative solutions which we have taken to other countries, including to developed markets like Singapore and Hong Kong. This team has started organizing boot camps with university students to develop AI skills among the youth of Cambodia.
All right, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming extremely close to the very end of the 5 days event. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce, okay, Thomas is normal, I introduce you as normal first.
I'm still here. Yeah.
You're still here, you're still doing our daily recap. But this time, not just daily recap, it's a 5 days recap.
Closing recap.
Will you be able to deliver that?
Still 20 minutes, no worries. Not a minute more.
Thank you very much. But I was very excited to introduce Veena. Thank you. Oh my God, finally Veena is in front of the camera.
Which I hate. Kidding aside, yeah.
Veena is the woman behind, all of this. When they was asking me, Nana, can you host us at 5 days? What? Who do 5 days event in a row? Veena did. So she managed and really organized everything. And Veena, thank you so much. And I think you haven't slept in like a month or something?
Just 2 weeks.
Just 2 weeks. Okay, so Thomas and Veena will walk us through the 5 days recaps. And again, you have 20 minutes. All right.
Thanks, Nana.
Over
Thanks.
to you.
Thanks, Veena. It's great to have you front of camera, not behind of camera. You know? We will come back to you specifically later on. It's definitely 2-3 minutes that we need to discuss and talk about. But just high level. today was again day full of mix. We talked from healthcare. We were talking about social